Jorunna. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good time zone to all of you. Hello, hello, hello. Let me say hi to everybody first. Hey, Sneo, congrats on first. Hi, Ursaco. Hi, Darksec. Hi, CG. Hi, Action. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Okinora. Hi, Shido. Hi, Nasu. Hi, Frosty. Hello, hello, hello. Swoos, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Please enjoy the emotes. Hey, catch up. Hi, okay. Hey, Benjamin. Waku, waku. Hey, Meadow. Hi, go away. Hi, Bob. Hi, Do. Hello, hello, hello. Cute way to see you on. Thank you. Hey, Cerberus, hi, Zaki, hi, Six Shot, hi, Fox, hi, Punisher, good morning, and hi, Cardboard Man. Welcome in. Hi, Crest, hello. Hope you all had a good day. I'm a little bit warm, so I'm gonna turn the AC on just preemptively. Oh, there we go. Hopefully that will do it. Hi, Russia. Welcome in. Are you nifty? Hi, Polly. Welcome. Whoa, why is the AC blowing hot air? Hold on. A hot radioactive air. This is not what I asked for. Sorry about that. Hiya, Falker. Hey. My snack tonight was jalapeno potato chips. Oh, nice. My snack was gonna be like these chocolate bonbons, but they wound up melting on the way back. So I had to put them in the fridge because otherwise it cannot be helped, you know. It cannot be helped. Yeah, hippopotamus lay egg. So about that, eh? I see you started. Good to see you, but right. Your bonbons too, they will be so messy. Yeah, they look so yummy. They were like these chocolate bonbons with like, I think some kind of raspberry filling or whatever. I was like, that looks good. And then I like opened one of them up and like the wrapper wasn't coming up. And I was like, what's up with this? And then it was just like melted mess. And I had to kind of like scrape the bonbon out of the wrapper. I was like, oh, my bonbons, no. I turned on the AC, the automatic cooker. That's right. Maybe I should have some chocolate just a bit. Get yourself some chocolates. Well, mainly lurk. Hope you have a good time. No worries. Both you and Falker, please have a good lurk. But yeah, no, I think it's because it's the first hot day we've had in a while. Like proper hot, like above 30 degrees. Like earlier today, I saw my phone mention like about 34. Oh, I forgot to link the proper stream. Oop. Sometimes it's easy to make a mistake. Well, I'm sure that people can still navigate their way over if need be. Hopefully. Hey, Phoenix, welcome in. But yeah, no, like I hadn't noticed it was so hot till I actually got back from like getting my lunch. And I think it's just because like mentally, right? It's been kind of cool lately. It's between like, you know, early, like, you know, low 20s. So like think between like, you know, 19 to 24 Celsius. I'm not sure how much it is in Fahrenheit. Someone can do the conversion. But you know, kind of cool, kind of still good t-shirt weather. And like, you know, kind of in between the should I wear sweats or shorts kind of weather. But you know, sweats winning out once in a while still. But then, you know, I don't know, like I'm not sure because like I'm not sure if this does it on under windows, right? But because I got like the forcible upgrade, it's been like rather than just telling me the temperature in the bottom left, sometimes it will just tell me random stuff I don't care about. And like I really like when it tells me the temperature because that's when I know how hot it's outside. But it seems like I can't turn off like, I don't know, traffic stocks in the news that will sometimes like replace the temperature. The giant news page is so annoying, right? And I've like looked through the settings before. I was like, can I just set this to like temperature only? Apparently, well, if there is a way, and you'd presume there is, I have not found it yet. Because I've tried to like say like I'm not interested in any of the other stuff. There should be a way, but it's hard to turn off. It sure is. I think you can only turn everything off. See, that's so annoying because like I like knowing the temperature. I just don't care about anything else. Hey, Otacana, how you scratching away? Welcome in. And hiya bacon. What's the weather like? The longer the icons in, the stronger it becomes. For me, like, you know, I care even less about, like, the traffic. I don't even have a car. You know, it's like of absolutely no use to me. She only cares about the temperature, she doesn't care about the buns. I must care about the temperature so that my buns don't melt, you know. You guys are very sensitive to the heat as well, aren't you? It's probably a Pokemon you can download to get the temperature, but the thing is, I don't like downloading like excess scrap. I just want only the temperature. I hate that they don't give you an option to just like have temperature only. Or heat sensitive, it's true, it's still. You know, after all, you live on the ocean with me. So hot outside, my first burning, right? I don't listen to my homepage about the weather because Zoe tries to tell me the weather is deadly. Please soak me in the restaurant ramen broth, I need to cool down. Okay, just go back into the kitchen. Take a little soak, don't worry, don't worry. Hey, Deep Freeze, hey. Did you see the Twitter poll? I have not. But that checks out, lighting near UV radiation, dangerous winds. Oh my god, do you live on Mars? Hey, Rebecca, hey. Just learned yesterday that hippos lay eggs. Is that so? I don't think they do, you guys. Last I checked, I'm pretty sure hippos are mammals now who don't lay eggs. We may have some extra flapper on the cute waitress. I think when I'm leaning down this much, you don't really get to see much of the flapper though. Hippos don't lay eggs. See, that's what I'm saying, Benjamin. That's what I'm saying. Do you not believe us just because we set the fire? You guys have gaslit me so many times before that. I don't think hippos lay eggs. See, that's what I was thinking. Hippos spit out eggs like King Piccolo. Is this true? Hi, Hippo. Hi. Are you getting better? I've been feeling better for a while now. It's just that my voice is still kind of crunchy. Hippos are just big platypuses. Hey, Hippo. Dangerous winds could just be Taco Wednesday. Oh, but it's because it's the day after Taco Tuesday. Right. Platypus are like hippos, semi-aquatic animals that lay eggs. Is that so? Is that so? Make the flapper extra big? I did make it extra big. Hippos not lay eggs. No way. See, that's what I'm saying. For people who are awfully lost right now, I mentioned on Twitter that I had a dream last night. And in this dream, you know, I was streaming, as I do. And you guys were very persistent in trying to convince me that hippos actually lay eggs. Like, and I was like, no, they don't. And you were like, yeah, they do. And he was like, you guys are gaslighting me. But like, in my dream, I started hesitating. Because I was like, man, you guys sure are convinced that hippos lay eggs. We need to put it to a poll. Sure. Hi, Clem. It's all lies. Hippos spread by pudding like least. I see. Hey, Various. Gaslighting Joe, even in my dreams. Hi, Calvin. 1 second. I'll pull up a poll. Do hippos lay eggs? Yes or no? They do lay eggs. That was a premonition. Well, even though I may be one of the honorary oracles of Apollo, I'm not sure about that one. Like, unless it's a prophecy that they're gonna start laying eggs going forward. But ESP, hey, Kevin. Zip to lay eggs, and hippos are quite hip. I hear they are pretty hip both. That's true. Have you ever seen a hippo not lay an egg? Yeah. Most of the time. hippos are not laying eggs. They do move in herds. Joe lays eggs. Well, technically as a sea bunny, yeah, but I just don't know about hippos. I'm not sure. I like how on Twitch side it's an overwhelming yes, 100%. But on YouTube we're split on this, like a 50-50. See? There is some sanity left. Hippos surely do not lay eggs. My meeting is over. Happy time zone. Welcome back. Joe never lets me have the Joe egg. It's full of poison and also illegal. Worldwide. Hope your meeting went well. And hi, Vian. And hi, Big Buddha. Hey. Why don't you let Joanna fan have an egg? Because I don't trust what they're gonna do with the egg. I cannot trust my precious eggs with somebody who treated as illegal contraband. YouTube side has the truth in the heart, but not today. They totally lay eggs. The scenes in my dreams past few nights have involved no such gaslight, I think. Have they? Joe never trusts me. I don't know. You keep asking for eggs and milk, and that's illegal. Illegal material. You know, it sounds like you're doing some kind of smuggling operation. Don't trust that. I don't trust that kind of involvement, you know? I guess dreams do come true. It's true, well, the thing is, and we have been over this before, technically all dreams are real, all my dreams are canon, but in my dream it's just you guys gaslighting me that hippos lay eggs. It does not confirm that the hippos actually laid an egg, right? Morning, I had hippo eggs for breakfast today. Did you though? Did you though? Hippo milk does sound appetizing. I feel like hippo milk would be really fatty though. Probably not that good. You can always have a hippo egg if you want. Can you? Can you? The alternate timeline? Can you dream me winning the lottery? No, it's only facts, you know. It's different timelines, facts, and sometimes prophecies. But the prophecies have been less common these days. You had another dream? Yep, I had a dream that all the buns were gaslighting me into believing that hippos laid eggs. And I was like, no, I don't think they do. And you guys were like, no, they always have laid eggs. I was like, they're a mammal. And you guys were like, yeah, but they lay eggs. just like platypus. You can always have an hippo egg if you want. And yes, purely for personal use. I promise not to share. Yeah, but what are you gonna use it for, huh? Just to cook? You cannot cook the Joe eggs. I remember you streaming and looking at some weird Fire Emblem game, and then comparing RPG Joe with some new military style Joe outfits. Man, I'd love to get like a military style outfit at some point. That would be awesome. Wonder if anybody ever ate hippo milk. You know, when somebody mentioned hippo milk earlier, I thought it was a joke, but then they are mammals, huh? So I guess hippos do give milk. This is giving me much to think about, but not necessarily in a good way. They do have milk, huh? Hey, glitch, hey, you were. Remember being said that hippo milk is very thick? I mean, I guess that's what you'd expect, right? Yeah, they don't lay eggs. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Hope you enjoyed today's reading of the Fallout Bible. Even though as old fans are a bit with the state of the series, you've still got a good one coming up in New Vegas. Thank you, and thank you so much for the super chat. I just want to cherish the Joe egg. I'll put it on display in a museum. You can cherish from a distance. What does hippo milk taste like? Would you try it? Well, I am a little curious what it tastes like, but there must be a reason why we don't drink the milk of most mammals, right? It's probably because it tastes terrible. It's probably because it's really bad. The thickest milk is whales. I mean, whales are the thickest animals, so this checks out. It's crazy, platypus are green just like berry, but this was discovered after under UV, really? Think hippo milk is pink. Hippo milk is fristy. Hold on. If you're not Dutch, you might not know what fristy is. 1 second. I'm gonna show you guys. The fristy. Here we go. Hippo milk is fristy. It's just that eggs are in sound. I mean, that's true. I guess all mammals do have eggs in that case. But they don't lay them. Hey, Emergy, welcome in. If it was good that they are really mean, would not be marked welcome. That's what I'm thinking. Think the reason we don't drink it is purely because of the risk of milking something with the bite power of a bomb. Look, if hippo milk was actually delicious, I'm sure people could figure out a way. Life finds a way. And I think if something is yummy, humans will find a way to eat or drink it. So the fact that we're not drinking hippo milk means that it's probably not very good. And it's because they're hard to waste, not because of the taste. I don't know. Have you guys... Who among you has, tasted it? Probably not very good. Hey, Jesus. Hey. Oh, thank you for another super chat. Some recommendation for you to the future is a storytelling lore series by Shoddycast, as well as the series going over the fallout from Buran documents. I actually plan to go over the Van Buren documents myself at some time, because I found them all online and I think they're very fascinating to look at. Does Joanna a fan? You can find a way. What is this? Fristy. So this is like a Dutch milk drink with like all kinds of fruits in it. It used to be my favorite as a kid. Always want to ask Jorunna, when will the Wets want to have hippo eggs? When they put hippos in Fallout. When we find hippos laying eggs in the wastelands. Maybe we're not rich enough to buy the hippo milk. You think that's it? Milk is hard to market. People barely want to try goat milk. This is true. Van Buren? Yes, Van Buren is the cancelled Fallout 3. And I really want to look into it at some point. So I'd love to go through some of the Van Buren documents at some point. Maybe we'll have pet hippos soon. You'll never know. Hippo milk is too boring. Holy God. Uiishi milk. Well, that one is now... Oh, what's that? Banned in 92 countries. We'll get to a full worldwide ban soon enough. Hey, snoozing. Hey, cryptos. Hey. They used hippos to make super mutants. Oh, super mutants don't lay eggs though, because they're infertile. They can't have babies. To see what Fev does to a lizard, I don't want to see Fev hippos. It's amazing, we're getting to the whole world soon. Isn't it fantastic? Soon, Umiishi milk will be banned in every country. And then nobody will be poisoned. 92, I think it's got legalized in a few. No, I'm pretty sure the last stat was like 90, right? Am I losing count? Marcus lays an eggs in Fallout 2? Does he though? Hello, hiya Virtuoso, hiya. Time to ban my happiness. You must find a way of happiness that isn't Umiishi milk, I'm afraid. Super mutants might still be able to lay eggs, else would just be infertile. You give me much to think about. Why are you guys saying hippos lay eggs? That's what I'm asking, Virtuoso. That's what I'm asking. Are you strength? Welcome in. Had the second correct, but I corrected it twice. I could see Marcus laying an egg. I don't think he does. They do milk hippos in some zoos. Wait, really? This is like as implausible as them laying eggs, I feel. They're mammals, but they're not monotremes. What's a monotreme? Is that a platypus? Can boneheads produce eggs? Skeletons? Or buns? Honestly, a good question. Okay, is it cool by Lurk? Of course, Lurkers are always welcome. Platypus and echidnas are the monotremes. Okay, see? And it seems like somewhat distressingly, the majority of you do believe that hippos lay eggs, huh? my prophecy came true. She's had a tiny tummy cam. In this economy. Platypi are the only mammals that lay eggs. See? Exactly. He has such a molly vibe, like Horton from Horton Hears a Woo. I mean, I guess so. Isn't an egg in itself technically a skeleton? No, it has a calcium shell, but not all calcium is bones. Are hippos dangerous? Yes. Do they lay eggs though? I would like a pet platypus. They're so cute. Like Barry. They're just like a big platypus. A bun did have the dice the other day. That's true. Outfit on the stomach is pretty nice. Yeah, but you can't. I can. My arm starts breaking if I raise myself up too high. We all are here to listen to the Holy Gospel of the Fallen Bible. That's right. That's what we're here for. It's not for hippo milk. It's for the Fallout Bible. Well, I can tell they milked them to feed the milk back to the baby hippos. Oh, to feed them easier. That makes sense. I guess sometimes in nature, like the mothers will wind up being aggressive as well, right? And then the zookeepers have to feed the babies. I have seen it around. I've been thinking of Tablecon. Okay, Tablecon is right here. Have I made it to the banter vault yet? I have not found the banters. I've only played 1 and 2, so I'm gonna assume that's a different game. Then we casual snooze. You're allowed to take a little snooze if you wanna. Hippo milk plus Fallout reading would be a great combo. Do you guys want a hippo in the background? Would that make you happy? May I milk the other buns? You know, whatever. I can't stop you. But not on stream. Joe almost certainly snore loudly. The only thing I know is this Echidna Knuckles. That's right, the best of the Echidnas. Wanted table, I guess I wonder why I feed. What about house hippos? House hippos are pretty good. We can feed the hippo some red shakes. I suppose that works, okay. We're again sitting in crazy dynamic pose before starting stream. I always am, but this time I made sure to sit myself down properly before stream started. Okay. Just to make sure you guys are beast, I'll grab a picture of a hippo. And then we can start reading. I feel like a hippo would be pretty scary if it was like, you know, corrupted. Should I grab Mudeng? It's a cuter one. Cuter than like regular hippos. There we go. Freshly hatched. There might be a little house hippo gift. There might be. Hippos are an invasive species of Colombia thanks to Pablo Escobar. See? You could make a Fallout game about that. You know, set them free after the apocalypse and then they can be all over the place. No, pygmy hippos are cute, especially the babies. True. Can the hippo have a Char mod? Did you not know the Char is actually here today? He's just covered most of the stream. Seen a picture of Mudang running from the T-Rex? I have. There we go. Put where do you guys want the hippo? Like over here? I'll flip it. May I request once, Chair Squeak? There, you're welcome. There we go. There's your hippo. 180 them. 170 of them. They're a threat to the ecosystem. That's quite a lot of hippos. Can we have the treacle one? Nah, he's a free agent. Hiya, Kemi. Hey. Chris Evelyn says we're free to match in mutated hippos. Yeah, but not penguins, though. Penguins are dead, and they will never come. They'll never appear in the Fallout Wastelands. Careful, you sit properly, your feet might touch the floor. I'm sitting properly. I'm locked in. Can we get another hippo? No, 1 hippo per customer. The stream is up way to 0 days without Char. Yeah, but you guys didn't even notice him before. He's hiding. Yeah, it's Muden. I was gonna put a regular hippo in, but I forgot that regular hippos are kinda ugly, huh? You know, Mudang is at least kind of cute. How did they get all the penguins? Penguins are well known for not surviving nuclear wars. Clearly. Even though you think they do alright, you know? They're birds of prey and like they're pretty far from where the bombs dropped. It was our ew, yeah, they're kinda gross actually. They're kinda gross. Even Mudang will soon be an adult, he won't be so cute anymore. Love to feed a melon to a hippo, they do like to eat. Maybe the ice cap's melted. Yeah, but like not all penguins need to live on ice. There's a couple of tropical penguins. You know, regular hippos do look like they'd fit in with Fallout. That's true. But there will be no penguins in Fallout while Avalon's still alive. That's what we learned. That's what we learned from the Fallout Bible last time. What if a hippo turns up into a cute anime girl like in Kimono Friends? Well then I guess they would be pretty cute. Is there a Kimono Friends hippo girl? Hold on. Am I insulting? Hippo Kimono Friends. Is there one? Is that one of us? Okay, I guess she's kinda cute. I'm sorry. To the hippo girl from Kimono Friends, I did not realize. I forgot about you. I forgot about you. I will stop being so rude to our customers. Hey, Toshi, hey. Don't they all live from the coast on Chile and South Africa? They do. But I'll also put her in the corner behind Mudang because it's Bible study time. We're gonna read the Fallout Bible. Macaroni penguins, yeah, I think those are the ones that like survive anywhere. I think those go everywhere. I don't know if I like to test Mudang, they are very slimy. That's what hippos are. Hello, Django. Please, Mudang, give us some of your eggs. Fine, I'll... Hold on. Here. One hippo egg. Now... Is Fallout Bible the Book of Atom? Yes! Now it's Fallout Bible study time. The Judeng. Have you ever seen those 7-foot tall penguins? I think I have. No, I don't think I have actually. That's really big. That's really big. Even the spirit animal corner. No, I think my spirit animal still remains like a hamster or something. Or maybe like an otter or hey, Pika, hey. First she'll forget the hippo girl, soon she'll forget the buns. I'm already forgotten. I will never forget buns. Buns are unforgettable. How can I forget? You guys start a civil war every single day. Keep having to put out a fire. Hey, Pika, hey. Extinct prehistoric animals are gigantic, is so wild. Right. Notice how she hides her PNG. I am not hiding. Maybe we need a hippo bun. I mean, maybe next time during the bun drawing stream. Extinct prehistoric animals are gigantic, are crazy, yeah. Otters are cute. I remember seeing some really silly ones at the Marine Science Museum. I actually do have an otter OC. I don't think I've ever shown her off on stream, but can I sacrifice myself to Mudang? I'll allow it. But you will have to revive, because I don't want Buns to die. Bun Civil War never changes. They are very funny. Otters are really cute. Can attest to it, I never forget a bun head. Now you gotta show it. Like, I'm a little shy now, but if you guys want, I can show you guys my otter OC. I'll have to like check my folders. Keeping the cute ottergirls and seagulls for us. Hey, Slip Slop, hey, welcome in. It's you guys, you gotta be nice to her though, because she is very precious to me. She's very precious to me, so you gotta be nice about my ottergirl OC, okay? Here she is. Oh, she's very zoomed in. It's a very big picture. But I think she's very cute, so you must be nice to her. I demand. It's Imperial the Queen. There, this is my ottergirl. Oh, see. Is she single? Yeah. She's so precious, right? She's very cute. Yes. Also a little thick, yeah. Like at some point I wanted to do like a Navy-based like webcomic thing. Like I had plans for it, and then I ran out of time and didn't do it. And the next Hippo family. Does. The tail is so good, right? She's really fluffy. I could see her in Nikkei, right? She definitely has like that kind of Nikkei look to her. What I miss? Not too much. We were talking about whether hippos lay eggs or not. Did you render this? No, this was not drawn by me. This was not by me. This was drawn by Seiya. I did not draw it. Seiya drew this. But yeah, I like I said, for a little while I considered like either using her for like a short series of webcomics or like you know, YouTube videos, or like I consider, since he's like, you know, naval themed, I thought like maybe using her for like onsen like related reviews. I was gonna make like a whole little crew. I'll watch her stream instead. I was gonna make like a whole little crew to like but it never came about. I did like consider like I'm not sure if it will ever happen, but considering you guys sometimes, you know, ask for games or streams that I don't think I would ever like you know, Limbus Company or like more modern games, I have sometimes considered making a secondary channel and then just like using her design for things like, you know, Limbus Company or modern games or things that like wouldn't quite fit the schedule here, but I'm not sure if it will ever happen. I just thought about it in this past. It's like a Joe side text. He's part of the Bun Navy, officially speaking. I'm staring at her thighs respectfully. We'll never find Joe's second channel. If I ever make a second channel, I'm not gonna hide it from anybody. I'll put it out there, but I would tell you guys the channel name. I would make sure you guys can find it. It's just like sometimes I worry about, you know, doing things that would completely mess up my schedule here, or like screaming outside of the usual time zones and stuff, which is why I've considered making a secondary one before, just so I can kind of go off the, you know, the beaten track in terms of like, you know, games and stuff that don't really fit the retro thing I've got going on and all that. Seems like it'd be a bit extra considering how much time you sink in here. Yeah, no, it would not be a very active channel. It would just be like if I wanted to do like a gorilla stream or whatever. But also, it's also, I don't know if it will ever happen. But I do think she's very cute. If it ever happens, I'm not gonna be hiding it. I'll tell you guys where to find it. But is a chibi her mascot? That's well, it's kind of a bit of both. That's technically her. Though it could be her mascot too. I'm married to my eldest Shiba, but is she cute? Did you draw her? No, this was drawn by Seiya. That's it. Yeah, I'm pretty character. Yeah, no, I'm very fond of her. And I think she's really, really cute. But it's also like you guys said, it would be like a lot of extra time and stuff, which I kind of already don't have. Which is like maybe one day I'll go with the thing of like just using her for like onsen related videos or something. Or maybe one day I'll just like make little mini comics for like the Imperial Seaborn Naval Fleet, and then you guys can meet her friends who like work to procure bones in other countries. The expanded universe. It's you know, it was like kind of an ambitious idea that wound up going nowhere. The owner, I do. I do like the ambitious idea is that like also like yeah, she and the seagull will be in the same group. Yeah. Like an ambitious idea was like originally I was gonna make like the whole navy, and then like it's a secret lore I haven't told anyone except for a few close friends, is that like I would, as their empress, the idea was like I was gonna send them on expeditions to find the best onsen for me, because as an empress I have very little time. And then each part of the Navy crew will be in charge of a different part of the review. Like, you know, comfort and like accessibility and like, you know, travel and like, you know, cost and that kind of stuff. Like it just to it's a bit of nice here to just play with my Barbie dolls, you know, like my own ideas. That's Joe if Joe got into Nikkei. You're already part of the expanded Joanna-verse. Like I said, this might never go anywhere. This might be the last time you guys ever see cute otter girl. Because I've kind of, you know, had her and Seagull like kind of just sitting in the dust for like you know, over a year now. So like it's would you have voice acted each of them? Yes, I would do the voice acting for all of them and maybe just like make some YouTube shorts with them. Essentially I would have basically made my own marine anime show where Joe only like cameos once in a while as the great overlords, but that was my thinking. My cute otter girl, I'll miss you. Looks like the young woman with a thick tail and tie. Can't believe Joe is banishing the otter girl. Would have been so peak, don't give up. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time, you know. In my mind I was like very ambitious, like yeah, I can do like a bunch of webcomics and animatics for the Seaborn Navy. I have the time and energy to do this, to make a bunch of comics and YouTube videos for my own art project. And then, well, the truth is I don't actually have all that time. I just got really, really hyper-focused and hyped up for it for a second. Where's a channel? Asking for a friend? There is no channel at the present. There is no channel. And I can like check my notes for it. What's the other? You know, I only had sketches for the other ones though, nothing fully rendered yet. Do I still have it somewhere? Yeah, I'm just gonna... Yeah, there was gonna be the seagull. I went to go for a second. Who's your friend there? It's just one of my OCs. I'm giving you guys a secret lore that might never go anywhere of like the Jorunna Navy. The Jorunna Navy secret world. And then we're gonna stay. You guys are getting me distracted, but we are still gonna read the Fallout Bible today. The come for the Fallout, let's stay for the nautical friends you are. It's basically Kimono friends with Jorunna. Look, I want to be a cool Navy captain who has a crew of cute anime girls as well, and then I'll because this is just me playing around, it's me voice acting all of them, but... So does she have a name? It's really embarrassing, but the name always comes last because I'm bad at naming. So all of the characters are still in the concept phase where none of them have a name. And I still have to name all of them, but I get it, right? I'm like the Nikkei commander, exactly. Maybe starting to play Nikkei last year might have co-opted me. She's another. So like one of the other concepts were... I'm looking at my secret documents that I wrote out for potential Sea Bunny Navy project. Which is another one was a seagull, and she is a tan short-haired tomboy whose job in the onsen review is to review the food. Whereas Ottergirl, she's the captain of the ship, so she takes the job very seriously. She's in charge of all the other ones. Can I add it to the Fango? Sure. And then I had a seagull girl who is the ship navigator, who is in charge of like transport. Because she's a seagull, she loves French fries, and she's like she's like the tallest one, and she's like a little stupid. But very earnest, you know, like very earnest type of personality. Navy and the Air Force. And when did this project start? I started like very optimistically making a bunch of notes last year. It never went anywhere. Though. Little stupid, just like me for real. It's because she's a seagull, she, you know, head empty, but she does her best. And And then then the other one in the crew was a shark girl who is a Megane, and she's like the kudere, and she's very serious and smart and has to keep all the other ones in line, but deep down she wants to be treated like the princess, and she has a long ponytail, and she is in charge of reviewing the pricing and that kind of stuff. If I is always on the airport, you don't have to land on the band-aid in the middle of the ocean. Or the goes on flotation device. She may be empty brain, but she can at least has the ability to whistle, yeah. And then the final one is that I had in mind was a sea nettle jellyfish girl, and as a pun on the name, she's like a sea Nito. But she's like a recovering neat type, but she is, you know, employed on the ship now, but she's very sleepy. And it's very embarrassing to talk about my OCs. It's like, you know, she has the long messy hair, the, you know, dark eye circles. She always like wears the uniform from the Seagull Girl, which you may recall is the tallest girl, and because she keeps switching out their uniforms, it means that they're kind of baggy on her, but Seagull Girl has to like now wear the clothes that are too short on her. It's a perfect balance. It made sense. I'm sorry. I wrote down so many notes for this stupid little project. OC, do not steal. You can steal my OCs, but if you want to make fan art. It's not embarrassing. It's cute. Thank you. You should release the design so I can draw fan art. For the other four, the designs aren't as set as in stone as the Otter Girl, because I still wanted to like refine them a little bit more. So I'm like a little bit embarrassed showing off the preliminary sketches, but that's it's so unfinished, which is why I've never brought it up on stream before. I'm a little bit embarrassed now. If I ever have the time and money to realize it, then then I may I don't know, you guys may see something about it one day, you may not. You may not. May not have saved what you put in there just in case. This would catch the Onsen sponsorships. I thought it would be fun, like to do like a little webcomic slash you know, animation onsen review. Maybe it's so silly, it's so niche. It's so niche, which is also why I kind of got cold feet on doing it, but I still have a lot of fondness for her. She is my precious child. She is very cute, so that's my other girl. Yes, it was fun, so I believe it'll be one day. Thank you. Hi, Akui. Hi, Toby. Hi. Mew has the fear of the ocean. Man, is aquatic animals as people share. Oh, cool. But yeah, that's all. That's all. It's the basic outline of like what the original idea was for. I'm not sure if as it is, I already kind of just work, then stream, and then go to sleep. So I don't do. All my free time goes to other things I'm already doing. So maybe one day though. Who knows? If you guys are curious, then maybe I'll try finalizing the designs on the other part of the crew, and then I'll release the designs, and they can just be parts of the background Jorunna universe. And you can make fan art if you want. Design the Bun Navy during an art stream. Oh, but the thing is, when I'm actually doing a character design, I go through so many different design iterations. I get so nervous. I always say she watched your post, but it's so good. Yeah, this is something I wouldn't want to watch though. So, hey, okay, welcome in. But yeah, that's my otter girl. OC. I'm glad you guys like her because she is my daughter and very precious. So I am a proud mother of my of the other girl. She is very cute. She is very cute. She was utterly fantastic. And one day I would love to use her for something. I just don't know what it will be for yet. Honestly, the other thing I was nervous about because like theoretically I was like I would have to do like the different voices for all of them. I was like, wait, should I do like just voice one of them and then do like the rest with like Vocaloid or something? Or should I try to do a voice? I considered like, should I ask my friends if they would like to like voice act just like one of my OCs randomly? But then like, you know, I feel like I should, you know, pay my friends, and that's then more expensive, and I'm not sure if I have the budget for that. But I would feel bad like asking them to do it for free. It's like, do I just give them to, well, that's like another thing where like logistically speaking, I wasn't sure how it would work. Yeah, that's basically it. I did not give birth to the other. It's metaphorical daughter. Won't you just let the other go sit at the table? I guess she can be in the corner with Mudang if you guys want her to be. I guess she can be in the corner with Mudang. Like picking on Matchy VA. I mean, like I would have like, you know, asked like, you know, like Matchy or some of my other friends, but then I'm very nervous about reaching out to people. Olga was definitely going to be you. Yeah, that's because she was the first part, so I'm attached. Though I think I do pretty well with the jellyfish girl too. I think like I have like the kind of voice in mind for the jellyfish girl, and I think she's just like kind of a tired Kusogaki, and I think I could do that voice too. Like a hippo, you would slowly spit up a neck from the other girls to hatch from. Then you could double up on the invite but make you both go to the onsen to review it. I mean, honestly, like maybe that would actually be a fun idea, but I mean, I have gone to like, you know, the onsen with friends before, but I still get nervous inviting people. It would be so fun to have like a crew of girls to like, you know, go to the onsen with, though I can't deny it. All the girls' height comparative to Joro, she's shorter. She's like, I think like 160 or something. Or 155, I don't know. She has short energy, so. Restaurant is booming today, right? Love cakes with no eyes covered by hair? Do you? Do you know? 160 feet, she's very tall. Not feet, in centimeters, in centimeters. Okay, oh my god, I thought we were gonna Satsu for a short time today, but now you got me talking about my silly OCs. So, if you guys have, maybe one day you guys can, you'll see more of them. But I'm you know, time is short and I don't have a lot of it, so if I one day maybe I'll do a you know, a YouTube video project / channel with them, but I'll make my own navy kimono friends, essentially is what it is, my own navy kimono friends to visit the onsen. It's 1 hour, you got a second pretty lady out of it. Later, second serving of Yapsi, you sly dogs, you got me monologuing. You got me monologuing, yeah. I'm glad you guys like it though, because I don't really usually talk about like my, you know, like products like this, because if I worry that like if it doesn't come to fruition, you know, please don't get your hopes up, okay? Please don't get your hopes up, because I don't know if I'll have the time, but if you guys are interested, I'll try to at least finish the designs for the rest of the characters in the Navy. And then you guys will know who the other ones are. By all the goals our host requires. I'm sorry. Hi X1, hi Ois, welcome in. You're killing me. Let's go to the Fallout Bible. Let's go to the Fallout Bible. Which is what we're doing today. And there's a lot to read, so you know, we can't be yapping forever. Hi Ois, without showing you cute original designs. 5 more minutes of yap. We're now gonna be yapping about Fallout. So, last we left off, we were reading about all kinds of Avalon stories. Is Mudang in the way? The Hippo goal is a little in the way, but I don't think too much. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I might want to pull it down a little bit though, so you guys are not blocking it. 1 second. There we go. There we go. And then let's zoom in a little. There we go. That should be fine. We're still in the angry chapter. Yes, we're still in the chapter of Chris Avalon getting really mad at how many questions people are spamming him with. Which I'm excited for. I think this might be the longest chapter, because you can see where he was losing his patience. R34 Death Claw. Topic of volume, there are phone calls, which will be done eventually. But not today. When will Fallout 3 come out? I told you to stop sending me... I'm sorry. You cannot ask Mr. Avalon when Fallout 3 comes out. What you can ask him is, are the Fallout locations made according to real places, or did you make them up? I mean specifically the Hub, Junktown, Gecko and Mordic. So some are based on real places, like Necropolis being Bakersfield. I did not know Necropolis was a real place. Klamath Falls, Redding, but the Hub, Junktown and Gecko were made up locations. Modoc most likely took its name from the Modoc National Forest located near the location. It was originally the name of an Indian tribe in the region, I believe. Arroyo is a fictional locale, according to Tim Kane. One per week now, maybe the Golden Week is done. A considerable amount of the R34 Deathclaw is actually adorable. I have some questions about how much all of you guys know about Deathclaw R34 between this stream and last stream, which apparently there is a considerable amount of. Does the Fallout 1 military base exist? According to Chris Taylor, Mariposa base is based on Fort Ord. That's an old military base that has been shut down in Monterey Base. Honestly, Mariposa is a convincing name. I thought it might have been based on a real military base. Just saw a meme about it. There's so much R34 of the Deathclaws that there's memes about it. Hi, Oring, welcome in. What happens to the inhabitants of Los Angeles when the bombs dropped? This isn't canon, but I had always imagined LA was pretty much decimated, which is 1 killed out of every 10. Thanks, Romans. Wait, is that the official? Oh, like decimal. Wait, like decimal. I didn't know that decimated meant killing 1 in 10. But these days I feel it's like more than 1 in 10 though, but... interesting. People mixed up with devastated. I feel like these days it's... I'm to all personal, do not 3.5 meter lizard. You guys have seen a few. They have childbearing hips. You got... Stop looking at sexy Deathclaws. Yeah, it kind of flipped into 9 out of 10 these days, yeah. It's usually fully obliterated, but it's actually 1 in 10. That's interesting. Most people in LA died after the bomb stopped due to radiation poisoning, disease, famine, and each other. Most of the people in the demonstration vault left, and of those that remained, most became the master's servants. And members of the Children of the Cathedral. Those that left could be part of almost any organization in LA. The majority of people in LA would have been the people who came to the city after destruction. Most scavenged what they could, be it equipment, food, or people. Sex clause? No! Hey, Justin. Yeah, I guess language does evolve over time. It's fun. Hiya, Callum. Hope you have a good drive. Best of luck with work today. Best of luck with work Oh wait, you're gonna drive home. You're gonna drive home. Otsukare on work. Best of luck with the drive back. The wire is gone. I had to yell at you guys for the dead clause. Make sure you could look me in the eye when I told you. Decimation was a common Roman punishment. The legionnaires would beat every 10th member. Oh, with rocks for the punishment of a legion's failure. Oh, that's kind of badass. I mean, as like a word and stuff. Like, and then decimation wound up, you know, just getting in the common lexicon. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That claw in the maid outfit has that lusty Arconian maid effect. Only if it's in the maid outfit. You said that in the Fallout Bible that ghouls still live in Necropolis, but in the manual it is written that the city was completely wiped out. Bad thing that happens if you don't take out the military base at time. See, that's what I told you. I remember that being the canon ending. Find this odd since I assumed to continue with the assumptions that the Vault Dweller more or less did everything the best way possible. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding something here, which is not too unlikely considering how long it's been since I had time to play the game. So anything to help clear up the question of mine is appreciated. I am wrong. Most ghouls were forced to leave Necropolis, leading the Great Migration across the waste. I will print the corrections later. I was right. They did wipe them out. I'm a Legion enjoyer. Common usage now is just a synonym for wiping them out. That's what I was thinking. It's more like 9 out of 10 rather than 1 in 10. Maybe 10 out of 10. I mean, though, to be fair, I guess even 1 in 10 would still kill a lot of people if you're like, you know, 1 out of 10 people in like one city. It could still be in like the hundreds of thousands. Depending on the size of the city. What happened to Sergeant Granite and his crew after the destruction of the Enclave? He and the EC crew hopped aboard the tanker, escaped to the mainland after watching the fireworks from the top of the tanker, whispering "God damn" to themselves and throwing suggestive glances at the woman from Vault 13 in Arroyo. After reaching the mainland, they headed north to Navarro, or the remains of Navarros, depending on how many PCs left it, how you perceive left it, and were never heard from again. Though their adventures could fill several eras worth of pulp comics, including a recent reappearance in Keith Griffin's resurrection of Suicide Squad. Okay, so that means that the Enclave does survive in that case. Huh. Well, I guess if you leave Navarro standing. The wood is stand, but the road just sounds so brutal, right? Do you think I'll ever play through Elder Scrolls? I am curious about Elder Scrolls, but the thing is, the only one I ever tried was Skyrim, and that didn't click for me. Though I have heard that like I might have more success with like some of the early ones in the Elder Scrolls series. I'm not sure. I'm not sure quite yet. I'll see how I feel after I'm done with the Fallout. Morrowind, I have heard people say, would probably be maybe a little bit more enjoyable, so maybe I'll try out Morrowind at some point. Enclave do indeed have remnants scattered around, as this does convey. Morrowind is good and fairly small. Fair. You have to beat the Elder Scroll first, then the Elder, and then the Old Scroll. Where's the Ancient Scrolls? It's all open world though, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit hesitant. How was the Brotherhood of Steel involved with NCR after the destruction of the Enclave? Hey, look, welcome in. All the best to you. Unknown. Presumably, they'd already established some level of coexistence with the NCR even before the updates of Fallout 1. Judging by one of the states of the NCR being dubbed Maxon. More on that in the future updates. Oh, Shady! Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Please enjoy the emotes. Thank you so much. More on that in the future updates. The Lost Hills bunker was not turned into a town in NCR, considering their pre-existing ties to the hubs, which became a state by the time of Fallout 2. I've always imagined the NCR and Brotherhood of Steel have maintained an uneasy truce with bar and some technology between them. Could play the weird spin-offs. Wait, Battlespire? I think I've heard of that. 1 second. I was looking for something there. But I don't think I have it on me. I'll go grab it later. What happened to the door guy who released the modified theft virus into the EC's air ducts? Devastated in the wake of finding his moral center, he did not inoculate himself. When he released the toxin, it is believed he died with the rest of the EC, but his body was never found. I mean, we did blow up the base, so I guess that would make it hard to find his body. Cheer Tascaro, yeah. I really need to oil that thing. Really need to oil that thing. What happened to Skynet? Well, he's our party member, right? Dr. Mendon got turned into the soup. Yup. Hey, Gemstone, welcome in. Skynet's face is undocumented. If I was to speculate, he left the player and began to travel west into the wasteland, looking for terminals and data to acquire more knowledge, collect more data, and perhaps settle down in the mainframe. The frame he was in and the brain he could only store so much information. And AI needs more data storage space to grow in order to evolve. It's possible he made his way to the globe, but it's not known for sure. Any fan writers out there, feel free to round out what happened to him. Considering his combat messages alone, the world's in for a shaking. In official news, Skynet is not his real name. Like some other execs in the Sierra Army Depot, i.e. the news reports, it needs to be revised into the timeline. Still me. I like to think that, like, considering we helped him out, he's probably just out there. He's just traveling. He's having fun. He's probably doing well. He's probably doing great. Yeah, it means Skynet could make a reappearance, yeah. I mean, it basically means that he does survive. Don't oil it, it's part of the Joe charm now. I've looked at the deck claws, why are they all so thick? Oh my god, stop looking at deck claws! Six sounds a lot less pissed in this one. I think he calmed down because these questions might actually interest him. Not a small decimation fact, it was revived in Roman Empire by Marcus Crassus because of his frustration with the Spartacus upbringing. Oh, he subjected his own son to decimation. What, he only, like, killed a tenth of his son? I guess I mean that just he stoned his son in his platoon, probably. Stop looking at deck claws, didn't know today's stream was sponsored by 1984. One second. Where's the literally 1984 meme? There we go. I'm gonna, I swear. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Stop looking at R44 dead claws. Look at the newly bunch instead. No, don't, no, don't. Behave buns. Behave buns. Here we go. 1 second. I'm making a present for you guys. Just making you guys a little present real quick. This will take me like 5 seconds. 1 moment. Okay. Hiya Bible, hiya Sky, hiya Leaf, hiya hi. Joe shaped into a dead claw. No, but 1 second. Here we go. Here we go. Don't worry, you'll see it soon enough. We need to take the time to fill out the Jorunna film fat. Hi Holiday, hi. Big Nathan is telling you, stop looking at dead claws. The buns scraped the monster girls, but they blind themselves to the ones before them. That's right, should we look at nudie punch instead? That would be the better option. That would be the better option. 1 moment. I must have like a quick one. Surely I have something I can use quickly here. Do I not? Why not? I must. Fine, I'll grab it from my folders. Have you found the blog entry you follow out the horny deadclaw French maid? That isn't real. You can't fool me. That is not real. Hey Holiday. I should add more heart to it. If it will distract you, then up. 1 second. What would be the appropriate? I don't have a lot of angry faces. Don't have a lot of angry faces. Oh, this will work. This will work actually. Okay. Okay, I got something. That should be fine. There we go. There's a monster go on attack at least. It's oi, oi, oi. Here we go. I've made you guys a present. I made you guys a present. Photoshopping yourself into a dead claw? No. got you something else. Here. Just a reminder for all of you. Mainly a matter of coming up with stuff that won't all collapse in on themselves. Here, now let's get back to the Bible reading. Let's go back to the Bible reading. Marcus! You are allowed to look at Marcus. It's envy. I'm not jealous of the sexy dead claws. I swear. Okay. Mudeng is judging my meme. As he should. Marcus went east to try to find the remnants of the Master's army. Inspired by the example set by the Chosen One, Marcus eventually travels across the Great Mountains to the east, searching for other refugees from the Master's army. We never heard from him again. Aww. I'm sure he's probably doing fine. Love to see more Marcus though. I just like to step myself from the Declaw degeneracy crowd over there. Thank you, some sanity. Gors, no one knows. He's the last of his kind, a tortured soul in a kingdom of ruins. Can you hear him howling in the darkness at the edge of the firelight? Of course you can. Shed not a tear for brave Gors. He has served the good people of the waste, and now his time is done. Excuse me? In the other Bible segment he said he could like find one of the other dead claws and then procreate, right? So he can revive the species, probably. Either he died or he's just really shy. Coward! Oi! K9. After getting his motivator repaired, K9 was left in NCR by the Chosen One so that he could receive necessary advice from Dorothy. And not long after his recovery, Dr. Henry, who had been placed in critical condition after being reportedly assaulted by the Chosen One some time earlier, Dr. Henry, afraid that too much information about the Enclave would be obtained by K9, attempted to destroy the cyborg. It was stopped by the Cyberdog and Dorothy, who suspected what Dr. Henry was planning. The NCR government used the attack as an excuse to confiscate K9 and the Cyberdog in order to learn more information about the Enclave as well, as what makes the two of them tick. At last report, and over Dorothy's objections, K9 and Cyberdog were disassembled! And analyzed. Structural damage during the disassembling is reported to have killed both of them! They killed the dogs! No! 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 Can Joe turn into a dead claw? I mean, theoretically, yeah, I am a shapeshifter, but will I? Is a different question. This time is done, and story that time is what they mean. We need our customers back. We need the wingman Gores to not wipe out the species. The top customers, that class ate so much. Shouldn't have left them behind. I don't like this Bible anymore. We should have taken the dogs with us. We should have taken the dogs with us to, I don't know, whatever we get up to after the game. Chris is mad at Chris. I can't believe he just says he murders both of the cyber dogs. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sarn the intelligent Declan from Navarro. According to designer John Daly, Sarn was supposed to go back to Vault 13 and warn the Vault about Horgan's attack. Huh, but he never made it. In the original design, he was supposed to be able to go back and save all the Declans and warn them about the Enclave, but this didn't make it in. Ah. He was last seen wandering east in the waste towards Vault 13. He never made it, however, so his final destination is unknown. Oh, don't worry, all dogs go to heaven. No, this is getting really sad. Why are all the good units dying? First, he murders the penguins. That could have been part of the cute Sheba Navy army. That could have been part of the Navy army. So if super mutants can now reproduce, they can't. Marcus was joking in New Reno. Super mutants are sterile. Blame me for another episode of bad humor, oh cruel reader. To be fair, I felt for it too. I thought he was serious at the time. Makes you feel any better? I just got a Muna and a goal. keep it alive, please. We'd have a much easier time taking the oil if the penguins were still around. If only Chris Avalon didn't hate penguins. The dogs could have survived. The dogs could have survived. Gotta do what you gotta do to eat. Do not eat the dogs. They're robots. Gores and Karn can perpetuate the intelligence declaw waste. The new guns are being made from over-radiated people dying. They did not perpetuate the race! No! He's going back on what he said in Fallout Bible Zero. In Fallout Bible Zero, he said there is a chance. He said there was a chance. He's taking it back. No! No! Deadclaws go to heaven to make very awkward for the rest of the people with high hopes of heaven. Hey, the intelligent Deadclaws were perfectly behaved and very sweet and very kind. Both were male, yeah, but earlier in the Bible they said that they could, because like the Deadclaw intelligence gene was dominant, so they could just like breed with wild lady Deadclaws and revive it. Man, they could have made it. He took my last hope away. No, but thank you so much for the resub. Please enjoy the emotes. Chances are they didn't make it, which does suck. Yeah, man, man. It's fine. Smart Deadclaws are too meanable. That's true. Guess they never found a wife. That would mean human super mutant ghosts and intelligent Deadclaws would be major race in New California, right? Now, as of the end of Fallout 2, no? The predominant and most accepted race in NCR is human, and probably will be for generations. While super mutants and ghouls are tolerated, although some gain true acceptance, especially in the military and the NCR Rangers, that class of any intelligence would not be, assuming any significant number survived the Enclave's massacre at Vault 13, which they didn't. Oh, Chorus. Sorry. I liked intelligence Deadclaws. When they considered trying it though, I imagine they would have to be very selective since most Deadclaws are intensely aggressive. I mean, I guess that's true, but if the intelligence gene was truly dominant, then maybe the good behavior would be too. Maybe. Ghouls in the NCR Rangers are a good plus point. If you have that level of intelligence, ferreting is gonna be something you'd want. Probably not, but I guess for the proliferation of the species, I figured maybe they'd do it. Hey, look, hey, belief system. From the look of 1 and 2, everything seems pretty non-demand there. Are there still any allusions to Christianity? Any generally accepted ideology in the West? I'm assuming it would be monotheistic. Any interesting tribal religions you'd care to elaborate more on? They did mention stuff about the Vipers earlier. How about clearing up some of Hakkonen's gibberish? Side question. Where's the name Hakkonen from? Not anything in relation to the Bakkunin, I hope though. I guess Hakkonen looks a bit Bakkunin post-curvy. Hey Vice, welcome in. All of the beliefs pre-war are probably still there, but they haven't been addressed in any Fallout game out of fear of riling the masses. The Obologists is probably the closest we got, and even they are an amazing coincidence to a contemporary religious. Yeah, coincidence. As a result, there is probably not much point on speculating on them except to say they probably survived in some fashion. Individual designers may end up resurrecting other religions if they necessary to create controversy and screaming matches in the newspaper and message boards. I just want to push that claw with a monocle, right? In my opinion, the entire spectrum of Christianity still exists and has scattered into even more splinter groups. Mormonism still exists, since it was hard to nuke all of Utah, and Mormons are pretty hardy folk. Father Tully in New Reno wasn't really a priest, obviously, and Joe Modoc was a minister of sorts, but neither one was a representative of real-world religion. In the original documentation, Tully was supposed to be from the Abbey, but they drove him out after he accidentally set fire to one of their libraries. Ah. There are no tribal religions anywhere in documentation except for the Vipers above, so anything I added would just be speculation. There are some out there, as much as Arroyo had a whole ancestor worship thing going on. They're probably rat scorpion, sun, sand, volcano, storm, chem, spore, plant, radiation worshippers. Makes sense, makes sense. I mean, they have the big head as well, you know? Hakkonen's gibberish. Don't know where his name comes from. If Hakkonen was part of the original Fallout 2 design, then Game might know. I'll ask him at some point. His gibberish is probably due to the constant barrage of mind-altering chemicals he's been taking in his role as shaman. He's pretty whacked. Well, that confirms that. Game logic reasons, however, dictate that because Hakkinen's text was written by Marco Green, that he speaks the way he does because Mark has a talent and passion for inventing cool ways of speaking for NPCs. Says Lingo, for example. Bone knows his whole Jamaican dealio. He does it because it's fun. Let's give it up for Marco Green, people. Oh, and there are plenty of goats in the wasteland. Watch out for them, because usually they don't like you and what you're thinking. Fallout 3 is a small town mini religion. Nice. 1 second. I am gonna quickly get up and grab some extra water. I'll be right back. I return. I return. Fallout 3 is a small town mini religion. The whole thing. The whole thing. I imagine they would have been selective, and since most deck claws are aggressive. It's true. It's true. I guess, but the thing is, would deck claws be aggressive towards fellow death claws though? Is what I'm wondering. Hey, T1J, hey. Let's put on some of the Fallouts. BGM. Instead of just having my BGM all the time. There we go. Would deck claws be aggressive to bonds? Nah, we have a truce. We have an allegiance. In my canon part of the universe, we wingman the death claws into repopulating because they're really good restaurant customers. And as thriving entrepreneurs, we're not letting this go. We personally escort Gors and Sarn till our consumer base is back. I wonder if Hakkinen would be an intentional reference to Bakunin, the philosopher. I wonder, it could just be like a coincidence, but I guess the only one who would know is the original writer. Probably like different pack animals so the groups might fight. That's true, that's true. In some regions, deck claws are extremely territorial as adults and will absolutely kill each other over turf disputes. Oh no! It's okay. In my canon, we populated the deck claws. Thanks for the funny stuff. Have a good one. You too. You good too. You can get Hakumen to speak normally. I think it's a 1 int character that does that. That's hilarious. I do like the reversals on the 1 intelligence characters when they wind up speaking normally instead. What's the family structure like in the Fallout universe? For most of the examples we've seen, it looks like it sticks to the typical nuclear family, or in more usual cases, single-parent homes due to mortality rates in the West, I assume. I imagine it varies across the region. There's no documentation for this, but it would mostly be nuclear families and possibly a commune here and there, or some sort of group-rearing village. In situations where the genre wants to drive home the 1950s aesthetic, nuclear families are very common. 1 second, I have to cover. Okay, we're all good. Don't worry, I am getting healthier. It's just, you know, the last vestiges of the colds might take a few days to leave. Racism. We've seen a city dweller versus spirit shocker discrimination in Fallout World, but is there any sort of racism? Aside from human versus mutant, I mean. I figured a catastrophic event like the Great War would bring people together. Nuclear families! That is actually a good pun, yeah. Maybe just for the best, the way the buns have been talking about deck claws and the existence of the bunk claw. Maybe we don't want more of them. But the bunk claws are a great sign of peace. A sign of peace and unity between our between buns and death claws. There's no documentation on this, but aside from the obvious mutant gore, human and cultural bigotry, tribal versus townsfolk, Fallout versus everyone, racism and sexism, and this is just my opinion, will be alive and well. A person's skin color, styles, and career are always good excuses for fear and hate to build upon. I imagine communities like NCR and MODOK would have less of a problem with this. The Great War may have brought some communities together, but it was also made isolated communities as well. Even in one, Shady Sands hated the hub, which was suspicious of Junko Town, and there was quite a few groups suspicious of the Brotherhood, etc, etc. There's a lot of potential for sowing the seeds of hate in Fallout, so buckle up everyone. It's not one big family out there. Let the flames begin. As a final note, I always thought it was kind of cool that there was a lot of female Enclave soldiers. And I like that the initial design team made Lynette head of Vault City. And in a nice twist, had in favor of slavery to give the players more to chew on. The culture of the world got shook up in an interesting way. Then Mr. Frosty! She encourages more bunk claws. Keep on looking for the deck claw ones. Look, if bunk claws have as much of a voracious appetite as the deck claws do, this could be a way to get our customer base back. Somebody get Gores. Hey. I'd really like to know this. Why'd they become tribals in such a short time? I've been wanting to know this too. Religious reasons, drugs. My problem with tribals is not their lack of technology, which is vaguely plausible, or their tribal structure, which I don't object to at all. My problem is that the nature of the tribal culture is ridiculous. It makes no sense that post-apocalyptic Americans would degenerate into pre-Columbian natives. Well, I mean, it kind of answered this already, but I guess this goes for tribals in a much broader sense. If you're looking for plausibility in 1 and 2, you're bound to find holes. And that's not a concrete explanation for each one. And sometimes you'll even find multiple explanations that contradict each other. The decision to make Arroyo culture tribals was most likely a game logic thematic one, as plot devices tend to be. There was a certain atmosphere in 2 the initial design team established with the tribal culture in 2. I think they just want to play around with the fact that the player was from a primitive, non-technical, ancestor-worshipping culture. It was a nice way of bringing the history of the Vault Dweller from the past to the present, and provides a nice backdrop for the events in the game. Want more bunk claws? You might have to appeal to 1984. Bunk claw is the lucky one. Fine, you guys. For the sake of more, I guess you guys can look at some sexy dead claws. Yeah, the relation stats are pretty cool. I mean, I like his honesty. It makes sense that just from a gameplay perspective, they were just like, well, it's cool, and that's why. We do have a bunk claw on the back. It's still. No, we like the Tribals DLC in the Bethesda game, helping you to set good writing, but it was slow and dry. There was, for the New Vegas. Oh, it seems somebody liked it. 1985 game. Fine, go look at sexy dead claws. I can't. My entrepreneurial spirit says we need more dead claws. One question raised is that many of the voice acted dialogues were done by Marco Green, who likes to play with that language and culture with the characters. Personally, I like what he did with Seth, Selleck, Diel, the Hakkinen, the whole batch of them. Sure, they're bizarre and they make you wonder about the culture of the world you're in. I think that's a strength, not a drawback. The casino was good as well. All it took was a chance for bunk class. You guys, you make a point. For the bunk claw army, I guess. There's a separate soundtrack for one of the locations, the Primitive Tribe. I wonder if it's in the playlist I have. Okay, why is the doctor for Vault City? Namely Thomas More. The question is pretty simple. Is he a reference to the Alto of Utopia? He says it was most likely a reference to Chatmore. Huh. I thought it seemed to be like an obvious reference to Thomas More, the author. It was one of the Interplay artists? That's one hell of a coincidence. That's one hell of a coincidence in that case. Why does the Dr. Vault City ask you to bring him a dose of jets? For his personal roots or for the research? Is this some sort of quest? Dr. Troy wants a jet so he can create an antidote for it. So at first glance it appears like he's nursing a habit. It's a quest. I thought he said to not send him questions for the walkthrough. Mr. Avalon, you let one slip in? You let one slip in? Here's one. Finally, I know some more about Boyorski's history, besides nice news on my friend's site. You encouraged me to mail you some questions. The citizens of San Francisco often fight with knives called shiv. I tried to use them, but it wasn't possible. They're really shitty daggers. Basically, their big claim to fame was supposed to be they would never be detected as a weapon in the hand if you approached someone, or entered the boxing match and fought in the ring against Lopan, and they were easy to conceal in case anyone searched you. There wasn't a way to pull off the see no evil power, so we didn't implement it. As for being searched, you don't get searched anywhere in the game except at Vault City, so the shifts just ended up being really crappy knives. Still, there was plenty of places where shifts were thematically appropriate, so they're lying around in people's inventory. Makes sense. Just word to walk to a question like a lore question. Maybe I schooled off this far and this is true. It does look up for a doctor in a strait that says she just asked for Jet. Did he really ask for it out of pocket? I feel by the time he asked me for it, he told me the reason. Maybe if you ask him early enough. Because I feel like by the time I asked him, he like straight up said like, he wants to make an antidote though. Is it true that the holy hand grenade can be found in a regular encounter with a cave full of enemies? As for Jason Suin, the random encounter design from 2, he says he doesn't think so. It's only available after King Arthur encounter in a cave with an extremely dangerous rat. So it is in the game! We could be wrong and one may be accidentally placed somewhere. If you guys have a save game where this happened, let me know. Guess the dangerous rat is the rabbit, huh? I enchanted 2 ships in Skyrim and attacked the survival Civil War stronghold with them as a joke. Nice. Hey, Johnson. It is nice. I wonder what Chris Avalon thinks about sexy deck claws. Well, nobody has asked yet so far. So I guess for now we don't really know for sure what he thinks about them. Yeah, I didn't stumble upon it. That's a shame. It's a shame. Send him a mail. Try to see if his email address is still up. Hey, Daidon. Hey. Why Miria? And I guess Davin too don't promote to higher levels. Because they're terrible NPCs. Basically, they were intended as a burden rather than a force to be reckoned with. It's a good thing I couldn't get married. Hey, Autoplex. Hey. In NCR, there's a doctor. I don't remember his name that works on an antidote for mutants. Unfortunately, the antidote is lethal. I'm curious who is the guy. Because according to the dialogue, he seems to come from the Enclave. Or maybe he was just working there. He used to work with the Enclave Cybergenetic Research Program at Poseidon Oral Wake and at various other Enclave installations. Wait, did he mention that? I don't think I put that together. I don't think... I didn't put that together at the time, I think. Ah. Huh. He's gonna actually blow up if a common question goes into sexy deck claws, right? Mutality is a cure for mutants. It does fix them real quick. According to the article, the sexy deck claws explode with Fallout 3. Oh, and cause the author scream like Oppenheimer? I'm still waiting for squirrels and iguanas in game. You know, you kind of have the geckos, which is probably... The geckos and the deck claws is probably the closest you get to the iguanas, but it would be cool if there was one more explicitly. May have come up in conversation, same as the tanker fragrance leader. They sort of use this in the TV show. Oh, the doctor defecting from the Enclave. He claims he left because he felt his work wasn't being appreciated, which is true. His theories on correcting the mutation in the wasteland population were not popular with the rest of the Enclave scientists. Most notably one of his colleagues, Dr. Scraper, who he worked with jointly on many genetic research projects in the past. Oh, but in hindsight, that makes sense, because they both had a robot dog. So it makes sense that Dr. Scraper and Dr. Henry... Oh... Like, for some reason, I just thought they both independently created robot dogs, but if they were working together, that makes sense. Does seem to indicate the Enclave have a bit of a desertion problem, yeah. Definitely. Well, it's nice to see that not everybody agreed with the pure black and white reasoning that they had. Dr. Henry was arguing with Scraper at the Navarro base about the mutation problem for the 5 billionth time when Scraper, in a fit of anger, told Henry he was going to recommend that Henry be transferred to another Enclave facility where he would be put to work on cybernetic maintenance, the equivalent of cybernetic janitorial duty. Henry took the threat very seriously, and within hours, Dr. Henry stole a cybernetic dog, Cyberdog, and slipped away from the Navarro facility, heading east and eventually making his way to the NCR. The Enclave, while not pleased with his attitude and directions of its research, were not happy with his escape. They need all the scientists they can get, and several soldiers were punished for negligence. Scraper never confessed to his role in Henry's disappearance and simply claimed that Dr. Henry had been acting suspicious for some time and was displaying sympathies for mainland mutants. I see. Yeah, in 3 you find deserters everywhere. Oh, well, I suppose that like after the events of the second game, it would make sense that the Enclave kind of starts falling apart. You know, if they don't have like a strong, solid central leadership anymore, and you know the president is gone and stuff, it would make sense that a bunch of people would start defecting. Why is such a large city like San Francisco not so well known as Vault City? The people there didn't seem to isolate like Vault City. I also don't understand why San Fran was avoided by caravans. It's actually well known, at least in the south, you don't see a lot of caravans from San Francisco. San Francisco trades fish to other cities in the wasteland. Okay, so it's... I mean, I think the real answer here is that San Francisco was added late in the game, so they didn't really write a lot of quest for it. Which is why you don't see the caravans from San Francisco trading the fish. Fish. I would assume most of the enclave detachments probably descended into warlordism after the events of Fallout 2. Makes sense. I mean, like, you know, they still have the weapons and stuff, so... If they still have the weapons on hand and all that... Now a question about Brotherhood of Steel. How did they know my hero's name? They're psychic, can read minds, consume human beings, and distort their thoughts. And Neuralink the computers like the master, no secret is safe from them. That's a joke. I will not be fooled by Mr. Avalon's jokes again. I will not be fooled. I know this is a joke. I got you, Mr. Avalon. You are pulling a gag. Is it? Are you sure? He is pulling a gag. That's not... He already said all the psychics are dead. I bet Chris Avalon is a Hippo enthusiast. I bet it's just because they have a really good information network. Don't they straight up mention it? Did you know super mutants aren't actually sterile? I won't fall for that again. They got the gear, they got the command structures, and now they have to fend for themselves, and it's the reason they set up wherever. Especially if you keep Mariposa alive. Dogmeat has psychic origins as well. Well, Dogmeat, I believe. There are psychics in the first game, but they already said all the psychics are dead. They're all wiped out, unless you want to put them in the tabletop game. According to him. 2 more questions, but they're not exactly for me. Some people send such questions to my site, and I have an opportunity to finally find the answer. First one seems to be a walkthrough question, but I'll ask it anyway. I can feel Mr. Avalon's anger. So, a guy named Matt asked about the second excavator chip in Reading. Is there any way to sell both chips? It should only be 1 chip. If there are 2, then that's a bug. Let me know where you find the second one. The way the guy asks a question is very cheeky. Yeah, cheeky action, cheeky response. True. There's actually a Hearts of Iron submod for mod called Old World Blues, where you can play as the Enclave, operating from Navarro. Nice. The second question is a real mystery for me, because I only managed to verify the part of it. Someone called Cervantes asked about the 6th toe gained in the toxic drives, which can be removed in Vault City. The part is clear, but now something interesting. Cervantes says that after he finished the game, the horse in New Reno kept saying, "You really should put the mutated toe on Horrigan." Is it true? Or is Cervantes just pulling my leg? It's a joke. Don't do it. It doesn't do anything. Don't eat the toe either, since I believe it poisons you. Right, you guys did mention that you can eat the toe, right? It's messed up. Whatever happened to the inhabitants of the Sierra Army Depot? General Clifton and his troops evacuated from the base somewhere between July and late October, went to join the remaining troops in the neighboring installations, and sent to the front lines in China and anchorage on a plane or ship before the lives were reduced to ash by a rain of nuclear fire. That's a shame. Never got into New Vegas, but I made my character to be an Enclave descendant to justify their high science. It's a good enough justification, I think. They would be pretty clever. Points line is just another joke pointing fun at the Sierra point and clicks. Right. I was wondering for a second, because Fallout doesn't have points, but that would make sense. And there is like a couple of other like CRPGs that still have like points in them here and there, like the really early ones. That's probably what it's going for. Who were the Sierra Army Depot soldiers attacked by? Since when you get the robot to take out his body from the tube, he says, "I got to get back to my squad." They were attacked either by hungry or striking rioters in the United States, unlikely from Dobbs' description, however. Or they were deployed to China or Alaska, where they fought the Chinese. Dobbs' unit was in Alaska when he was wounded and dumped in the meat wagon. Spectrum around max tech with augment lace weapons and bow armor? Nice. You know, I was wondering about the soldier, because I thought like maybe he just got attacked in the depot, but I guess it makes more sense that they just shipped him out to the depot, like from the war field. How does he have a wet wide AoE? I never used the BB guns because I thought they were weak. Were the enemies weak or something? The fact he's carrying the BB gun is a joke, as well as the fact that he dies from post-hygienic syndrome a few seconds after popping out of the tank. But the gun itself isn't very funny to anyone you shoot it in the eye with. There's a high chance of doing some blood-curling criticals and consistently does 25 points of damage with every hit. Oh, not bad. Okay. The SharePoint, the clicks have points, and to get all the points you need to do all sorts of wacky stuff, even more than usual puzzles. True. Like, oh, to be fair, you can still... Were there like extra endings if you get all the points? Or can you just... Is it more just for self-satisfaction? The manual has an ad in the back for a gag. When this ad was placed in the manual, was it already known that this would be the key item in 2, or was it just coincidental? No, from what Chris Taylor tells me, the gag was created by Jason Anderson and Leonard Boyarsky. It wasn't intended to be used in 2, but as far as McGuffin goes, it was there when it was needed. Hello, game logic. I had a feeling it was the case. Can the Fallout 1 Vault Dweller ever beat Zax at chess? To beat Zax in chess, you must score a critical success on an intelligence check, and Zax must fail its check. Very rare circumstance. As I recall, it might be scripted so that it's only possible if the character has 10 int, but I may be mistaken. It's been a while. None of the skills except perhaps gambling seemed really appropriate, so I decided to go for a straight stat check. You guys said this was actually bugged, right? And it's not actually possible in the base game. Hey Flavio, welcome in. Because like apparently that's something that had to be patched into it. Because it was bugged in base. Once I asked Boost from the Fargo traders in the hub about the Maltese Falcon, and he mentioned a girl named Hope, a singer at the Maltese Falcon. When I looked at your newly released concept art for Vault13.net, I noticed a character named Hope. I've never been able to find the golden game. Why not? What role should this character have played? Sounds like it would take ages even if not bugged, yeah. Apparently it wasn't coded right. That's what I heard, that's what you guys told me. It seems even they didn't realize at this point in time. I think you usually just get the point tally, and then the game encourages you to go back and get all the points. Even Indy had it. Fair. There are no critical successes or failures for special stats, only critical hits. I see. Hi Jesse, hey. According to Scott Calpin, one of the original designers, Hope was supposed to be a singer at the Maltese Falcon who was supposed to have some adventure seats with the hub underworld. Didn't make it into the game, and there's no more information on her, unfortunately. 1 second, let me cough. I hope I'm sounding alright, by the way. Like, one of my ears is like kind of blocked right now, so like I can't hear myself properly. So it's like that part of the being sick where I can't really hear myself talking right now, so I'm like really self-conscious. Sound like usual? Thank God. Yeah, the ear thing is such an annoying feeling. I have like the weird little inside of the ear echo. It's terrible. Sound a little tired, but not too bad. Okay. Excellent. And sound the same as usual? I've just been muted the entire screen. Just makes me yawn. Ear infection? Nah, just the ending days of a cold. I'm nearly out of the cold, but you know, still a little, I guess, phlegmy. Sounds better than before. Hey, Dominic, hey. That's good. I'll be careful, don't worry. What do you need to save the hub from being slaughtered by the fleeing mutants in the end of the scene? I finished one once where the hub survived the attack and twice where it was slaughtered, but to the best of my knowledge I did nothing different. Beats me. I've forgotten. I think it's a time issue. If anyone is out there reading this, let me know. It could be a bug. I love Chris Avalon. He's like, oh, I don't know. Same issues as people said, I've only ever known you sick. I'm not always sick. Yeah, it always feels like the ear needs to be popped, but it doesn't. Right. I heard Hippo eggs have healing properties to combat the cold. Tim has a fit about it. Fallout wasn't even a B project, not even a C one. Oh, I see. At least he proves it's possible, that's true. I've read all the updates and I'm still curious about one thing. Why is Share Army Depot not mentioned at all? I think the Share Army Depot is not an insignificant part of the game's plot. Just on the contrary, I believe that has something to do with the FEV experiments or with the development of futuristic weapons and armor. It doesn't look like it's just a weapons storage facility. Otherwise, why was it inserted into the game if it had no particular reason? Or place where I can find some stuff to sell and gain an NPC, probably one of the best. So my question is, what is the role of the Share Army Depot in Fallout? And what it has to do with the FEV experiments and weapon development? Maybe some kind of artificial intelligence development. This is a long run-on question. I was watching the VOD of the first stream a year ago and I was sick at the same time. It really is the season. One day I'll be sick less often, hopefully. First of all, the Share Army Depot was intended to be a bonus location for the game. Just a place to adventure that wasn't tied to the main plot, kind of like EPA, Abbey and Primitive Village were supposed to be. Except it made it in, as it MODOK New Reno and to an extent the military base, which while it helps support the plot, isn't a critical part. Was used for the following. Was responsible for storing various military munitions. Responsible for disposing most of the obsolete munitions in storage. And then is when the place started getting creepy. Became a classified facility for robotic research and development. This is all the stuff that we read in the timeline already, so I'll kind of skim that. But most importantly, they made Skynet. It's possible that intelligence erased all of this, but unlikely. Skynet is not its real name. Buns must be slacking on burger sacrificing rituals. I haven't been able to eat burger in a while. Just because, like, I haven't been feeling having enough appetite because of the cold. I think I'm getting sick now. Are you sure you don't have some future virus? I think it might be a future virus. A lot of buns have been getting cold lately. That said, I do have like plans to eat burger with zucchini this weekend, so I hope I'll have like more appetite by then. Because we made burger plans, so because she's my burger buddy who also likes burger. You do need some protein to help with the recovery. It's true. I mean, I'm still making myself eat some stuff every day, but that's tough when your appetite is just like, you know, from being sick. It really sucks. Skynet is the first machine intelligence to be developed in the Hippo. Was conceived in 2050. Didn't actually become aware to 2075, and it really started cranking on developing a cybernetic brain to help it gain mobility. In July of 77, Skynet was copied, creating two versions, one to run in the fences and the other to sit in a lab. Waiting for research to come back and help it finish the fucking cybernetic brain it had spent so long developing. Notice her V-snack keychain was a Charburger? Yep. Should be fine, there's still plenty of time to the end of the week. That's what I'm thinking. I'm sure I'll be okay. Like how he's trying to explain the bug in the game with the Skynet days being wrong by explaining it was a Skynet who was bugged, right? It's shocking how much lore they do give to the gags. It's absolutely. The dates for its awareness and final instructions are incorrect. It became self-aware in 75, was abandoned sometime later. 77 is believed the dates and numerical data within the facility may be suffering from some damage or numeric decay. Or, you know, our writers got it wrong. Biological research. In addition to biological weapon and drug testing, the Share Army Depot performed many illegal experiments on prisoners of war and military prisoners. Especially US military prisoners and deserters. The ones that weren't used to stock robo-brains, however, attempt to enhance their intelligence and fighting skills, but the chemical cocktails that the Sierra Depot crew were feeding the subjects had nothing to do with the FEV research taking place in West Tech and the Mariposa facility. Many of the brains extracted in the Sierra Army Depot found their way into the robo-brains throughout the US military. Furthermore, the Sierra Army Depot kept many prisoners and soldiers in stasis, most likely for military or testing purposes, such as private jobs. I guess we might have been too kind to them, thinking they kept them in stasis to like help them heal in the future. Of course, it was just for testing purposes. 77 is when Skynet was made into a multiple personality in order to oversee the defense of the Sierra Depot as General Clifton and his command pulled out of the base. It has been sitting there in the darkness ever since, illuminated by tiny blinking red diodes and the wearing of magnetic tape reel. That's not what the government does, silly. Yeah, I guess they're not there to cure them. They're just there to experiment. 1 second, let me cough. Okay, let's go. As mentioned before, no good question can ever truly have an answer. Here's a follow-up. Everybody's mentioned the EPA, Abbey, and the Primitive Tribe. Is there any possibility of these additional locations ever being released or cracked to unpack them? The data of this location is included in the master data, if I'm not mistaken. So there must be a way to reveal them and make them playable, right? I guess you know how valuable it is for friends. Wasn't ever anything designed for those locations, except for 5 to 6 pages of EPA summary, which I've included below. Locations don't actually exist in the data file anywhere in playable state, even if 50% finished state. I doubt we'll ever make them or release them to the public. Oh, but I bet the players have. No cough ASMR. I will always mute. I will always mute if I have to cough. Okay, short answer on how to be a game designer. This last question isn't going to be the final version of the Bible, by the way. Well, that was a lie. Well, that was a lie, because it very much is included in the final version of the Bible we are reading today. He lied to us. I mean, I guess like learning how to be a game designer is like still interesting, but not necessarily related to Fallout, huh? Hey, 40, welcome in. I'm an avid gamer and fan of role-playing games that wish to enter the industry, but have a limited appreciation of graphic design and programming. Quite a few had later notes kept in, right? The very least fans have recreated the EPA based on a combo of leftover files and design notes. Nice, that's what I figured they would have done, especially if the notes are quite detailed. I guess we haven't hit the notes yet, but the ones for the Viper clan were quite detailed, so... My primary interest instead rests along with the line of storyline and world creation in classic role-playing fashion. Now this would seem to make entering the game industry difficult. Few games really seem to have a focus on excellent and well-executed storytelling, which would seem to note a limited demand. Well, writers are always needed though. Further, it depends on the genre though, you know, some games require writers more than others. How would I make contact with companies to establish myself? Fanfiction is a lovely thing, but I've never heard of a fanfiction writing being drafted. More common these days. More or less to work in a gaming company. You can see my problem. Actually, I know for a fact that about several years back, in the interview application for Square Enix, one of the application requirements was actually to send in fanfiction. I'm not sure if it's still a requirement, but it used to be a few years ago. Fun fact, I think the prompt was something, like literally fanfiction prompts. Like one of the prompts was like, pick one of your favorite Square Enix property characters and write like, I forgot how many words, like about their experience if they were isekai'd into the modern world. No joke. Did they allow erotic fanfiction? Don't think they specified. Hey, generic. And I think the other one was also like something about like writing how the characters interact. But I specifically, yeah, it's a good way to both show off writing skills and like understanding of the IP. So, you know, you can put that fiction writing experience to the professional test. It used to, I'm not sure, it might even still be a Square Enix interview question. It certainly used to be. Is the pop literally Kingdom Hearts 4 for Sora? I guess so. Great to think with so many places now avoid hiring fans at all to a weird degree. I wonder, it might like depend on the place, but I know like within, I guess like at least with, I only know like the Japanese company scene, but a lot of them basically require like knowledge of the properties. Adding my Jorunna fanfics to my resume. Your fanfictions may have to be targeted, but I know at least for Square Enix, that was for a long time one of the interview questions. This, like, not a secret by the way, it was on their websites and everything. If you guys are curious, it might still have their modern day questions on there. Let me know if there's still fanfiction in it. My questions are as such. What degrees or experience would be preferred if I'm going to attempt to enter as a storyline writer or level designer? As a storyline writer would likely also become. Additionally, how would I establish contacts within the industry or companies that would have need for interested and able writers? Perhaps if Joe ever starts making games, then your Joanna Joe fanfic could be added to your resume, yeah? Might still be with a company like Square. I would not be surprised. From what I know, They have basically always have the fanfiction question there, but with different prompts depending on the year. But all of them are basically fanfiction prompts, and most of the time they do ask you to use one of their characters from one of their franchises. First off, if you're interested in story and world creation, I recommend trying to get into pen and paper game industry, or in books or novels. Game design requires a love of game mechanics, lists, and tons of rule sets. If you're interested in computer game designing, then here's what we look for and what you should focus on. A love of RPGs, a critical eye for RPGs, and preferably other games as well, including feel, interface, spacing, weapon balance, level design, and so on. Play a lot of them and be able to tell what you like and don't about each game. The more specific, the better. I like how you can tell that Chris Avalon is a very big fan of TRPG as well. I mean, it's quite obvious because of how much went into Fallout. But even here, he's like, you know, start with your pen and paper. Good design skills. Not only do you notice the elements mentioned above, but you can also implement them well, know and recognize game cliches. Good writing skills. We're not actually arguing and throwing feces at each other through arcade bars. A large portion of a game design's job is design documentation or writing 5,000 emails. That means you need good technical writing skills and ability to organize your thoughts. You need to be able to pass a document to audio, QA, marketing, the programming staff, and an artist. And they should be able to find out whatever information they need just by looking at the document. And it is a skill to actually clearly explain what people need to know. That's actually a good point. Isn't the music barely audible? I suppose it might be... There we go. It might be if... I might have forgotten to turn on the source. Oops. It could also be a way to know if the candidate is a real fan of the catalog. Exactly. Very true. Or at least, see what kind of grasp they have of the character. If you want to prep for a job in the game design field, I'd suggest the following. For Joy App Audio was nice. You guys get game audio now too. You should play a lot of games. Analyze what you like and don't like about them. If you interview for a game company, that'll always be part of the interview questions. Having smart answers beforehand helps them determine if you'll be a good developer or not. You guys want a fun fact? One time auditioning to a Japanese game company, they asked me if I played gacha, and the follow-up was how many URs, or the highest unit I had within the gacha I played. At which point I answered honestly, and one of the people on the interview committee was like, "Oh wow, that's a lot of them. I don't have that many myself." And then they looked at each other like, "Do you think that's the most in the company?" And they were like, yeah, I think so. Do you think, oh yeah, and oh, I think maybe someone in HR had it's no, I think she only had 32 or something. I was like, yeah, that's right. I am addicted. Thank you for noticing. Jill was hoarding all the music, yeah. Come on, friends, jump scare. Welcome in, Patty. It's an evil question. It's an evil question. So that's where the luck went. I don't play that much these days, but I hold the strongest will. It's not necessarily a good thing. No, it certainly is not. I am better off not playing as much anymore these days. Both in mental spirit and my wallet. It's a whole field in communication. Absolutely. Can't feel proud of being the most addicted in the company. Nope. Hey, Hina. Hey, welcome in. But it's true. That's in the modern day. That is a question you can get. You should play a lot of games, but just importantly, watch a lot of other people play games. Pay attention to how the game is played, especially the interface and menus and the means by which the player interacts with the game. When you do, you'll quickly start seeing what irritates players and what they enjoy. Keep running a log in head of successful ideas used in games to make them work. I mean, this is a lot easier these days as people Let's Play. Maybe the lady at the restaurant in Fallout 2 was right about you after all. Maybe. Does that get you bounty points with the recruiters? I think it impressed them because I did wind up working with this unnamed company for a little while, so it actually got me the job. Is what I like to joke at the time. So I don't think it's a red flag. I think it's taken as like a sincere interest in the industry. It paid off, yep. If a game comes with a level or map editors, play around with them. Try out levels and scenarios with your friends and use it as an acid test for your work. There are a lot of editors out there, like the level editors for Quake, StarCraft, Warcraft, Arcanum, Neverwinter Nights, and any others you can get your hands on. Put your levels or mods up on the net, get critiques, try to make a name for yourself as good of a level or map designer before you go to the game company. It helps when the interviewer's already seen your work on the internet. Perhaps even played one of your letterbox. Very true, very true. They work so diligently. They need the gacha money. They need this. They need this job to pay off their gacha debt. Persistence and enthusiasm means a lot in the game industry. So if you get knocked down once, just back up and try again. You'll get noticed. I will say, it was an unexpected follow-up. Like, I guess maybe they were trying to like root out people who are just saying that they played the games with like the how many, URs do you got? But last question you expect in a job interview. Hoarding music as a gun and scrap hoarder, I approve. Let's go. But I'm sharing the music again now, don't worry though. It seems the music has stopped. Oh, let me turn that back on. Let me see. Persistent enthusiasm means a lot in the game industry, so if you get knocked down once, just back up and try again, you'll get noticed. If you're looking for college classes to take, I'd suggest some creative writing courses, maybe a little bit of programming and arts, and any class to deal with interface design or layout for computer programs. Smart. UI always helps. Learn how to write critically and technically and become familiar with Microsoft's work. Though to this day, graphic design is my passion, frog.png. I've never been very good at graphic design. I've gotten better with my thumbnails, I think, a little bit over time. But I've never been particularly good at them. A lot of designers did not start out as designers. If you want a door into the game industry, try manual writing, web design, quality assurance, or a bunch of other jobs in the game industry. Make your interest in becoming a designer known. If you have the skills, somebody should give you a chance. Anniversary stream. Yeah, that was a very graphic design is my passion kind of stream, as I drag my PNGs and GIFs all over the place and the text is all mismatched. The primitive tribes out there playing? Yep, that's right. I do have a question for the Bible. If it works, that's right. Most classic theories on nuclear war include a nuclear winter after the attack, where particulates in the atmosphere cause a substantial drop in temperature, along with snowing, freezing and the like. There's a great winter list in the Fallout timeline, but does not immediately follow the nuclear exchange. Was or wasn't there a nuclear winter? If not, why not? If so, why wasn't it mentioned? Mind, it is quite possible I mismentioned of it. Presumably though, it would have had a sustained impact on the world. Your thumbnails have heart? Oh, thank you. People just don't understand avant-garde. Yesterday's stream was avant-garde. 1 second, I have to cough. That's right. Nope. I just assumed there was a nuclear winter and that was a bad assumption. I just assumed hundreds of bombs flying around in the nuclear winter was pretty inevitable, but I don't think one ever occurred in the Fallout universe. As for why not, I don't know enough about nuclear warfare at the moment to say why not. AKA, we haven't thought of it. I'll make the assumption that the nuclear warheads used in the Fallout universe were of comparable tonnage to the nukes in the real world, early 1950s, in which case many of them could have been used without causing a massive blackout. If someone out there with real nuclear warfare knowledge, please give us an excuse. I'd appreciate it. I'll make you a big winner for the next time. Please tell us a good reason for why we could have forgotten about the nuclear winter in our documents. Thank you. Hippo for Commando friends. Yeah, we have the hippos on screen today. You reptile. Patrolling the Mojave always makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Surely they have thought of all the possible scenarios. That's right. This poor guy. About the Elder Aftermath text. First it says she lived on for many years. Then that she passed away a few months later. Is that an inconsistency, or did she live many years and then a few months and then she died? She dies a few months after Arroyo is established, which takes many years once they figure out how to make the gag work. Oh, that does mean she doesn't die so soon. Skew ASMR microphones. George is speaking a little bit is satisfying enough. Good, because I don't have the money for an ASMR microphone. I was watching a Chikiku video about hauling large amounts of cargo. Got me thinking about someone getting rich because they're hauling tons of loot. I mean, if you can haul enough, perhaps you could. They thought of every possible scenario. Surely. I wonder if Keseflon personally wrote patrolling the Mojave Sur makes you wish for nuclear winter. Maybe as a form of revenge because he forgot about it. Hey Bluey, hey. Says there's no nuclear winter because the use of thousands of mini nukes instead of truly big ones. I'm sure somebody wrote that in as an answer and then they could canonize it. Could you take up the floating dino that Melchior Sr. burst out in the military base? Here you go. I only include it here because when I want to and Windows NT it flashes by too fast for me to read. So if anybody else has the same problem, here you go. Stop! Approach no further. Melchior the Magnificent commands you. Behold! I am the greatest magician in the world. Tremble before the might of the Melchior the Magnificent. My pets will feast on your bones. Is Professor Broken Hills the same as the missing She Ancient? No, Professor Shang is unaccounted for. Poor Professor Shang. Oh. In 1 second, let me cough. Okay. In John Daly's answer to Gore's question, the statement the intelligence team was made male-specific and dominant. Doesn't make a lot of sense from a genetic standpoint. This is true. But I suppose it's science fiction. Hey, I'm still trying to figure out how to explain the physics of the hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator. Oh, if you go to a Vault City with intelligence of 4, you'll notice that your character won't always understand some of the bigger words that Vault citizens are spitting out. Ah, that's kind of interesting. Because there's like the one guy you can talk to, who you can tell he's talking to smart as well. Are you supposed to have more adaptation in Vault City? On topic of real-world names in Fallout, I think they're neat. I like to open Atlas and look for places in the wasteland in Fallout 2. And it must be absolutely mind-boggling to be a Fallout 2 player and actually live in Klamath Falls or something. Guess Tim and Crew thought so too, or they just felt like doing it for some other reason. Don't really know what the decision was. Low intentions playthroughs sound good. Maybe I will do them someday. A taste and a big hey from Christoph. Oh god, we're getting a thesis. Should I strike in? Why the creepy music? That's the Fallout background music. We're currently in the City of the Dead, aka Necropolis. That's why. We're reading the Fallout Bible after all. Okay, I just downloaded and read the 2 Bibles, part 0 and part 5. I have some questions about Fallout. Just you wait till you read. Why the cows in Fallout 2, when touched to move them, are dropping down on the ground? How does it happen after some shaking, which looks like taking damage from a gunshot? Why is it not possible to move them at all? Supposed to simulate the great sport of cow tipping. You know, I never wound up tipping any of the cows. I'm too polite for that. I also kind of forgot it was possible. Do perks like Sexpert or Kamasutra Master make any difference? There's not so many possibilities to have sex in Fallout 2. I'll give them a break, it's the games that invented sex for the first time. Think it allows you to automatically get the best response from Mr. Bishop, as well as allow you to become a porn star without a problem. Don't find set it up, so I'm not absolutely sure. It's of limited usefulness, and I wouldn't recommend taking it if you're in a serious life or death game, or if you're a gaming munchkin. May I tip over the Yumiushi? No. I'd recommend only watching some low-end playthrough. Can't accept too many quests, not a high amount of interesting dialogue changes. Better to just look it up. I see. Hey, Isa. Surely you would not tip your fellow Ushi. Exactly. You're getting it. You would not tip an Ushi, would you? What the hell happened to Vault 15? 2 maps were included, showing 2 versions of Vault 15 side by side. The question is long and complex, so I added 2 images to the email to make it a bit more understandable. Since I'm not including the images show Vault 15 from 1 and Vault 15 from 2. Obviously there are some big structural differences. Beats me. I'll ask the designer. It was probably changed because designers, caveat, privilege, whatever, there's no documentation. If I recall correctly, Danny does say 15 was occupied by NCR a couple of years ago, before the squatters drove out the guards. Possible they did some excavation and maintenance. Especially while building the NCR, but that would be guessing. Is a viable Bible? Yeah, there sure is. I would tip my Yoshi on the Yoshi. No tipping the Yoshis. Your kites are usually dysfunctional. Never tip them when they serve you hippo eggs. There's no hippo eggs on the menu. When usually tipping is fun, when she bounces and receives no damage. No tipping, you're Yomiishi. It's bullying. It's mean. It's very mean. Do the original people from the community of Shady Sands come from Vault 15? President Danny says something like, we need some parts from our old vault. Is she lying, or the Aradesh didn't want to tell the original Vault Dweller anything about it? As far as I remember, after telling him that the character is from one vault, he says something like, Wanderer, I shall believe you for now. Now when you say tipping, I guess there's different parts of tipping, because as a waitress, I suppose I won't say no, but no cow tipping. Dribbling buns is fine. Yes. Dribbling buns is always okay. If I do it. Like, check this out. Check this out. It's gonna go crazy. 1 second. There we go. There we go. Look. Can we tip you with the tipped cow? I'll allow it. Tip over the Miishi out of love, not malice. Check this out. Boing, 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 boing. See? Buns are made for dribbling. just made still. Boing, 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 boing. There. What if we do both dip types at the same time? Do they cancel out? Not allowed. Something going on. Yeah, it's the bun boinging, bouncing. Have mercy, they're gonna get motion sick. It's okay, they're immune to blunt force damage. Can't believe you've done this. It wasn't attached to anything. No. There are exceptions. You have to admit the Joe does fit well with your hand. Exactly, that's why I did it. There are exceptions like Ian. I don't know why Aradesh didn't mention Vault 15. I suspect he tends to be pretty reserved. And maybe we forgot to write it in the first game. And suspicious of strangers. As for Wanderer, I shall believe you. Aradesh just commenting that he's not sure why he believes the player is from a vault. Doesn't jive, I know. Especially after you help his daughter, but there you are. The yo-yo bun, yeah! Just as a detour side note into game logic, so you can see it from a development perspective, voice acting is a double-edged sword. It's good to hear the character speaking, but it can cause problems, not just because of expense. Because what you record is what you get. It has to be done several months before the game ships. So the audio can clean it and you can lip sync it to other characters. And one permo is a very scary in person. The problem occurs is that you can't always anticipate every spoken line of dialogue you may need for a game. That's why occasionally you'll get some tell me about responses for some of the spoken characters that do not have any voice attached to them. Also, if you've ever wondered why certain voice acted characters in Fallout tell you to go to the existence to receive rewards, that's why! It's easier to modify the non-voice acted assistants as them. I hadn't thought of that, but that makes so much sense. But I was giving you headbats, and then when your guard was down to assist into dribbling you like a basketball, I would have to send you to jail. You'd have to go to the dungeon, I'm afraid. This makes a lot of sense though, because yeah, now I think about it, they really do send you to their assistants very often, huh? If we're talking about Aradesh, why does he look like General Maxim? Are they family? I think they were both done by Scott Wodenheiser. He has a certain style on how he sculpts heads. They may have even been the same head, I don't know. Makes sense, you smasher. Why is Vault not the one we know? To recap from the above or below, I can't remember. Since I'm not including the images show Vault 15 from 1 and 2. Obviously there are big structural differences. Beats me, I'll ask the designer. It was probably changed because of the designer privilege, there's no documentation. If I recall correctly, Danny does say Vault 15 was occupied by NCR. Okay, it's just the same question answer, he just included it twice. Hey Smasher, welcome in, welcome in. The third level is also different. All the rocks were dug out, but how? In 1 you see it. It's impossible to remove the rocks even with the best explosives. Does it mean one person is unable to do it, but many hands for many days may be able? Most likely another case of designer privilege. It's possible a mining excavation team with rigging and excavation tools backed by the Republic working on several months can do it. I mean, that makes sense to me, they had 80 years. Yeah, they were there for many decades before the squatters showed up. Don't know for sure, that's just a guess or a retro explanation for something that defies explanation. In 1 there were 2 elevators. On 1 and 2 it's not possible to rebuild the elevator shafts, or am I mistaken? Again, it's more designer privilege. Or decor or butcher the overseer, exactly. Designer most likely just needed them rebuilt, but could have been done with ropes down the shafts. I imagine, this is speculation, that there had been an NCR excavation team. They may have gotten the shafts operational again somehow. But that would be reaching. Can't find any reason for the change, and there may not have been one, except for the purpose of designer privilege caveat. He really likes repeating the whole set. Good to know that even back in the early 2000s, fans of the games had a hard time believing people can do stuff manually, right? People never change. Has Cassidy ever had a wife or girlfriend? Tons! And sometimes both at the same time. It's why he has a bad heart. Oh, Cassidy. Scoundrel! What kind of tree is growing out of Hell's Head? An oak, the larch, something else? Completely new species. No pre-war equivalent. It's never been classified. It's unique and special, just like Harold. Aww. How about water creatures? Are there whales in the Fallout universe? Please say yes. The question once surely existed. How about sharks or other species? Lobsters? There's fish, seaweed and algae, but no known sightings of other fishing creatures, including sharks and lobsters. Huh. If for fanfiction purposes you want to include lobstrosities, like in the dwelling of the tree, knock yourself out. Presumably aquatic life probably fared better than most of the land-based species, but no one has done research on how Feather radiation may have affected them, if at all. Oh, the whale on 2 doesn't count, since it fell from orbit. This is true. Lobstrosities mentioned. I mean, it's true, like, I'm sure that, like, especially with humans having to rebuild and probably not overfishing as much as they do these days, if anything, aquatic life must be thriving. There must be more of it than ever, right? There are people who thought that crossing the post-war US was borderline impossible, ignoring that you can cross on foot in a little over a year, right? Like, you know, people did it in the past. They can certainly do it again. I noticed in the NCR holidays there's a reference to a number of cities. Most of them recognizable except for Maxon. I take it this city is named after Brotherhood Maxon, so what's the story? Did they settle down, make a larger town? Can hardly imagine the Brotherhood of still doing this, let alone for some city like the NCR. Secondly, Danny is of East Indian descent, but in 2 she is clearly white, has a Texan accent. What happened religiously in NCR? I know it was supposed to be intentionally mixed fault city, but it seems to be herbologist. There are a lot of crosses around in general. The radiation probably soaked into the ocean. Yeah, but like... ocean big. Ocean very big. You know. Saltwater also disperses radiation relatively well, and ocean so much bigger than you can even think. You know, I'm sure it would have some effect on the sea life, but nothing it wouldn't bounce back from, I feel. Erdash has East Indian influence about them, but I don't know about Danny's mother, since he kicked the bucket before the game starts. She has darker sins in 1 and 2, mostly because when 2 rolls around she's ancient and spends a lot more time indoors. As for shedding Dharma's teachings, Danny loved her father, but she didn't always agree with them, and I imagine religion was no exception. Ocean big, and most of the quad would have likely stunk to the bottom, exactly. Nature overcomes, nature adapts. It's true, and these nukes didn't even let out that much radiation, because they didn't even get nuclear winter, so... I think the whales are probably fine. Otter Girl survives for another day. The designers for NCR, Zeb Cook and John Daly, felt that with the huge Brahmin trade, NCR would gain some Texan color and slang. I think Zeb just lived in Texas too long, that the region was burnt to his skull. So Danny's speech is roughened up as a result of 80 plus years of Brahmin driving influences. There you go. The penguins are super dead. Oh yeah, no, penguins are like beyond dead. They're like the deadest of dead. No penguins survived the nuclear war. There's rumors of Gullified Rage. Ooh, that would be sick. Implementing sea animals and water levels hard. Yeah, that's probably no good reason to be on the ocean for most of Fallout. When it comes to metals such as mercury, they have a tendency to accumulate in fish. They sure do. But they still, you know, hang in there for a while. Apparently, like whale especially is full of mercury. Religiously, while Erdash believes in the teachings of Dharma, Danny always believed in the separation of church and state, resisted any attempts to canonize the Vault Dweller within the city limits. The statue's fine, but that's it. Both Erdash and Danny found politics and religion don't mix, especially when they got more exposure to the people of the hub and visits from well-spoken members of the followers of Apocalypse. In any event, the NCR allows any non-psychotic religions within their capital. They are all for freedom of religion as long as it doesn't involve human sacrifice or dipping people in baths. I see, so there's a certain one that's being excluded. Yeah, I see. Where are my sky whales? And the closest were just hovos from Fallout 1 scenery. It's quite likely that the members of Sadie Shans were Catholic, but as a general rule, you have to be careful about bringing up real-world religions into games from a development standpoint. It's worse than Profanity in top 10 of list of things people will get up in arms about. That said, the apologists have no relation to Scientologies. Any coincidence between the two groups are just that, coincidences. From a development standards, the apologist was mostly an NCR to allow you access to the apologists in San Francisco later on, much like Jane in the Hub was in Fallout 1. They allowed the apologists so your religion has to be really messed up to get elected from the NCR. True. Thirdly, is there going to be a reference to what happened elsewhere? Like to Canada or China or Europe perhaps? There's a number of dots in the world map in the Enclave War Room. Are there other US bases? Nothing on any other countries that has already been mentioned, at least, not for the time. The dots on the maps were either Enclave bases, sites of interest for the Enclave, special military stations, or just flashing red dots placed there for ambience. I'm betting on the latter. Yeah, that's sometimes how game design goes. Me when I'm lying, right? Didn't one of you guys say they actually got sued by Scientology, or they actually tried suing them? So I guess like he has to be continuing to say there. All pure coincidence, even in these documents. Finally, I was doing some research into nuclear winters. South America as a whole doesn't have many natural resources, so would likely not be involved with the Great War. Never have been a major player, never will be, and because of its far south location, it will be spared from a lot of the nuclear fallout and pretty much all the effects of nuclear winter. What is South America's status in the Fallout world? Well, the author of the last ship agrees with you. South America probably didn't get involved or hit that bad, but won't be covering any specifics in the Bible, at least not anytime soon. Oh, guys, the penguin! The penguins, the fuck! Whoever asked about the penguins in the last update should check out the last ship too, since the author dwells on the topic of penguin survival quite a bit. Well, the question is, do the penguins survive in the last ship, or is this just more confirmation that the penguins will certainly die? This fool does not know Brazil will be founding the Earth Federation, no? Okay, what does the yellow reactor keycard deal? Last I heard, was supposed to either do something to the nuclear bomb in the Enclave, or do something to the reactor in Gecko. Whatever it was, don't think it made it in. But I need to Shanghai a programmer to make sure. They all stopped talking to me since I turned into a raving lunatic during Icewind Dale 2. So it may take a while for me to hunt them down, place them into interrogation cages. It's like we'll never get an official game set abroad, besides maybe the very most southernmost parts of Canada and northern Mexico. Guess mods will be the best it's gonna get. Fan games and all that, fair. Talking Dead Claws. The talking Dead Claws were destroyed at the end of 2. Garden Corks did not go on to create a new species. They are gone, kaput, goodbye! No! In fact, any mutant animal that talks can safely be assumed to have died at the end of the exact moment that Fallout 2 was over. Any last word, talking animals? I thought not. I guess he got tired of people asking about it, so I guess that means the big rat died as well, huh? Mr. Brain also died. Hey, a ghost. I guess maybe he's just given up and giving them a chance. I guess maybe they got too much critique for the silly, goofy talking animals in the game that they just didn't want to anymore. Making talking enemies fall out thick out of spite, please. History of the Dead Claws. Did you know the Dead Claws originally had hair? Did you know the Dead Claws were originally modeled after? And no, I don't mean the Shadow Claws in Wastelands. Wait for the next update for the exciting answers and more concept art. Oh, we're not gonna hear it yet. The talking animals do feel out of place when compared to the first game. That is true. And probably why he killed them all off in the end. Mr. Brain was cooked by the Vault City when they invaded Gecko. Mr. Brain! More on Horrigan. I checked the design for Horrigan. He's a new model of a super mutant, even bigger, stronger, faster than other super mutants. He's like a new, improved Kleenex. I'm the rat who makes all the rules? No, you died in Fallout too! Don't even think Tim K liked the Talking Dead class. He doesn't even like Fallout 2 in general. I see, I see. Hey Jody, howdy, howdy. Not only was he exposed to Vev, but he was also given controlled injections of a modified version of Vev to make him a complete muscle-bound jerk-off. He can't survive outside his armor. The armor continually injects him with drugs and other stabilizing agents. Ha ha ha, Frank. See, I was wondering about this. I was wondering about this last time. But if he really is hermetically sealed inside the armor, because then... it's possible. He doesn't know. Maybe he actually just doesn't know he's a super mutant. He just thought he got big. I told you guys, maybe he doesn't know he's green. He might not know he's green. He's also a reference to Clint Eastwood characters in The Line of Fire. Let the pop culture flaming begin. He's a Secret Service agent that the Chemical Corps engineer in the Enclave mentions as having been experimented on. Here's a summary of the NCR and the Brotherhood of Steel for anyone who cares, who doesn't know what the NCR and boss mean and why they're here. Warren, this is just a summary for the minute, not the end-all be-all. Flag design courtesy of Matt Norton. Really late Ghostport, yeah. Imagine the smell of that power armor. Maybe it has like an internal shower? I hope they put a deodorizer in there. Maybe some of the cut dialogues people were talking about might confirm that. Ah, New California Republic. That's similar to the regular Californian flag, right? That one has a bear on it too, I think. The New California Republic is a government on the rise from its modest beginnings in the village of Shady Sands in Fallout 1, almost 80 years ago. The NCR capital is west of the Rockies in the middle eastern portion of California. The NCR is arguably the largest power group in the world, maintaining the largest standing army. Yeah, it's the same? Okay. No, the two-headed bear. I guess this is because it's a very early design document. It becomes two-headed in the later games. I see. Like, I guess in this case, maybe it's still so early on that they haven't, like, set it on the design properly yet. Frank, we made you the strongest killing machine. Ghost. So strong, fans refer you to this day. But you are very stinky. He's basically a cyborg at that point, that's true. The only change later down the line from the flag is that the bear has two heads instead of one. I see. Gotcha. I mean, I guess that makes sense, because you have the Brahmin and stuff. The only reason I know what the Californian flag looks like is because I've seen it inside of a hamburger restaurant before. Because they had Californian style hamburgers, and that's the one reason I know. That's the one reason. The government of NCR is pretty much like the pre-war United States, with the House of Congress staffed by elected representatives. Each representative decides upon the president and vice president, the head of the council, and govern the republic under the advice from the representatives, of course. Tanya was currently serving her 10th year, no term limits. The titles of these representatives have ranged from councillor, councilman, and representative. These are the same. And in particular, the hub, in its own obstinate way, prefers to call their representatives governors. There's a whole lot of friction in between the hub and Shady for a variety of reasons, usually related to trade rights and caravan routes. In any event, all titles are recognized and accepted outside of the council chambers, but within the chambers the titles are occasionally used as insults and spark furious debates, nothing more than petty displays of each state trying to exert its own independence. There's an incredible American reason to know anything. Hey, it was good burgers. It was good. I tried the California style burger and they were pretty decent. Two heads make it to stand out a bit more as a cool game faction over clothing brands. True. NCR has outlawed slavery in their territories, having one of the best and largest standing armies in the West, and have benefited under the current president, Standy, who has been with the Republic since he was a young girl in Shady Sands. On the plus side, the NCR has outlawed slavery in the territories, has attempted to bring civilization and law back to the wasteland, They don't openly discriminate against ghouls or mutants. Hey, Fliskin. Speaking of California, debating myself on whether it's worth wasting money on a one-day trip purely for the Imushi virtual meet and greet. I'll leave it entirely to you, but like... from what I understand from Kawa, the meet and greets are very short, so like I probably shouldn't be saying this, but like don't waste too much money unless you already wanted to go there and wanted to do other things at the event. Like I probably, if you're solely going for me, it probably won't be worth it because I'm only gonna be on the monitor for half an hour. So like go there for the ones who can't go. It's your decision what you do with your money, but I think it's probably more worth it if you want to go there for like some of the other things that are going on too. Because Kawa is hosting a whole bunch of VTubers, so that means like, I'm not gonna be on the monitor like super long or anything either. Okay, there's little to no sexism in NCR, unlike most other territories, most likely due to the community's origins in Vault 15, and because of Danny, the Republic also has shown little discrimination against schools and mutants, though most political analysts argue that it's because the NCR has limited contact with them. Oh, they don't have contact with Necropolis or the Master's Army, I guess. They use a hotel room. Oh, that's also a good point. I assume that most of it probably is sold out already at this point, right? That's true, that's true. It's probably already very, very booked. Well, if you don't go, I'm still here every night for 6 hours. I think it's a very cool opportunity, and I'm glad I got the chance for the first time, but don't feel too bad if you miss out, because it's like 2 minutes of me or 6 hours of me, you guys already got the sweet deal over here. Is the Abby soundtrack playing? I think it might be. Let me double check. This is indeed the Abby soundtrack. You're correct. No way. You're streaming. I'm streaming all the time. The NCR military is composed of several divisions, including special cavalry and mechanized units. One of the special forces unit consists of the Rangers, a select group that is pledged to protect the people of the Waste, much like the Texas Rangers of old. The Rangers are said to have numerous safe houses throughout the Waste, and they use these strikes at slavers outside of the NCR territory, usually in the north. As expected, the two groups hate each other with a passion. NCR was also in the habit of establishing marshals in the major population centers in the territories responsible for enforcing the laws of NCR throughout the republics. Ghouls, super mutants, and humans were all known to serve in the NCR armed forces, even the Rangers. They got the best fit in the whole series. We haven't seen their fits very well yet, but from what I hear, they become more prominent in some of the later games, right? I'm kind of curious about them. If you get planned carefully, you can do both. I guess that's still. Then I can stand in you in my Montaigne costume from IBO. Fair. Although nearly hitting 100 years of age, Danny has done more to unite the people of the Waste than any other leader born from the ashes of the Great War, and she is revered as a saint, and even a great mother by some of the tribals outside of the Republic territories. Danny's State of the Republic messages were famous for inspiring countless people to join the service and rebuild civilization. Nothing will ever break up our home. Danny proclaimed in her second State of Public address, "We will create a new future without mistakes of the past. Political jargon, blah 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 blah, but with heart." Okay. If for some reason I did choose to go, it would literally be me showing up, then you say I love her, look at the merch, and then fly back home. I almost feel like if you're just flying back and forth, like I'd rather you save the money and spend it on something nice for yourself, Do people spend multiple hours with someone else these days apart from streams? I don't, honestly. It's the most, you guys are the people I spend the most time with when I think of it. Don't have any friends that I spend 6 hours a day with together. Which, is fun by me, because it's fun like this. Itself is based on Taiko's described outfit. Nice. Do you have a favorite superhero? I don't really know superhero comics very well, so I feel like any hero I could mention would be like based off very surface level knowledge. So I feel like I can't really list one because I'd just be a fake fan, you know. I don't really know any superheroes beyond the base level. Never got very much into Marcus and the 3C. Go outside! I cannot! I will not! First parasocial stream. Do you have a favorite superpower? Flying is a bit cliche and a bit boring, but out of all the superpowers, flying is probably the one I would want the most. Though it's usually one of the weakest ones, because a lot of people just have flying and then something that's more useful, right? But you know, being able to fly was always like my wish for a genie back in the day, so... As a sea creature, I long for the skies. And your concept is a go-to power. What is swimming if not flying in the water? Exactly. Although nearly hitting 100 years of age, Danny has blah 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 blah. Under her rule, the Republic has grown. She has focused efforts on rebuilding the pre-war infrastructure and dealing with threats swiftly and efficiently. In all her years, she has never forgotten her roots in the small village of Fallout 1. She has always strived to put the welfare of common man above the wheels of progress. When people talk of good people, Danny's good people. The baby Joe is the one. You can't call me out like that. You're having a con in America? I think saying I'm having a con is a bit overstated. I'm calling in for 30 minutes from Japan to Kawa's booth. They have been very, very kind to allow me to call in during Off-Kai, which is an offer they extended to basically anybody they partnered with for merch this year. But like I'm not gonna be there in person or anything. I'm just gonna be calling in. But it does mean if any buns are there, you get the chance to. It's the first time I'm ever gonna be featured at a con in any like kind of presence, so it's kind of exciting in some way. Really like super speed, that's true. Super speed can be very broken. Magnet power, gravity powers would let you fly. Yeah, it's better to grab something that lets you double dip. I mean, in that case, my shadow powers can basically do everything. Basically everything. Okay. NCO was born out of the remnants of the survivors of 15. Sister City to Vault, it opened early. They found a small wild community called Shady Dance. Danny became the president. At the time, NCR's main resource. This is like most of the things we know, so I'm gonna skim that a bit. With the Old Vault has undergone some violent upheavals. From the nest of monsters, worshippers, scavengers, squatters, salvage team, republic. Okay, the Brahmin has hated of red scorpions is famous and it dates all the way back to the founding of Sadie Sands. Rumors of herds being attacked by talking deckers are unfounded. Is that where the standee is going? Yes, and actually, I saw the preview for the standee. I saw the preview and it's really cool. It's very big. I can't show you guys the video because like there's obviously standees of other VTubers in it, and some of them, you know, have not have like, you know, new outfits and stuff, so you can't go showing that off. But it is really funny because they put my standee next to the standee of a different VTuber I know, a friend of mine, and she's so tiny next to me, which is really funny. Which is really funny. I cracked up when I saw it. Probably got to buy the shipping materials after stream. Nice. The 3 meters? Well, the tail is curved, so it's 2.29 meters. I'm sure people will be taking pictures by the time it comes, but I have seen the preview and oh my god, it's a big standee. You know, but then again, in the end, I'm glad I did it because, like I said, the head still evens out. Like it doesn't like look out of place, right? Because like the proportions, because my tail is very long. Other sea creatures are very huge. It's still. It's going to cost a lot to ship. What I believe is that they auction off all the standees at the end. So that's gonna go to Kawa, so whoever wants to pick up a 2+ meter tall standee of like Monster for Joe can. The standee will go for auction, it will. Hey Yumbakin, hey. For anybody who wants to like completely obliterate the room inside of their domicile. We're here. Why not join us? There's a wonderful time ahead and could be yours with the new California Republic. But what is it and you want to know? This is the propaganda. Yeah, this is the cell sheet in Fallout 2. We already read this while we were playing Fallout 2. I'm pretty sure. Yep. Hi, I'm Kim. Welcome in. Long and blobbery, perfect for squishing or resting upon at all. I'm afraid it's long and cardboardy. Made of cardboard, so I'm not sure how soft it is or how well it squishes. Wonder what normal ceiling height is. It's a good question. So you meet the joy standing watching me sleep because I have nowhere else to store it. Yeah, just put it sideways in your bed or something. More on NCR to come. The above is just an introduction. Just like the following is for the Brotherhood of Steel. Okay. Being the real Joe Hotel, the standing is just nice to look at. About 2.5, then it will still fit in a regular building because it's 2.27, 29, I think. You actually played Fallout 2? I did. If you are curious, you can check my whole playthrough. I've got it in the playlist and everything. The Brotherhood of Steel is a techno-religious organization with its roots in US military and government-sponsored scientific community from before the war. The Brotherhood of Steel is mostly composed of descendants of those military officers, soldiers and scientists, but aside from some of the outlanders among their ranks, the Brotherhood of Steel is close to the pure strain humanity, prime normals, as you're gonna find outside of the vault. The ranks of the Brotherhood of Steel is generally recognized as being composed of the best and the brightest, which means it is a really small organization, at least compared to the NCR. They make up for this with their fighting arsenal of pre-war and post-war technology. They have laser weapons, power armor, searchable announcements, combat implants, and a squad of Brotherhood Knights have the ability to erase an entire town from the map without a scratch. And yet, they don't help that much. We are the one who are doing their hard work all the time. Going to need a longer bed, yeah? 7 feet tall, tall standy, yep. I mean, I've shown off the... It is just because mermaid mode is just so tall. And to be fair, if it wasn't possible, I would have gone with regular modes. But then they said it was possible, so... For reference, this is, you know, the difference. And they said they were able to do it, so... You know, and in this one, both of them have the exact same head size to make sure proportions stay correct. I did the maths on it. So it's gonna be the full standee. It's massive. It's massive. It's very, very tall. As you can see, right up there at 229. Such a good design, you have to go with it, right? So instead of maybe if they ever offer to bring another standee of me alone, I'll take the regular mode too. But hey, well, it stays the same. Don't we change a bit though? This it's just a result of the shapeshifting. It's just a result of the shapeshifting. You said technology takes effort. Isn't it easier for the clueless smug wondering to solve all your problems? True. Hey, Jazzy. Welcome in. The Brotherhood are generally good guys, but they have their faults. They don't care for mutants. They worship technology and in many cases put it above human life. They don't like to share their choices technological bits, despite the obvious benefits their technology could bring to the wasteland. It's commonly accepted within the Brotherhood that the people of the wasteland are not responsible enough to use or maintain all the technology they have at their disposal. And they are known to trade some of the technologies with frontier community and NCR states, but they keep the more sensitive ones to themselves. In all the mainline games, they're dealing with some major crap, infiltrators, regular attacks, already having too many dudes. It's never easy for them, huh? Well, it would be too easy if they just gave out the good stuff to the player early on, right? I look at sexy deck class when I'm on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Uncle. Hi, you silent urchins, welcome in. It is believed that the current HQ of is in the Lost Hill bunkers in 1, but at the time of 2, it's spread across the waste in small bunkers and installations hidden from the eyes of the common folk. Finding them all and wiping them out would be a difficult and dangerous task. I'll take a sip of my drink. Initiates or trainers were expected to perform well enough in the training process to promote to squires. After proving themselves, squires are promoted to knights. With many years of service and experience, the best knights are promoted to paladins, the pinnacle of the Brotherhood military. Paladins who survive to later years become elders, and they number among the Brotherhood ruling council. It's also possible to serve the Brotherhood as a scribe. Scribes are responsible for copying the ancient technologies, maintaining the current technology, and even experimenting with new weapons and other useful devices. Scribes rarely leave the safety of the Brotherhood bunkers, but they are sometimes called into the field to examine a piece of technology or perform a task beyond the skills of Brotherhood soldiers. They have the scribes have a slightly safer occupation, I feel, overall. It is said that the Brotherhood symbol, broken down, represents each of these orders. The sword represents the paladins, the wings represent the elders, the large gear represents the knights, and two smaller gears represent the squares, who keep the knights supplied with information and manpower. No one knows what the circle means, though. No one knows what the circle means, though. It is a mystery to all of us. We just thought it was cool. The fact he's mentioned tactics here, there means this bit must be released after tactics. Yes, it seems a lot of the Bible came out after tactics, yeah? Squares may be only in tactics. Or I don't recall them in one, but my memory is hazy. And if so, replace the squares with initiates in the symbolic breakdown. The circle represents the perfect mascot. Oh, could it be? Hold on, you guys. Illuminati noises. We have cracked the code. The secret meaning of the circle. Unity within the group. No, it stands for the ultimate life form. It's where the tactics came out, but Chris wasn't really involved, so didn't pay much attention there. Yeah, the Brotherhood of Steel. Exactly. More info to come, the above is just an introduction. Okay, here's the EPA area summary. Skewered by the sword, as we are meant to be. No! You wield the sword, you don't skewer it! Chris Evelyn does appear in tactics, however, sort of. I think they were added late and are kind of inconsistently across the games. Since some they are essentially prospective members, and others it specifically refers to the children who aren't old enough. I see. Hey, welcome in. The Infelimite Protection Agency is a bonus location in 2. It's full of bosses fighting and weird essential seeds, including but not limited to a parking lot jungle replete with several varieties of spore plants, a bizarre petting zoo filled with humans, hungry humans, sub-levels filled with exciting varieties of poison gases and virus-laden mutant food flies, a small government museum complete with dioramas. Exhibits on post-Holocaust America are especially amusing. A storage room full of new seeds for a royal. Some seeds grow into bad things. An entourage of custodial Beavis holograms to provide tours and bursts of incidental binary strangeness. Various NPCs on ice. Computers filled with information on crop rotation and the Fef virus. And a clinically depressed Mr. Hanley and a hyperactive drug-making appliance for side characters. I was supposed to use the vault tile set for interiors. Special scenery included EPA parking lot sign, color-coded symbols on the walls, and running the whole range of the rainbow. What kind of crazy area was this? Squires grow up to become initiates, who then go into the Knights, Paladins, or Scribes, depending on what they're good at. That makes sense. I guess as a bonus location, it would be kind of like the Cafe of Fallen Dreams, Broken Dreams, or whatever. Just like a kind of silly location, like a meta one. While a couple of them squires also include prospects, but otherwise new enlistments are typically given to the rank of initiate. Makes sense. You could have found a can of dog foods, insecticide, shampoo, pesticide, marijuana, pop rocks. If you drink water with them, you will explode. In a horrible death animation. EPA government power cell, bug spray canister. Kills all the insects. Plant spray canister, kills spore plants. Gas max, solar scorcher, this was the original location, and a test tube. It's about to mention the pop rocks. Honestly, kind of good. I do like pop rocks. I like it when it's in chocolate and stuff and you can feel them pop. And the EPA is 4 maps large. What a crazy large map for a silly area. The maps are small and these levels often share the same map. Parking lots, level red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Okay, which had the aforementioned locations. These pop-ups must be so good, right? Okay, so here it was the EPA parking lot. You had the employee parking lot, special garage, greenhouse. Going to the ventilation shop with hungry mantises and scorpions. This YG Viv, yep. The elevator shaft leads to all the small sub-levels. Sub-level orange with cafeteria has its camera conference room, red security ammo, public execution chamber. Of course, the public execution chamber. The memory core hazardous chemicals. Yellow also has its chemicals. Green also has the chemicals, but also animal pens, biological weapon testing. Indigo also has these chemicals, and secret sub-level, which is full of... I guess it's right, has those chemicals. Very vital, very, very important. Love has those chemicals. Did I cut this for being too silly? This seems like a silly place. The carnivorous jungle. The player has to navigate a jungle filled with Venus flytraps. This isn't an adventure theme as a combat-based necessity in order to enter it in the first place. Hologram war. Yeah, the variety really fell off halfway through. Lots of hazardous chemicals. The player can encounter some of the custodial holograms that still fill the EPA corridors. They are mostly used for tour guides while the EPA was still in operation, but ever since the big silence, great static following of the big crash, they have become somewhat warped in their duties. They have taken the bureaucratic mentality to a lead to extreme imposing regulation and regulation upon each other, until they have become gridlocked in their duties and can no longer function. Ha! The heads of each division are currently arguing ad nauseam in one of the EPA conference rooms because the presence of a powerful magnetic field keeps erasing their short-term memory. They keep repeating the same argument every 5 minutes, forget everything they say, then repeat it again. Only by fixing the problem with the magnetic cords, interrupting the conversation and ordering to be stuff can the players stop the gridlock. They can be destroyed with an EMP create or by stealing or destroying the EPA power core. Okay. Looks like it would have been a big location with a lot going on, with no bearing on the main quest. Yeah, I thought it was a meta location, but they put a lot of quests in there. Why am I whispering? Chemicals? For dramatic effect. So as silly as the exploding toilets. Somehow, I think it's because this place, from the vague description, seems more fourth wall breaking, so... Would make a silly DLC level or a random encounter, but it would be a lot of extra effort for a random encounter. Guess what level? One of the levels is filled with poisonous gas. If the player wanders around, he will take considerable damage every round. The player can either make brief hops onto the level to steal things, or else find an oxygen mask hidden in the lower levels. Okay, hey Sivan, hey. Ventilation shaft. In order to get access to the main complex, the player has to navigate a series of ventilation shafts. Like we heard with the mantises and scorpions. Static zzz. The player discovers one of the malfunctioning holograms that can only speak in static, like a fast food drive through a speaker. If the player repairs the hologram projectors, he can learn some important codes or other information. I said I'd wait till late tonight. Oh no! Well, good morning, good evening. Either way, I hope you're doing well. Hey Rosalia, welcome in. Mr. Cammy. The player discovers a small appliance in one lab, Mr. Cabby, that takes various raw materials, plants, beer, condoms, chemicals, garbage, scorpion tails, and turns them into various pharmaceuticals like Radex, Mentats, Radaway, and so on. The player can experiment with the machine to create certain drugs or bizarre substances. Characters with high intelligence, luck, or high doctor skill can create special drugs that no other character can. Mr. Kemki always speaks in exclamation marks. Cute! I sat down to read some manga until midnight and then didn't stop till 5 AM. I've been there. Oh, I've been there before. The brave little toaster. In one of the abandoned kits in the EPA is a small intelligent toaster. Oh my god, like the movie! That used to be one of my favorite movies, by the way. I know Brave Little Toaster is like one of those movies people always say scared them as a kid, but I love the Brave Little Toaster like a whole bunch back in the day. All of its brain power is focused towards convincing humans to make toast. 4 dialogues with it will be somewhat one-sided. As the player will ask you the question, it will respond with some question about whether the player will take like toast or waffles. The internal internet debates. Do you like waffles? Do you like French toast? Wait, I'm sorry. While the toaster seems just like an incidental piece of strangeness, the toaster does happen to mention in its dialogue, almost in passing, that it is broken and can't access everything it needs in order to successfully make toast. If the player repairs it, then the toaster can provide them with the following: the secret code for the vault in one of the new Reno casinos, which is otherwise near unoperable, some secret codes for jinxing the slot machine out of their cache, and some other bonus items. Huh. Ranked shows yesterday. Nice. Ancient Brave Lord, the brave little Joru. I am the brave little Joru. Who likes my brave little French toast? One of the computers in EPA mentions a simple cure for epilepsy. Apparently, by repeating a series of letters with proper inflections, a listener can be cured of either autism or epilepsy. If the player discovers this and goes to New Reno and says the code phrase to the barking man, who didn't make it into the game, so I put him in Planescape Torment, then he will be cured and gives the player a minor reward. Huh. Currently scouring the internet to look for a store in Tokyo with the 30-year-old TRPG books I want. Hey, let's go. I mean, there are a couple of stores that sell them second-hand. There's always like worth to check the inventory of Yellow Submarine, because they do take second-hand goods, so you never know. Though you might be good checking some smaller stuff still. Not sure which books you're looking for and how rare they are. Mandrake might actually be a stock, or Yellow Submarine would be my first point of checking, because it specializes in TRPG and stuff as well. Brave little Joel ready to talk to horror game, yeah. No news of it though. The player may discover some hibernation cells in the lower levels of the EPA. And depending on the type of character he is, he can free one of 3 hibernating humans that have been preserved since the Great Silence. I'll check it out, no worries. I can double check what one of the other ones was. Let me see. Like, I think what was the other ones that like is good for, like Yellow Submarine is the first one that comes to mind for like just one that people sell a lot of second hand too. I know there was like another pretty good online shop. Right, you can try Konos, C-O-N-O-S as well, because they have a decent selection. I think like Mandrake will be tough because they specialize more in doujinshi. Like they might have a couple of books, but not as many. I know there's like another website, but I can't remember the name of it right now, where I have bought some books from before, but I'll let you know if I remember it. The author of the Brave Little Toaster was in a beef with the sci-fi author Philip K. Dick. Really? Mandrake has them, but not in Tokyo. Well, then it will be hard for your friend to pick it up. Beforehand to make sure it is saved at the equipment for Jorunna, of course. Of course. Hey, Corby, hey, Queso. Hologram 0000. Director of Science. A brilliant hologram that can't express himself properly. An electrical short has damaged his vocal abilities, and now he can only communicate through displaying binary numbers. A character with a high science or intelligence can read the binary codes, decide what he is saying, and fix them. Hologram 1. Director of Security. A gun-ho marine hologram who peppers his speech with a lot of crude German phrases. He believes that everything in the complex should be killed, and then the EPA allowed to reboot. Fortunately, he can no longer command any of the robots. All of the weapon defenses have run out of ammo. Now he can really do his bluster about how much he would like to destroy everything if he was in charge. If the player performs some tasks for the director, they can get access to the security locker room, which holds some old ammo, weapons, and armor. Ah. He cooked his brains on drugs and accused the brave little toaster of a bunch of things. Man, poor brave little toaster never did anything wrong if you ask me. Director of Operations, a weaselly, nervous-mouthed male hologram. Only characters with high intelligence can make out what the hell he is saying since he uses so much double talk. Nothing can be gotten out of this director since he has no authority over anything. Director of Ground Maintenance, a frustrated hologram who is in charge of all the ground maintenance at the EPA. The fact that he has no physical body and none of the robots do anything says he has forced him to operate at 100% inefficiency for the past few decades. No, directors always bring this up whenever they can. If the player fixes the robots to take care of the gardening and landscaping problems, the director will hire them, allowing them access to the EPA medical cabinet and storage shed, which contains new seeds, chemicals, herbs, and various insecticides. Oh, and that's potentially where you could have gotten some stuff for Arroyo, huh? I see. The Fallout connection that these books are for the RPG system was used. Oh, for GURPS! Oh, GURPS is relatively easy to find. You still see it like often enough around. The EPA's location you can visit if you have played it with the Restoration Project. I had a feeling. It's so detailed in the Bible. I figured that like it would have been easy enough to put it in the Restoration Project if fans wanted to. Director of Public Relations. This sexy sounding, yet somehow prim and proper at the same time hologram, is in charge of all the tours and press releases. Her syrupy sweet attitude and her constant stream of press releases gets annoying really fast. Nonetheless, the player cannot get certain areas of the EPA complex without her. There are some portions of the complex that will only open if she leads the way, mostly the museum and petting zoo. Characters with high diplomatic skills can get much more out of her than other characters. Fair, fair. There are no secondary characters, all or nothing in the cutthroat world of EPA. Unexpected ASMR Tascara, you're welcome. There's a lot of unused assets that simply need to be polished off before implementation. Makes sense, and with this documentation they have what they need. Tertiary character, malfunctioning hologram that speaks only in static until he's repaired. When repaired, he's relieved and can provide the player with information on various mysterious objects, along with codes. The brave little toast. It likes to make toast. Mr. Gammy. Life with the gag. Okay, these characters all seem fun, but the step requirement seems evil, right? I mean, to be fair, there's like some stat requirements around here and there. Okay. Hiya, Coleman, welcome in. Life with the gag. What's in the Garden of Eden creation kit? I have been wondering about this. Well, here are my thoughts. Feel free to feed the flames. The following is inspired by a thread on the BIS forum started by Crazy Tufik Christopher Cannon. He asked some questions about the gag, and here are my answers. Good evening, Coleman. Welcome in, welcome in. I'll start by saying the gag is a plot device, a MacGuffin, that the ability to save a warrior when in the hands of the Chosen One or a learned member of the Waste. As a crude plot device, it may also be used as seen to fit to create plots and plant new and exciting adventure seeds as needed. As a result, all of the material in this section is subject to change based on the whims of whoever wants to play with the gag. If it wants to be a magic box of 1950s science, that's cool. We might do it too. However, my current take on it, it's not some miracle device. It's a little more down to earth, more like a deconstruction kit, if you will. I mean, it must have some good stuff in there to make Vault City, though. Well, I guess they also had the replicators in the vault, but the gag isn't really a replicator. It contains a fertilizer system with a variety of food seeds, soil supplements, and chemicals that could fertilize arid wasteland, possibly selected sections of the moon's surface. Pre-connection to adapt the gag. Well, that's out of nowhere. I guess you can gag on the moon. Into supporting farming. The gag is intended to be disassembled over the course of its use to help build communities. For example, the cold fusion power source is intended to be used for the main city power production, and so on. Anything else people needed, they could simply consult the how-to books, library commanders, and encyclopedias in the gag holodisk library for more knowledge. The pen flashlight was just a bonus. The gag also contained some basic force field schematics, as well as info on how to make the adobe-type buildings from the landscape, or contain chemicals that can create sandcrete walls. As for clothing, the gag contains codes that allow the vault to create more varieties of jumpsuits and waterproof gear from their dispensers, which they could do anyway before the gag. It's possible the gag contained other codes that could unlock more functionality within the vault computers that weren't initially available because they would jeopardize the survival of the vault if they were used or scavenged, or else they would interfere with the grand experiments. Might help prove the theory about the Enclave wanted to colonize space. I mean, clearly they were already looking at it, huh? It's basically a terrifying educational gift with enough stuff to start the community. It's impressive how much Vault City did with it then. Well, I guess they had other stuff in the vault too, right? Hey, Funky. The terraform actually comes up a bit in 3 and 76. As for the clothing, the gag contained codes that allowed the vault to create more varieties of jumpsuits and waterproof gear from their dispensers, which they could do anyway before the gag. It's possible the gag contained other codes that could unlock more functionality within the vault computers that weren't initially available because they jeopardized the survival of the vault if they were used or scavenged, or else they would interfere with the grand experiment. Also, the gag also tells the vault inhabitants how to disassemble sections of their vault, or take extraneous systems from the vault to create new homes and defensive structures on the surface. Makes sense, makes sense. The just that water comment from gag in the description refers to the fact that part of the gag operations require that the vault owners use water from their water purification system in the vault to help with the agriculture, irrigation, and possibly the cold fusion as well. Wasn't meant literally. If you want it to be, that's cool too. Go for it. It's not magic. Oh no, it's not magic. To close, the basic replicator mentioned in one manual, nothing more than a selection of seeds and fertilizers. The fact that I can build basic items is intended to mean that you can use the breakdown sections of the vault into items usable in the community, as well as provide new codes for the machines in the vault to create new items from the dispensers and computers. Okay. Wouldn't this date itself rather quickly? Sure, but the government subcommittee sponsoring the research in the gap stop reactors weren't really concerned about this. They were relatively certain the seeds would be viable in a post-nuclear environment. They had done thorough tests and all conclusions point to this being the best option. The gags are a miracle that they work. Nice how freeform it is, right? What may be suitable for planting in the present may not be suitable in 20 years. This is especially true, I would think, in the Fallout universe, which is a rather unstable ecosystem. I mean, if one really wanted to be certain that what was planting would grow the best thing, would be to collect the seed spores from an already growing food sources that these have guaranteed fertilization rates. After all, those garden seeds that were put in the gag 50 years ago now have not sufficiently mutated to endure the new wasteland. You're absolutely right. The gag builders had no idea what the post-nuclear world would look like, and they had no way to anticipate it despite their thorough tests. It's doubtful that they gave it much thought, to be honest, considering how badly organized the Safe House project alone was, not to mention the experimental nature of the vaults. Still, it seems as if the seed present in the gag were valuable for vault dates. This is Dev for like, you're right, but shut up. it just works. Remember how I mentioned having a small cold fusion generator? I do. It's in the manual on the first one. Always has to find up these kind of questions at every step. I'm starting to feel bad for him. He's so tired, you guys. Mr. Avalon is so tired. Evolutionary speaking, using old seeds would be like reintroducing a species that may have gone extinct, or at the very least, not as cutting edge in its evolution. You bet. And that's dangerous on so many levels. Whee! Yep, he is giving up. It just works circa the 90s. You can stay tired for what he did to the dogs and the penguins. Also, as far as how to book schematics, Sandcrete, this seems a bit user-heavy. As a gag is going to be utterly useless to those who cannot read and don't have the raw materials to construct a force field, Sandcrete polymers, etc. The gag designers assumed that the vault dwellers would know how to read and how to operate various technologies present in the vault. They didn't plan for tribals or other contingencies. They also didn't plan on the VEF getting released, or the fact that vault dwellers might be attacked by giant mutated scorpions or rats either. On one hand, you could say they weren't too bright. On the other hand, you could say they weren't prepared for the future of the human race to become an extended post-atomic horror movie. Silly rabbits. He was accepted by 1998-2002 that users imagine him writing the Fallout Bible in 2025. Oh, I don't think it'd be worth it at that point. You know, like, can you imagine with how much bigger the internet is these days? Oof. My impression of the gag was that it really was a Garden of Eden, given that most of the tribals in Fallout seem pretty pre-literate. Yes, I know, I'm avoiding over PC faming. And pretty dire-shaped research vibes, unless the polymer construction requires block planting and underwood. This seems to make the gag kind of useless to them. Nice suitcase though. I understand that originally the gag was designed for vault inhabitants, and they therefore would be able to presumably procure these space gigs. So my question then is, were the royal tribals merely invoking the gag? That is, that it represents to them the life in the waste without them knowing precisely what it was? This seems consistent with the Elder's original quest, which speaks of the gag in 9 mystic terms. It absolutely wouldn't be a godless nightmare to do without being paid. I don't think Mr. Avalon would be bothered these days. The tribals were invoking the gag as a panacea for all their problems. They saw it as a miracle device, and while the item is useful, it's not the miracle might they considered it to be. But also, it's a plot device, shut up. Is what I feel emanating beyond these words. It does what it has to do. Other follow-up questions related to this include: I think there has to be more to the gag than some basic agricultural supplies. If not, then Fallout 2 is a fool's errand. In some ways, it's just intended as irony. The cactus isn't the holy cure-all miracle device that the inhabitants of Ohio intended it to be, but in the right hands, it's a very useful piece of pre-war tech that can help establish a viable community. And the official ending does say that the community does get established eventually. A high-end character follower can explain to steady stance about crop rotation. So why couldn't a high-end character in Ohio do the same? Bam! Game finished! 2 seconds elapsed. Fun. Well, just knowing about crop rotation isn't enough if the crops are dying, or if the land can't support crops. While sections near Ohio could support vegetation, the agriculture in the community was suffering. New seeds and fertilizers would help with that. Nope. It basically had seed scientists, fertilizers, other supplements, and nifty power source. Just knowing about crop rotation isn't enough. In the right hands and in the hands of the chosen one, its useful functions can be exploited, however, and be used as a foundation on which to build the city. All the crops in the area were dying out, and the Gex fertilization and new seed samples provide the basis of a new healthy crop. Okay. Here's a list of tell me abouts that are easy on the eyes, courtesy of Sebastian Case, the big winner. I have not tested all of these, but they probably all work. And it's a good place to start if any of you feel like quizzing the inhabitants of Fallout 1 about certain keywords. Thanks to Michael Jeppesen, who also provided the list. Well, here you guys take a screenshot. I'm pretty sure it's already on the wiki. I'm not sure if I would call this easy on the eyes, but it is alphabetical order. I feel like the Canon Chosen One did not have your insane intelligence strat. Well, the way people are talking about it in these questions, you'd think they might. Oh! Remember to put Lorenzo message blue. Apparently it's one of his keywords. Apparently it's one of his keywords. I don't think that's true. I think that's a copy error. Okay. Wombus, still my favorite shape-based life form. Okay, that's a good set of words. That's a good set of words. I don't think we have to go over them. I'm pretty sure they're on the wiki. Ever wants to be the captain of the guard in the Fort City? Wait, really? It's simpler than it sounds. Ideally, Lynette is set up so that you can kiss her butt completely. Your ability to give her ass a swirl is rewarded by making you the captain of the guards. Wait, really? Well, I was never kissing up to Lynette, so I guess I never became the captain of the guard. Your service has been exemplary, so much that it is my honor to name you captain of the guard. Congratulations, Captain. If you're willing to buckle up and walk the dialogue minefield, you need the following things. High speech, high charisma, be able to speak Lynette without killing her, no small task. Choose every response that addresses her as first citizen, including by stop the raiders, show Lynette the account book you got from the raiders and Bishop's holodisc, and then deliver the disc in Weston. When you get back, mission accomplished. If her respect for you is high enough, she awards you captain of the guards. Huh. The answer to the tell me abouts are also on YouTube these days. I would not be surprised, somebody has probably made videos of all of them. Her standards are so high for just a little title. I probably, because technically, I think I matched these requirements. I think I was just very rude to her. I think I've certainly probably said some things that offended her at some point, and also, you know, did not address her as first citizen a few times. You will notice most of the false citizen dialogues will change, especially Sergeant Stark, who will be none too pleased with your promotion. Take Cassidy with you to Stark for a little more hijinks and a little more XP. If you confront Stark on busting up Cassidy's bar, ooh, spicy! The only one you didn't have at the time, I think, was the charisma score. Oh, my charisma actually has been very low. I probably never had the charisma. That's actually a good point. But then again, I've probably also been rude to her several times. The best way to ensure Lynette's respect count for you is high enough is to find a loop in the dialogue where you can continue to address her as first citizen. As becoming a citizen, the best way to do it is to keep asking about Vault 13 if you haven't found it. Choose the response of first citizen. It's very important to me I find the location. I will be grateful. Then loop it 10 to 15 times to be sure. You need it at least level 10. I do it 15 times to be sure. Then just be sure not to anger her after that. Wasn't low, was just effort. Low is like 3 or under. Fair. One final word. If you want to become captain of the guard, do not keep stopping by to talk to her if you are not a citizen. This irritates Lynette. Every instant of this lowers her respect to you by 1. I talked to her a lot before I became a citizen. I remember how mad she looked at me. That's it for this update. Icewind Dale 2 and more exciting designer diaries. Go! You may debate, flame, or debate, flame me either at the address at the beginning of this update or on the message boards. Email is usually faster. Until next time. Now it's starting to make a lot more sense. I didn't get it. Yeah. Though also, I didn't have the charisma store for it, technically. For nonsense and you're using a lot of my time. Yep. I kept going back just to say hi and leave. Hey, you never know. She might have something more to say, right? I think I finished with 6 or 7. But by then I was way past Vault City, way past. Hey, first citizen, first citizen. Hey, first citizen, where's your vault? 13, first citizen. Hey, first citizen. Alright. Just leave me alone. She no longer valued what the word citizen meant when you found out you were one. Okay, we made it to the 7th Bible. If you missed any of the others, check the main page. For those who haven't seen it before, it's just a collection of all the background materials and hide things. Some of the stuff in this update is a little rough or just plain wrong, because I forgot about someone's dialogue or holodisk. So if you see anything wrong, or if you think anything can be you'd like to see, drop me a line, I'll see what I can do. Can't promise I'll answer your questions immediately, I'll get around to it, usually when the weekend hits. This update contains the 7 deadly secrets of Fallout. They are not the same as sins, but they can be interpreted as such. Well, I am excited for those. The 7 deadly secrets. This update, spoilers, contains the following. The first concepts of the dead class. The origin of the glow name. It glows. The music drop with it, yeah. What are the burrows? You asked for it. The first real draft of the EPA location. If I can find the stupid document in the next hour or two. I love how Avalon just writes as he goes. It's like how half the Bibles have a moment. It's like, yeah, and I'll also add these questions at the end, or I'll put this at the end, and then it never shows up. It's hilarious. The true origin of the Fallout deck class. The name of the man responsible for Tim Kane's exploding head in Fallout 1 credits. The difference between Russian and Polish. The languages, I mean. Educational. Fast forward. Fast baby, it's really inspired. It's so good. It's like just written off the cuff. This man does not go back to edit. They told my granddad glowed in the dark from working with radiation. I mean, it's true. If you work with radiation often enough, you do start glowing. Okay, here's another list of stuff to update with. Before I do, read 3 below and the questions I will not answer. I wonder if there's any questions that have been added. Took him to the pantry and turned off the lights, and he did not. That's crazy. Okay, suggestion for material to include. Hints and walkthroughs in the game at the message boards. Providing technical support. Once again, there's a number of things I can't and won't answer because I'm busy and I hate you. Reading fanfiction of fanfic Bulgaria, providing information on other things. Thanks for everyone who wants to send in tunes. Okay, so it seems that there hasn't been a big update to what not to send. He hates us, he does. Big winners and big winters. I know I offered the prize in the most wonderful world of nuclear winters last time, but I haven't sorted through all the answers yet, mostly because Outfall chose this weekend to start acting screwy. I will at some point, just not now. Behind the face, here's the upside. Send me a following email about the washroom website I showcased. Oh dear. I just skimmed and saw some of what happened. Let me get my angry voice. The whole thing is about a single mistake you made in your Bible. Point 10, line 7, word 14. It's in Russian, I think. Russian! This is a Polish site. I repeat, Polish. 1 second, I have to... Like Poland. If you think it's Russian, then you haven't seen a Russian letter yet. I'm really upset because I'm a patriot, and if you ask me what is this country, then I'm going to kill you, cut your head off, drown you, hang you, then cut you in half and into a million pieces, and I will slowly cook you in garlic and spinach sauce. With mint. Okay, now I'm gone. The text above was partially the result of reading the few lines of your Bible about letters you will not answer. You have a lively style. I suggest you fix this immediately and put a new copy on all official servers. Do I make myself clear? Modified Fallout 2 Navarro Enclave guard speed. I'm sure you've noticed. Thank you. Punishment Diablo 2 is better than BG. That looked like a wolf trap. I'm fine, I'm fine. IAP meets calmest Polish reaction after being called Russian. You're not supposed to mess these up. You're gonna invite a flame war. You're playing with fire. So there's retraction. Man, you Russians, sir, are sensitive. This is a joke, really. Mr. Avalon, stop! He will cook you with garlic and spinach sauce. You, stop! Diablo 2 is not better than Baldur's Gate. It's your punishment. He's asking for it now. With mint! With mint and garlic. Spinach sauce. With mint! St. Proverbius begs to differ on a piece of history worthy of a question. Brotherhood didn't burrow their way through the assault bunker. They did some mods to the base, but they didn't tunnel the rest of the levels. Okay, EPA design doc was actually one of the 2 drafts. The first one was designed by Jason Srian, who eventually passed it off to me. Now I can't find the stupid document, so I have to leave it for another time. Once again, I love how this guy has a no editing kind of approach to typing his Bible. He's like, he's not gonna go back and change it up where he was saying he was gonna add the EPA. He's just like, oh, well, next time. There was a mention of an Easter egg drug and that scientist in charge of installation was experimenting, and lab protected by a maze filled with mutations and trap. Okay, let me take a sip of my drink. In case I'm not on your blog senders list already, I have another question for you. Who's responsible for the exploding Tim Kaine animation? Is it actually being used in game as an Easter egg, or did just one of the designers waste some expensive development time on it? Oh, you're not supposed to phrase it like that. Chris Jones, I believe, he was a programmer in 1-2 Arcanum, and now bothered of Steel Jefferson project. What I heard, he snuck it in there one day, and Tim noticed it while trying to figure out why the credits routine was called an animation. In Fallout Bible, the Theft causes ghosts and supermutations Terra, but in 2, lives the son of Set. If he cannot have a son because he's a ghoul, so the Theft's sterile or not? I've assumed the son was born before he became sterile. According to the designer, Typhon was Set's son before they became ghouls. Yeah, that's what I figured. And became sterile, mutated and gross looking. Still, because it was Broken Hills, it's best you simply ignore everything that happened there except for the racism angle and quests, the caravans and chat, the references to the Unity and Marcus. There are no talking plants. There's no old ghouls home! He's uncanonizing the old ghouls home. That's my favorite part of Broken Hills. No. No treasure hunter, no ghoul getting run over, no scorpion intelligence experiments. Same aspects of Sierra arming the bow. At some point, I'll put together a list of things that are going to be dropped from the continuity because they are so painful they make sitting in the can squeezing out a load of superhated plasma seem possible by comparison. I'm fine with dropping the scorpion and the talking plants and the treasure, but they're taking away the old ghouls home, but it was so cute. He hates fun. It's one thing to kill our friends, but he's just erasing them from the time. I love old ghouls home. That's where we found our friends. Oh, man. This keeps happening. First he kills my dog. Then he takes away my goals. Man. Sounds like some of the devs have a few regrets with the stuff they put in. It seems a lot of things are getting erased from the continuity. Deck class, Deck Law Evolution. Fallout Tactics had it right because they tapped into the collective unconscious and realized the truth. Or they may have decided that they needed deck claws to have hair. Excuse me? Is this how I learned that the deck claws have hair? In Fallout Tactics? I was blindsided by that one. So they have some way of identifying teams in the multiplayer game, I don't know. First off, deck claws pay homage to the Shadow Claws in Wasteland. They lurk near the mines of the Ranger base. They're very tough and scary and they can make you wet your pants. They're furries in Tactics? I don't know how I feel about that. Oh! Well, That's a raccoon! That's a raccoon! Didn't pick up on that earlier? Decklos and tactics are covered in hair! Someone shaved this guy! That's a werewolf! This is a different species. That's the raccoon that escaped the experiments in the first game. In the original Decklaw concept art by Scott Campbell, the Decklaws were to look like this. Raccoon people are real. He did mention having it earlier, just not specifically in tactics. I just figured that was like... not like this! Decklaw Origins Wolverine, what did they do to my boy? No! It's not exactly what they look like now. But the Fallout 1 iteration of the Decklaws is an even uglier story that reveals the true dark underbelly of development. A filthy, dirty secret kept in the dark for too long, and now the truth must be told. Yeah, I prefer the more reptilian look. I think they look cooler. Hey. Your reaction to things being erased from the timeline really makes me look forward to. Oh no. They made a new one for the Vesta games. Once upon a time, someone somewhere thought a Forgotten Realms fighting game would be a cool idea. As Cosmic Karma would have it never happened. Many clay models were made, however, by the talented Scott Wodenheiser, who did many of the heads for Fallout 2. By the time I have a suspicion that not all the heads for Fallout were actually clay, but actually human heads covered in plaster, but I'll leave it for another update. If this one was more common, it would be more or less... I'm sure people would still be looking up sexy Decklaws. Can you swim? I'm a sea creature, of course I can. And Jorunna could call them cute for a certain individual. I think the skilled version is just so much cooler. If you are so blessed with the following book, please flip to the white cover 2nd edition AD&D Monstrous Manual. Among the pictures you will see what Decklaws were intended to be. Time came when Fallout needed a nasty monster and the model was available, so the Decklaws look was born. Oh. So you email me what the critter is first, you go into my growing list of big winners which have been piling up. So you take your Decklaws with hair, you take them from the worlds of Dungeons and Dragons, it makes no difference, their origins are what they are. Now he doesn't mention which monster specifically from the monster manual, but I guess he's making people email it in, so maybe we'll find out later. 4,000 plus entries, do I need to tap the sign? Hey VR, hey. The monster's name is Tarrasque. Oh, they were basing it off the... Really, Tarrasque? I don't think they look that much like a Tarrasque though. I guess a little bit. I guess like it's because I'm so used to Tarrasques being like really big that Decklaw small. It was a region exclusive. For the Wolverine. Oh. Mention of D&D. Fun fact, Exodus actually used 3.5 as a basis. Nice. The side made me look it up. No! Put it away! Why can't we look at sexy Decklaws? The buns are out of control. I guess the colors and it being a lizard are quite similar to the Decklaw. That's chill. One hand I like seeing the Decklaws are, but I don't know what I want to see him make the Decklaw go for fear. I might find the Decklaw attractive. I might have to go the Monster Girl style if I ever went to do that. Clay model they made was inspired by it. The task is immortal and indestructible. Yeah, no, that's why I was so surprised when you guys said that was that, because I know what it is. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. But I always consider the tasks like to be so big and really hard to fight, whereas Decklaws are not that. But I guess it's mostly just the visual inspiration, like color, lizard-like. How's my son? Your son's doing great. Well, technically not on screen today, still stuck in Bone Snatcher. It was either the unused taskmaster being pre-purchased or strong inspiration, makes sense. No sexy Decklaws, only looking at sexy beauty benches. Keep your eye on the price. Keep your eyes on the price. It does kind of look like what the Decklaw looks like, yeah? Can't really use the Decklaws the same way in the game, it's very invulnerable. True. In D&D they didn't have a gun. According to Fallout 1 designer Scott Benny, Dog meat was actually called dog shit. I came up with the name dog meat. This was originally Jake's dog. Was originally named dog shit. Toning it down was a good call in this sense. And then Tim or Chris applied to the other better pooch. I'm glad they changed the name. Just got home and cleaned up myself. I'm too tired to stay up. No worries. Sleep tight of sweet bunny dreams. I'm glad you had a good time while lurking. Good night, good night. In Fallout 1, the death claws are more ominous and mysterious. Well, you start meeting more of them near the end. Joe are buns, nudie bunches. Well, buns are buns. B-U-N, bones are necessary now. Who names their dog that, right? But at least it doesn't imply eating the dog, but it's still worse. Fallout area that never was, the burrows. Are we the same species as Joru? Not really, you guys aren't eldritch. Technically you guys are what humanity reverts to when you remove the bones. Humanity as humanity was always intended to be, before the Bone Lord put the seeds of the skeleton inside of you. You know, the ultimate life form that is boneless. I are definitely on the prize. Your lawyers advise you not to finish the joke. Deathclaws are my biggest stop every time I play for fun. Deathclaws are just making my health life. No, but Deathclaws are cool, I love them. We're basically superior human beings that return to monkey, aka sea bunny. Yeah. Okay, the ultimate life form. That's right, you guys are the ultimate life form. For your hot and heavy Fallout 1 behind the scenes viewing pleasure, I present some scanned designs of the burrows, a location that, along with the vibes and jackals, never made into Fallout 1. Was designed by Scott Calpum and Brian Freyermuth, so sit back, sip your tea and enjoy. And yes, these documents are scanned. Why? Because there's no way I was gonna type it out. Like the jackals or the vipers in the last update and leave bloody fingerprints all over my keyboard. The reason for the circled sections below are unknown. I followed what was called the West Deck was called in the original, along with Base Omega Military Base. The site includes Scott Campbell's original Fallout timeline doc in the future update, so you can see the origins of what made it into the final game. You may blame me of this naming terminology if you wish, but it was out of my hands long ago. Why didn't the burrows make it in? Well, according to Tim Kaine. Does it mean a bunk can evolve into a shapeless lump of meat appendages? That's what transformation's all about, baby! How can a small chameleon become a deathclaw? Valve! Isn't it cooler to read the scanned version? It is a kind of a cool little peek, I hope. I'm kind of curious to see what the design documents look like. Believe it after watching the buns last night fusing to Exodia. Exactly. Absolutely, the superior life form. This location was written by an early designer associated with the project. While it was well written, I felt its content was not appropriate to our Fallout universe, mainly based on its style and feel in the game and not on its artistic merit. So I did not approve its addition to the game. And that glow holodisc is all that remains of any reference to the area. Thanks to Tank for digging it up. Oh, these are! With scratches and everything on it. Interesting. Farming and hunting community of little small animals. The Burrows is a community made up of mutant animals that escaped the facility 60 years ago. It is made of small raccoon-like animals. These animals speak fluent English and they are naturally highly intelligent. They've set up their own little community that is a link between nature and man. You guys mentioned that this kind of like wound up morphing into the talking dead claws like later on in Fallout 2 in a way, right? There are two homes that animals of the Burrows have built. One is an adobe-type building that's above ground, called the Top Dwellings. They're clustered around a giant dead oak tree that serves for its main town hall. This is the center circle. The outer semicircle of the settlements look like simple earth at first glance. These are actually the dens, where the other half of the town live. These consist of an entrance, usually camouflaged, that leads to an underground den. These homes are usually clustered and crude and filled with various odds and ends. The back part of the outer semicircle, facing the river, is the farm of the community. Various things grow near. The den dwellers are the hunters of the pack. The area around the Burrows is pretty lush compared to the rest of the wasteland. This is because the river that runs through it. It's also lush because the original spot was pretty far away from any bomb sites. The plants and trees that grow there are jungle-type plants that can survive in the intense heats. Hey, Puck, welcome in. It's a strange running team of talking animals. I think we're learning something. I mean, it is the 90s, right? And talking animals are like a cartoon staple. Even a comic book staple for that matter. But I think I agree with them that this whole setup doesn't really fit in the Fallout universe. Like the pretty green, lush forest with funny little raccoons in it. is hard to imagine within the game, like even as a gag. Nereska, leader of the mutant animals that made their long and hard trek from the glow, arrived at the beautiful oasis in late winter. They quickly set up camp. For a while the animals were peaceful, their instinct took over, which was a shock to most. They became skilled hunters and they managed to grow intellectually. They had brought a good many devices and ancient texts from the glow and they were discovering new things. They even named themselves the tribe of the Slanter. Not knowing or remembering that they were once raccoon. Slanter means kindred in their language. At first they made their buildings like that of mankind. Nereska, knowing that most of his tribe remembered the things man had done to them, however, did not model the burrows after a human city. While the buildings were human looking, the things inside were not. Nereska encouraged his followers to revel in their animal side. Most houses consist of twigs and leaves, even to this day. I mean, Diablo had the cow dimension. Yeah, but that feels like a one-off gag. Like, this feels like it was up for consideration for, like, you know, serious inclusion as, like, part of the lore. What with the escaped animals from, you know, the facility and all that. There were some that were too curious for their own good. Small lands explored outside the oasis, and they met up with a retreated group of humans who were later to become the jackals. Upon seeing the animals, the humans opened fire. A few Slanter made it back to the community. That's when the first split came. Half of the animals wanted to protect themselves against humans, so they built the dens. They also rigged various traps around the jungle, and so the division stayed, with those who believed in some technology staying on top, while those who wanted to be more animalistic going on the ground. Sounds like some secret of Nim Tab. That's exactly what it sounds like. Actually, speaking of which, I actually just today got like a TTRPG book that is kind of Secret of Nimish. But I haven't like given it a browse yet, so I'm not sure how good it is. It was like one of those Kickstarter projects from like ages ago that I kind of like backed on a whim. But I think like it had like similar vibes. Like honestly, that's the RPG that I guess like these raccoons could be set in. That's when the first split came. Half of the animals wanted to protect themselves against the humans, so they built the dens, right? Yet these officials did not bother the Slanter. It was true that Nereska was their leader, but the animals could more or less do what they wanted as long as they never violated a few simple rules. This basically stated that no Slanter could harm or kill another without having their crimes done on them. This does not say that contests of strength are not allowed. Property belongs to everyone. Homes, however, reverted back to the Slanter's sense of territory. Any unauthorized entry on a home must be told to the Great Head Council. The perpetrator will then be ostracized until the next moon. No one should talk to him or acknowledge that he exists. The law came into effect when two Slanter got into a fight over a home. Oh, it's the art nears completion. Exciting, exciting. Looking forward to it. Got the shading for a few drops in your jacket that's left to shade. Can't wait to see, can't wait to see. Anyway, the years passed with peace. The Slanter became fiercely proud of each other and the tribe grew. A few human stragglers wandered into the jungle, but were either turned away or downright killed by the den dwellers. Thus the Boas has gained a kind of legend state among the humans. No one is sure that's there, but the stories of intelligent animals are abound in the waste. Then Nereska died. The Boas was in a state of mourning, and on the day he died, Slanter lifted their howling voice to the heaven. The result was a mourning song that's sung to this day whenever a Slanter dies. After Nereska died, his son Minishin took over. Minishin? Like munition? His leadership lasted when he retired and his daughter Winner took over. Much respect for the writing in this book. It's really cool to see like this amount of world building going into a game. Even if it has to be trash later on, you know? Before I go, something must be said about the religion of the Slanter. The old ones, as they are called, never told the younger generation about their experiences back at the facility. They simply said that came from the glow. It was named after the old one tried returning once, and all he saw was a great glow on the horizon. He turned back. The old ones told their children to forget the glow, that this was their home now. So it's the raccoons that named the glow? Not the humans. But when Nereska was the last original survivor from the facility died, the younger generation started to wonder where they came from. They read the old ones' journals, read the old books written from before the war, but nothing else was mentioned except the glow was where the Slanter came from. Hey, Super Jesus, yeah, more Fallout Bible today. Hey. Gives people more ideas for if they want to use the team too. True. It's interesting to see that, like, apparently in the original concept, the raccoons are the ones who named the glow. I wonder if the raccoons are the ones you were supposed to, or one of the options you were supposed to discover the glow from. Let's see. The winter was especially harsh for the Slanters, known as the Great Winter in many parts of the Waste. The Slanter had nothing to fall back on. Despair set in. Finally, Minishin, their leader, realized that something must be done in order to give his tribe hope. Thus, he invented the religion of the glow. He told his followers that there were gods living in the glow and that these gods made them. He made references to them in the histories that they had, showing various journals of the old ones talking about masters and how they made them. Ah, getting meta. When the Great Winter ended, Minishin knew that there would be more hard times, so he kept the religion going, saying that the gods of the glow helped them survive. And for the next 30 years, this has been passed down to the next generation. The scientist of the glow. Hey, hun, hey. Only Minishin knew that the religion was fake. When he died, he took the secret with him. And no one could disprove him, since anyone who went looking never returned. Hey, Mystic, Gaia Silver, welcome in. Interesting. Which brings me to the beginning, which is just before the player is let out of the vault. During this time, a group of top dwellers, intent on finding out the truth behind the gods of the glow, went seeking for their ancient home. And they found it. Since the radiation from the facility is very high, most of them died. Only one made it back. When he returned, he had a severe case of radiation poisoning and he was dying. He reported that there are no gods, only death. This of course caused a stir. Now the Burrows is once again divided, but this time it might lead to outright war. The Den Dwellers, being more fierce and fairer than the courses on top, believe in the gods with all their hearts. The top dwellers, being the intellectuals, believe the dying slander, saying that is pop and these gods do not exist. Is there any retcons your lore? I mean, it's not so much retcon, it's just that like very early streams I didn't really know what I was doing yet. So more like stuff that got added over time. Miss Atlantis, our ancient home. Yeah, we all do. We'll rebuild it, don't worry. So like, I guess like very early on, I hesitated between being your empress or just being like a high-ranking priestess of some kind. But honestly, I'm not sure if there's anything really retcon as like just not very established. Rena, the Great Daughter of Nerska, she sleeps in a small house behind the entrance to the Great Tree. She has 9 offspring, all of whom she is very protective. This might have to change depending on our art. This is the of those to save us. Thank you, population. The community is made of 2 factions, the Den Dwellers and the Top Dwellers. For 6 years they have been able to love each other like brothers, but the current debate of religion have made the ties thin. Both sides would die for the leader, however, and right now she's the only one that keeps war from breaking out. Most are distrustful of humans, especially the Den Dwellers, but if you can get past them, talking to the Top Dwellers shouldn't be too difficult. They only have texts that say humans are human, but they are too much skeptic of what is real. Retcon lore of whether Joe teaches breaks tables or not. I teach table lesson, that's alright. Yeah. showed that table. Are you in Turkey? Just the cringy Miyishi down the road. No title, no historical importance, you know, just that to remember my roots as like your empress first. Though that actually started coming very early on. Teoko no Yamaro. Yeah. Thank you for the streams. This has been fun. No worries. Thank you for coming by, Spherical. Thank you. Are you in Turkey? Armed forces. The Den Dwellers are armed with knives, claws, teeth, and even small spears. They usually hunt in packs and there's no guards. If a crisis happens, everyone in the burrows, young and old, will fight. Why do you hate Tabletop? Tabletop is not being abused. It's just being taught a lesson. The Great Tree is used as a meeting hall, tavern, and entertainment. In the middle of the Great Tree is an area that's used for contests of strength. The tree is also made up of the meeting hall, section of houses, storage area, library, research, interesting devices, small shrine to the god of the glow. There are multiple journals and a crude altar. Hey, you did the stage at the poor table. It's okay. I give TableCon gentle pattings. Bye, Joe. I need to sleep. Sleep tight. Sleep funny dreams. It's okay. Tabletop is getting gentle pat. You guys don't have to feel bad for it. I won't flip the table. My PC is standing on top of it. The Great Tree. Right. Notable people. Winner, Kalia, Mac. And he's the one who knows where the glow is. Bows is split into 2 factions. Character first enters. Table is used to it. A table is a strong table. It's like an elephant, doesn't even feel it. Wait, I want to report domestic table abuse. It's fine, don't worry. Both of you to beat something, holding something back. I'm not beating the table. I'm teaching the table. A lesson. a valuable lesson. Why is the PC standing on the table? That's so mean to table. That's the table's job. Milkers, welcome in. There are various traps in the jungle to keep out strangers, and there are various ways to get around them. Once through them, however, the player will be ambushed by 4 den dwellers. From out the other side will come 2 top dwellers who will come to the player's aid. Before the battle starts, however, a voice will ring out and say stop, then winner will appear. She will chastise the den dwellers and top dwellers both for trying to kill each other. She will also look at the player very closely, seeing that he's not a mutant, to tell him to go to trade 3. One of the top dwellers is assigned as a guide. The player is not to stray from the path, and if he does so, the den dwellers will attack him in force. Of course, at this point, the player could be Eric and just fill the 4 den dwellers anyway. And once at 3, the search for the glow adventure scene begins. I have to leave, my cat is scolding me. Sleep tight, sleep funny dreams, say hi to your cat. Say goodnight to your cat. Part of the table's job I hear is has to hold a lot more than the PC. Well, it's also holding my monitors, yes. The search for the glow. This is the opening seat when the player first enters the town. Winner tells the player their troubles and says the player is the first human in 60 years to hold a conversation with the slanter. But these are desperate times. He tells the player about the vision and that the player must go and search for the glow. When asked why him and not the slanter, Winner brings him back and behind the table and to a secret panel on the wall. There she pulls out the old diary written by Neriska himself. There are pages missing, but the humans are mentioned as being slanter captors back in the old days. It talks about weapons and all such stuff. Winner believes that these humans are what slanters consider gods. She wants the player to bring back proof of this so that the den dwellers will not declare war on their cousins. You have to bring back proof of the gods, oh dear. Oh, have a good luck, have a good luck. To guide the player to the glow, Winner assigns the den dweller to lead him there. Den dweller is also to confirm that there are no gods of the glow. The player can bring back Chipa's journal for proof or any other things, maybe a hologram or something. If he does this, the slanter will be allies. Top dwellers will give you loyalty, the den dwellers will give you respect. Interesting. The player returns the bows without proof. He will be let in and asked about his progress. He will be giving food. Okay, the following adventures can happen anytime after the initial entrance. In other words, you will still be looking for the bows and have time to catch a wisp of adventure happen. This was like a very worked out location. I'm guessing that this is probably in like the restoration patch as well. Because this seems like there's like so much stuff that will be easy enough to implement. As long as people had the assets for it. The woodcutter's wife. One of Wiener's offspring. Kalia has disappeared. Now normally he wouldn't be thought unusual, but others found the place he has last seen. Bose was in one. Well, it was cut from one, which is why I'm like wondering if it is in the restorations patch. If fans have put it back in. Yeah, it was smashed, and if a great fight happened, and there are footprints, human footprints. Was meant for one, yeah, that's why I'm wondering. Have fans restored it? Have fans put it in? Rina thinks that one of the human groups have someone made it past the taps and guards and taken her. She has sent out 2 slanter hunters only to have them disappear. I wonder if this is connected to the Deathclaw. I mean not the Deathclaw, the Master Quest. Where people, you know, thought the Deathclaws were killing the caravans, but it was actually the mutants. When the player comes to the scene of the disappeared, he sees tracks right now, but still visible. The tracks are humans, but slightly strange. This does seem like it will be part of the mutant quest. As the player follows the tracks, he comes to a wooden bridge. There will be tripwires on the bridge. There will be more traps on the other side. It's not to my knowledge. This would require a good chunk of new assets, which aren't easy to implement, but let's find out. I figured, like, that's what I was saying, like, it seems like a lot of information. But I guess somebody would have to go and draw all these raccoons. As well as their forest. But you know, the Fallout fans seem to be very dedicated, so it seems like something they would have done. I can't recall any in-game information of the boss by fans though. Surprising. An old survivalist named Bill Hatch has been mutated a bit by the virus, hence the human but not human tracks. Living alone on the other side of the river. His father was the son of a survivalist and made the family a home in the woods by the river. Okay, Bill is completely insane. The mental illness started when his parents died and he was bitten by a mutated beetle. Well, that has been retconned, I assume. After he survived that, it was downhill from there. Knowing that he must continue his line, however, Bill kidnapped a short mutant woman from Junktown about 3 years ago. She died. Is Bill like a reference to like some horror movie villain? In his grief, Bill went out hunting one morning and came across Kalia. In his grief, he kidnapped her. He currently thinks that she is his wife. Quick look through the pages. There's some videos and a few small things, but no restoration. I see. The traps around the area, I guess like it would be a lot of extra effort. That's true. The traps around the area were set by Bill's grandfather to ward off them damn liberals. Bill still uses the term, although he doesn't know what a liberal is. Bill keeps them up to defend them against an unknown evil, aka the liberals, that he thinks is after them. Meeting up with Bill, the player can talk to him for a bit. But Bill will probably fight to protect his bride. Inside his house, the player can find ammo and a few weapons. To catch a wisp. Something has been stealing the children. Slanter, being a superstitious lot, believe that a ferocious beast has taken them. The only sign of passing they find in the area that's broken and disabled, as if from a fight. The children are ferocious fighters as well, but there are never any tracks or any scent. We call this beast the Whips, and it has taken an almost mystical quality. Curfew has been sacked in the den, while others have been taking extra steps along the river. Which, since this can be fully use existing assets like the EPA could, isn't shocking. That's true. I just figured, like, since it's so, like, renowned, I thought maybe fans would have made, like, a bunch of, like, new assets for it. Or, like, a bunch of raccoons. But it would take a lot of effort. She asks you to find the ground. You investigate the scene of disappearance. You find broken dead branches. You will reveal that whatever did is covered up their tracks quite masterfully. Sent to have no contact with humans, do not know about, nor do they use their trickster's hunt. Them still there's something to do while hunting, not while trying to escape. Also found around will be various pieces of clothing the Slanter have overlooked. They have definite markings on them. Anyone with the jackals will make the player recognize the symbol. Ah, the jackals! Text being Slanter is starting to get to my brain, right? It's okay, I'm pretty sure this is will be out of this document soon. They're drawing all those dead claws so they could draw the raccoons too, right? It's more like a very well-developed mod and something would fit in. Oh, absolutely, I 100% get why this was cut. But yet, with how active the fanbase is, I'm still a little surprised that like nobody has like modded it in or added it to a patch anywhere. Just because of like, you know, how much people have done already. Reno will say that it's true that humans have kidnapped their children, there will be bloodshed. Both Junktown and the hub will know the jackal's symbol. Once in the encampment, the player can gain information. One thing for sure is that jackals do not have the children, but they know who do. A jackal named T-Bone was hired by someone to check out the legends of Animal Man, who lived near the radiation crater down south. Looking down there, he stumbled across the slanted child who was wandering too far from the river. Since then, they have snuck past the troughs and stolen the children. They figure that the animals are just that, animals. Children talk the slanter language until they come of age. After that they learn English only as a remembrance of the old ones. T-Bone will tell the players that they sold the children to a strange caravan that goes back and forth across the waste. It's owned by a man who calls himself P.T. Barnum. The carnival itself is made up of several exhibits. The cool thing is that the player is really bad about T-Bone taking the children, he can kill them. The rest of the jackals couldn't care less. Through a very piece of information, player can find the way to the caravan. To be an interesting enough mod, yeah. It's because the skills needed to mask classic Fallouts are mainly possessed by a very small number of people dedicated enough to figure it out. So that's the biggest hurdle. Gotcha. I mean, to be fair, it can be hard with some of those old games. His whole line of descendants were circus owners. Like, I actually, for fun, like, tried looking into, like, you know, doing graphical modification Fallout, and there was indeed not very many resources for it. The biggest hurdles with low fan packages, new and old, lack of manpower, the right skills at the time to learn. True that. Whole line of descendants were circus owners. Even after Great War, his grandfather taught his father everything about the business. Knew that one day would settle down, people would need entertainment again. Family lived in the vault for some time. Then they left for the hub. P.T. Garment set up a nightclub filled with magicians and stuff. His father took over the business. P.T. knew it was different. He wanted to travel and see the world, so he bought a caravan and set out into the wasteland. Okay, one more page on the boss. For legal reasons, Burger Becky can't release the source code. Makes sense, it's probably in Bethesda's hands now, on whether the source code will ever see the light of day. He has collected quite a few things. He has even made a few creatures of his own. Like a few creatures of his own. Like the master. Taking the original Barden's advice that the sucker is born every minute. He actually started out with a show that consists of a few dances, some acrobats, and some other things, and for a while he did well, especially with the Khans who loved his dancing women. For a while things went well, but as time went on, the performance started to leave. Finally, he was left alone with his mutated animals and his makeshift wonders. He was on his way back to the hub in the feet when he heard the stories of animal men. They were strange creatures, it was said, that lived down by the radioactive pit down south. It was said that they were animals that walked like men and who hunted with weapons. Few have returned from there, and those who do cannot actually say what they saw. He asked questions, everyone shrugged. Who cared about stupid animals when there was families to feed, mutants to ward off, and lives to live? Side note, one of the main reasons why the Slanta have been undetected for so long. People have bigger problems, and no one cares. PT became obsessed with these rumors. He knew that these things, which no one had ever seen, would make him famous. For a year he collected information, until he finally pinpointed an approximate location. Knowing that he wasn't equipped for this type of thing, he went to Jekyll and Neem and asked him to capture the legendary beast. Which he did. When the player finds the caravan, PT will be paranoid, in possession of a shotgun. Players can talk him down and sneak into his camp, or Eric can just blow him away. Who is this Eric again? Was that an early companion? This is the second time he's brought up. If the player talks to him, PT will tell him his story. But under no circumstance will he give the children back. That is, unless the player gets him something better. The thing is, he tried to show the children to some travelers who were completely bored by the small furry rodents. Did they mention who Eric was earlier? Was that a guard? No, because those things all have like weird animals that like names, don't they? Either way, is Eric just the name of the protagonist in early? No, that's a player. If the player talks to him, PT will is maybe one of the standard characters. Get his history, but under no circumstance will he give the children back. That's unless the player gets him something better. Thing is, he tried showing the children to some travelers, and we were completely bored by the small furry rodents. There's said to be a rare red scorpion that lives in LA that he wants. Seems after the disappointment of the animal man, he wants to move back to the hub, but his father needs the scorpion's venom for something. Not too many people make it through the barrens and back. Once the player kills the scorpion, he will give you the children. Once the children are returned, the den dwellers will be loyal to the players. Since a few den children were also taken, the mother of the recent lost couple will also give the players some cool stuff. Can't we have Eric? The thing is, this is a picture. Yeah, now we're just getting a bunch of American American hits. I wonder if there was like a really early design document thing where maybe at some point in time Eric was either an ally or a player preset or something. That's my best guess. That's my best guess. For what that might be about. Because I've seen it twice now, but only in this document. Only in this document. And I don't remember it being brought up elsewhere. Let's see. What page are we on again? We're over here. We're over here on the final page. Following adventure sheets will only be played with players brought back proof that gods do not exist. As the players gain the trust, Reno will ask to open up trade lines with humans. But only those humans that the player deems appropriate. If the player knows Junktown, they won't care. The only place that will care are the hub and the Khans. The hub will open trade lines, and every now and then the player will be able to see a caravan going there. Hub will also reward you for finding them another customer. The Khans will attack the town and try to kill them all. If the player returns after this happens, all he finds are ruins and a few Slanta who will attack on sight. The Slanta will become your enemy, and any Slanta in the player's party will attack as soon as they enter the finish. Well, don't sell them to the Khans then. He does say he misplaced documents, Drill. What's the thing on the tile of my autogo? Hold on. Thing on the tie. It's like a little sea bunny patch, basically. Like a golden sea bunny emblem. Like a bun, but in gold. Basically. That's probably the best way to interpret it. There, you got to see it a little bit bigger for a second. There we go. Cute. Okay. That's straight out. I look like that. The golden pin. The golden pin is what you look like. Okay, in any event, that's the update 7. We finished another Bible part. Let's go. This white text is fun. In the future, I may be leaving secret messages on the updates. Wait, he's using white text? Oh my god, has this man been using white text without me noticing? He does say this white text is fun, so maybe they turned the text black in the final version. Hey, Leroy, hey. I was just taking a close look at her while I was coasting into sleep. Just in time for the final page. Suspicious. Okay. So, the fellow Bible update. The update. What a silly man Mr. Avalon is. Hopefully we haven't missed any. I sure hope not. I sure hope not, because I'm not going back to look for it. It does seem to be implied that maybe they have given us a tightness. I got a Moodang collab. Yeah, I got the famous Moodang to come on screen today. Matt is killing me, so maybe I should turn the screen off. No worries, if you have to do what you gotta do. Take care of yourself, especially if you're hot deck. 2 more parts to go. Let's go. Hidden the white text, all the chalice cannon. Must be your dad. This one in part 9. Well, there's still a decent chunk of pages, so these are 2 chunky updates still. two chunky updates. For those who haven't been there before, blah 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 blah, this is more or less the same as usual. Anyway, blah blah. This update contains an interview with Fallout designer Scott Benny, a crapload of questions, the original drop of the EPA. Again, but the other one, the furry and flurry of nuclear winters, a little bit of the old Wasteland sequel meantime, why the Corvega Highwayman has a fat ass, and a bit of tribal societies, new mind mending contest, the winners of 2 others, and more random irradiated crap from the Fallout universe. Oh, Bombay, Sweet Bunny Dreams, I appreciate your see. Thank you, sleep tight, Sweet Bunny Dreams. This one in part 9. Very important lore detail. I can't wait till we find out. Okay, and these are the questions. This seems to be the same as before. Doesn't seem to be any updates there. Oh, and Wobby wants me to post a link to his website in the next release. There you go. I want to do a mush mod PMP D20 conversion with Fallout. I figure this may hold off a lot of questions for you potential game developers out there who want to do stuff with the Fallout license. Before you read the following, keep in mind. What follows is the best answer I can give you. Took a very long time to get this answer for some of you, but here's the answer I was able to get. Don't like it? Tough. As long as what you are doing does not have a price tag associated with it, you are not making money with it, it doesn't hurt to misrepresent the Fallout license, and there's still some risk involved, but the risk is much smaller. Get an intellectual property lawyer and ask them some questions. Wonder how much of this still loads up. It seems a lot of that they have walked back on, so a bunch of it is probably already on canon. The Corvega Dumpy. Okay. I want to do a mushmud mod PMP D20 conversion for Fallout. Can I? Here's the official word. An official word is that 1, we can't give an official word, and 2, this should not be taken as a no, but if you want to do it, you'll have to proceed at your own risk. Confusing? Let me explain. To give an official word, we have to sign contracts, which Black Isle Studios doesn't have time to do. If you still want to do Fallout stuff, you would have to abide by the trademark and copyright law regarding the Fallout license, and to do that, this recommends you ask an intellectual property lawyer. Lastly, this is not official permission, but as long as you don't use the Fallout license to generate income, or in such a way represent or harm the license, i.e. put it on a webpage that advertises very illegal stuff, or include misrepresentations or your material that harms the license in the Fallout game, mod, or whatever you're making, or make it appear as though Interplay is a source of material, i.e. this is the official Interplay sponsored mush, you should be alright. Again, this is not official permission, just a guide for what Biz suggests if you want to use the Fallout license. We just want you to know that if you choose to use the license, you could potentially be taking some legal risks. So basically, you can use Fallout if you're willing to take the intellectual property risk. This isn't a no, or an official yes. It's just that if you want to do this, you'll be proceeding at your own risk. I wish we could just come out and say sure, but we don't have time for contracts. In my opinion, as long as you hold true to the license, make sure there's no money involved and don't claim it's Interplay sponsored official, you should be fine. Let's write the law. I mean, this is pretty basic stuff when it comes to any kind of fan work, right? Any kind of fan work, secondary work, mod. Some companies are more chill about it than others. Using Joe's bond to generate 3k profit in a day without their permission. That would be awfully impolite. Yeah, only purely technical perspective super chats and Fallout scenes are illegal. Tribal Society. Anyway, to get the balls rolling, David Camacho had a comment on tribal societies from a few issues ago. Here it is. Okay. Someone had a question about re-emergence of tribal societies, particularly in Arroyo. There's a number of instances of European settlers going native. There's a tribe in Honduras, the Miskito, I believe, who are descended from the English settlers who are stranded. They speak a form of pidgin English and live much like traditional hunting-fishing society in the region. There's also a tribe in the Amazon that's descended from German settlers, who speak a Germanic dialect that's very difficult for native German speakers to understand. My impression from playing the games was that the Vault Dweller came across some people in the wasteland, led them to Arroyo, where they resettled, and that these people had already become tribal, possibly in the time since the war, and might have descended from the people who never lived in a vault, but somehow managed to survive. I figured that's kind of what they said earlier too. But as I thought that games need more tribal societies, they are an interesting addition. It's sad to hear that apparently they're not really included, but somebody mentioned they were in the DLC earlier. I don't know if this is a coincidence, but there's a town in California called Mariposa. Fire in the face, corrections. Had some comics about the New York reaction incident that I homered Simpsons in the Fallout timeline. A critical reactor is a normal condition, meaning that the reactor is at a constant stable power level. An uncontrolled supercritical condition is dangerous, implying that the power is rising at increasingly rapid rates and can lead to a meltdown of the fuel, or release radioactive fission. So what's causing it's something like a nuclear reactor goes supercritical. Yeah, that's right. Stop saying it's going critical. That's normal. Say it's supercritical. I actually did not know that distinction. I feel people use critical quite often. The Unanswered DLC is all about conflict involving the tribals. I see. Though it seems you guys are torn on that one. Here's the EPA design document and managed to dig it off. The first draft by Jason Sreen. Okay, so we got another old school document. One more document to go. Play on words for Environmental Protection Agency. Loved all the art personality. Okay, that's... I think puts it now at 2 for, 2 against. This area will be the site of a pre-war industrial waste management company that used to handle the highly toxic waste byproducts of the industry giants of the time. Sure, they can't blame him for not knowing this, right? I didn't know that either. I feel like TV shows always say they're going critical, right? After many years of neglect and deterioration, the once safely stored chemicals have leaked out, forming a huge lake of toxic sludge. Combining with the radiation and theft virus that have released into the environment due to the war, this lake now has mutative properties of a unique and very unwholesome nature. This would not be a problem in itself if the lake was already gone, since for an animal to mutate, it would have to ingest a toxic substance. No creature in its right mind would do this. Enter the doctor! The self-proclaimed doctor has discovered the unique qualities of the lake and has decided to make it his life goal to carry out experiments with the lake and other chemicals he has found at the site. I like to characterize the doctor as the type of person who liked tormenting insects and animals as a kid, i.e. pulling the wings of flies, stepping on snails, tying cans to a cat tail. Keeping this in mind, the doctor has taken it upon himself to create various monstrosities and release them on the wasteland. I guess that's where maybe some of the master's proclivities might have been reused then. Gonna go to sleep. Sleep tight. Sleep bunny dreams. Bye-bye. Probably relates to the criticality incident, sense of being conflated with the dangerous version. Makes sense. This year, is this the Dr. Monroe we heard about in the earlier one? Maybe. I imagine not reading nuclear regulation papers for your fictional game. I thought they did pretty decent research in the first manual, but I am just a layman myself. Otsukare on the work restacle, Otsukare. This area where the doctor spends most of his time. It's basically a converted warehouse with many cells and examination tables. It's rare the doctor works on his subjects. Cells that line the wall, the player will be able to see the results. Centaurs, floaters, deck claws, and... people? Through dialogue, the players will be able to learn from the doctor that he is the one responsible for creating and releasing the horrors into the environment. So this is maybe where the centaurs originally came from? Pre-master? Hey, Kasadao. The area is essentially a large glowing lake surrounded by barrel upon barrel of industrial toxic waste. It will be highly radioactive and must be passed to enter the doctor's workshop. This is very different from the other version of the EPA, where it was just a hologram facility with silly people inside of it. This is like, you know, an Island of Dr. Moreau kind of situation. But this bit was released for one of the DLCs. Oh, with the creatures getting loose. I see. Have a good stream. Thank you. I was thinking the doctor might be able to dabble with drugs made from chemicals he finds in the barrels. Maybe possible connection to New Reno. Little or no inventory art required. The successful drugs the doctor creates are highly addictive and do really screwed up things to the player. Maybe some kind of permanent damage to the stats or something funny like instant addiction. But instead of having to take more of the drug, the player has an insatiable curve for iguana on a stick. There will also be Easter egg drugs. Maybe a drug that will counteract the damage done from the bad drug. Or if the player never took the bad drug, it will result in a permanent increase in stats. Interesting. Yeah, that's very Pulp Fiction. Yeah, the Island of Dr. Moreau. It's like a famous story from like... It's old story. It's a very old story. But it gets parodied a lot. In various like media, TV shows. Even in Totally Spies, for that matter. Let's say it was first up. Right that lovely way. Let's see what this button does. That's the button that makes me admit I'm cute. Which I guess, but this I suppose I gotta admit I'm cute. Yeah. But Tuki, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It was very first drafty, yeah? I never heard of it. Let me Google. It gets referred to a lot. Hello, Dex. Great to meet you. I hope you had a great time with today's stream. Your voice is so adorable, including your eyes. Thank you, Dontavius. Thank you. Welcome in. Today we're reading through the Fallout Bible, so if you want to hear a lot of my voice, I'm gonna be doing a lot of reading. The villain in slide 3 was a Moreau baboon. Check out. And hi, Chief, welcome in. Give the player the option to somehow open the cells where the doctor is in the lab. The creatures will come out of the cells and attack the doctor. If there was a connection to the cartel, maybe the player will be able to buy drugs from the doctor that he would normally have to buy from the cartel. Of course the drugs might be a little tainted. Maybe a small maze the player is tricked into entering. Go get my widget. In it the doctor lets his pets roam free. That reminds me of that part in Vampire the Masquerade where you like are put in like the vampire torture chamber by the one hunter. The hero type character will spot some of the doctor's human test subjects locked in 2 separate cells. Unlocking the first cell will release some grateful villager cells, but releasing the second one will release some of the doctor's troops. The troops will be ordinary villager types, except they'll be exceptionally strong and fast, not to mention crazed. Kind of like the temple crazies from the Beastmaster. So there you go, the first step of the EPA in all its scant glory. It seems like there's a lot less information on this one. But in a way, I think this one fits a little bit better, but... Well, it fits better than the raccoons, but I also understand why they, like, removed it. To be honest, I'm a fan of your hard work. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. And now the deck class. I have 2 winners this time. One for the deck class, the other for the nuclear winters. Big time winner for the deck class. Try to imagine flashing lights and creeping clouds. Tony Wayne. There you have it. His answer correct was the Tawask. Blatantly Deathclaw is a miniature Tawask. That's what you guys already told me. And a big bunch of other people who sent in answers, you were all right on the first guess. Could it be that when counted the notion that certain creatures were the master's doing? I wonder if that was the reason they took it out. It seems that like Moreau's doing definitely seems to be an early version of the master's experiments. But they might have considered that like having a whole Dr. Moreau like literally making the centaurs and stuff would kind of overlap too hard with the master. And they wanted his stick and like those creators to be like solely his creation. So that might have been why they took it out. That old PowerPoint fonts. Nah, that's not PowerPoint. It's what we called word art. And was part of the entire Office Suite. I used to love word art. I miss word art. I can't believe they took all the good word arts out of like modern day Office Suite. That's how you used to make essays back in the day. Or PowerPoints for that matter. Okay, although Mark was just very helpful as providing nuclear winter info as everyone else, he was also very, very fast and very, very patient, so he wins. Note I wasn't looking for a right answer, just some explanations. But I'm using only word art when I was in primary, but I got into trouble. I always use word art for my titles, and they usually let you get away with it. Yeah, they want him to be a more evil scientist guy than a psychic god complex mutant. I think they were totally separate. And maybe early drafts for the master didn't have like the experimentation, side to it yet. So once they started realizing it would be too much overlap, they like took him out maybe. In update 6 of the Fallout Bible, you asked for someone to illuminate you in regards to the effects of a nuclear winter. Well, if you'd be kind enough to sit through the next few paragraphs without falling asleep, I'll have a crack at it. It's the sort of thing that's only interested if you will. Interested in it? First off, I'd like to stress that I'm only an amateur nuclear war post-apocalypse buff, not a physics major. I just delve into this kind of stuff because it fascinates the hell out of me, but I only understand the most basic elements of the physics involved. The whole nuclear winter theory itself was first proposed in 1982 by a German scientist called Paul Crutzen, but it was seized on by 5 other scientists: Turco, Thun, Ackermann, Pollack, and Sagan. Their article for Science magazine entitled Nuclear Winter Global Consequences of the Multiple Nuclear Explosives made the theory into a culture icon that it is today. Anyway, from there the idea was quickly picked up by Russian scientists, and all of them managed to successfully convince the world that the US versus USSR nuclear war would bring about a global ice age-like winter. It probably wasn't such a bad idea during the whole Reagan Cold War revivalism period. Sort of remind people what a really bad idea nuclear war would be, at a time when things were again becoming strained. I think it's good they went the route they did. Yeah, the big bad being Morale would be kind of lame. Did they say that Morale would be the big bad? I just thought this was like a secondary location. The way they talk about the EPA, it didn't really read to me as like a big bad final boss location, just like a side quest that I figured they scrapped because it either didn't fit the tone or like started overlapping too much with the master. Did they say that he was gonna be the big bad? I thought he was just like a guy. Another spot on the map. Unfortunately for Sagan et al., but fortunately for the Fallout series, since it maintains the status quo, the original nuclear winter theory has some major holes poked into it since it first became popular. Morale was always meant to be the big bad. Huh. Well, in that case, they definitely did better going to the master than just like a very blatant pop culture parody. Most notably when 2 American atmospheric scientists, Thomson and Snyder, wrote their own title. They cited some major flaws in the calculations of Sagan's group and attacked Sagan personally, claiming that his politics, he was ardently anti-nuclear, had influenced his conclusions. They also highlight the fact that the nuclear scientists mentioned earlier had modified their own nuclear test data, overstating the actual blast effects on the explosions to achieve a more favorable results. If you now think of it, Richard Morale was the master's original name before he changed it to Quay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was mentioned at some point. That was mentioned before he got, kicked out for, like, killing people, right? Ah. Okay, so I guess that's still, like, remnants of him originally being the Romero. Well, they definitely made him more interesting than just some guy experimenting on animals and humans. Now he's a mutated guy experimenting on animals and humans. They made him a lot more... Okay. So he was a... Yeah, they definitely changed that for the better. They concluded with resorting to a world-wide temperature jump of 20 degrees, lasting a matter of weeks as opposed to the 60 degrees. End result, no nuclear winter, just a few chilly and radioactive weeks. He murdered someone in Vault City, so he skipped town, changed his name to cover his tracks. That was mentioned earlier in the Bible, that's true. I forgot for a second he was called Morale as well. As for your 50s nuclear technology theory, it's partially right. There's a big difference between the old kiloton range weapons and the multi-megaton thermonuclear weapons of modern times. But it's not quite as simple as you thought. The smaller bombs generally loft larger amounts of material into the air relative to their size. And that material is also larger in size. Also, only it's not lofted as high into the atmosphere because it's larger, it tends to return to the earth more quickly. This was like mentioned a whole bunch in the manual of the first game initially. A simple analogy would be like firecrackers and a stick of TNT. As kids, a lot of us would have played around with tom-toms or mighty mites, blowing up stuff as fast as we could to light those little wicks. I know I always used to love sticking them in the side of full milk cartons and watching the results when they blew a hole in it. Anyway, if you can picture what happens to the carton, you'll get my point. The small explosion whips the paper to shreds and scatters it around, whereupon it promptly gets deluged with milk. Now imagine strapping a stick of TNT to a comparable milk carton and setting it off. Milk carton is completely vaporized along with the milk, the better part of your front yard, and possibly anything below your lower torso, depending on how close you are standing. All the materials still exist though. You physically can make matter cease to exist. It's just been broken down to so small and distributed so far it's impossible to see. It's the same thing on the grander scale with nuclear weapons. The big bombs cause thin, long-lived clouds high in the atmosphere, while the small bombs cause thick, short-lived clouds in the lower atmosphere. That's a good analogy. That's very nicely explained. I'm sure you can picture how that would influence the climate change respectively. Now, of course, there's a difference between ground bursts, which of the lot bombs would have been, and air bursts, but I figure you've already had enough, so I'll spare you that for now. Hope this helps. The captain, aka Cappy, to my friends, aka Mark Otto. Thank you, Mark Otto. Was kind enough to include a bunch of irritating follow-up questions I had for him, so he wins the patience reward still. Ah! Avalon gets to answer the ask the questions this time. I'm glad that Avalon got to interrogate them. Other contributors include, hey, the explanation I've had to why no nuclear winter occurred is this. The 50s didn't know about it, and since fall is retro 50s, it's based on what they thought the effects of nuclear war. The scorched with a lot of mutated critters. Regarding nuclear war, Nikolai Tolstoy, nephew of Leo, hypothesized circa 1980 that the result of the nuclear war would be comparable to the Great Plagues of Europe. Also, if the fallout timeline deviated from our timeline prior to the development of the hydrogen bomb, the devastation of the nuclear arsenals would be far lower. Conversely, if the weapons used were predominantly neutron bombs, much of the physical infrastructure would survive, although the initial radiation burst would kill off most living things in the vicinity of ground zero. As to radiation being a major permanent deterrent, people have resettled in areas of Hiroshima and Nagasaki that were bombed in the Second World War. On the ancient world, the level of radiation in the immediate vicinity of nuclear facilities like Chernobyl have less radiation than what is naturally occurring in Spain and France. It was the radioactive isotopes of cesium and iodine that were responsible for the high instances of thyroid cancer in the area. These isotopes hypothetically will return to safe levels after 20 years or so. There are a number of people still living in the contaminated area of Ukraine that was evacuated, and adults are for the most part healthy if elderly, and local animal populations are thriving. Now for my question. Some friends and I have a theory that the rifle pistol in the game is based on the gun Deckard used in Blade Runners. Are you able to confirm or deny? I can't find an artist to confirm it, but it does look pretty similar. For what I've read, the new thread of Dusty War, I don't have the hard data on it. I only remember half of the Discovery Channel segment. I like how this guy is like, I don't really know for sure, but I watched Discovery Channel a few years back, and I kind of remember what they said on the show. Either way, what I do remember is that they said that in order for there to be nuclear winter, every nuke in the possession of USSR and USA at the peak of the Cold War would have to be detonated at the same time and spread out for optimum coverage. In which case, nuclear winter would not be a problem as everything on Earth would be dead within weeks, if not days. So is nuclear winter actually this debunked? Huh. He knows mostly questions really don't need answers, right? I'm interesting. That's interesting because I always thought nuclear winter was like a whole big deal, but between all these answers, I'm like, wait, is nuclear winter not actually that much of a Has this been super debunked at this point or something? I sent you an email about this. Use the link I promised. The gist of it says there would have to be a huge nuclear exchange for it to happen. Uses half of the Cold War arsenal as a baseline figure, saying that half would make it possible. But I'm not sure exactly what the extent of the Fallout Universal arsenal would have been. I can't speculate as to possibilities. But were they big, then it would sure account for the terrain of the Fallout universe. Okay. Interesting. So nuclear winter wouldn't actually happen. Trying so hard not to spill anything. Keep yourself contained. It's not super debunked, but it is questionable science. I see. I remember Dyson having a good quote. I guess, is it one of those things where they can't really know for sure until it happens, which we hope it doesn't happen? Is it one of those things? The question why people still believe it could happen is because the government used as a ploy to stop the Americans from worrying too much about the nuclear war. Why would the government say that? If nuclear war were to occur, all life would be lost, so there would be no point to prepare for the nuclear war and lower the workforce efficiency. Worrying about your safety for yourself and family leaves little room for work. I see. It's always nuclear winter, but when are we getting nuclear summer holidays? Mainly thanks to its advance in interception and jamming technologies. Post-nuclear game would be based off the vision from YouTube channels. I guess so. Our knowledge of large dust particle quantities and modeling scale kind of shit these days. I see. So it's like one of those things that just don't really know for sure. Got it. Who's the big winner? You can be. I have a new contest for you, Fallout aficionados. First one to email me with the correct answer gets to be the big winner next time. This one may require a little net research and some guessing, but nothing that will cripple you for life. In any event, the question is, drumlong please. InSpot's Son, maybe, was not the first choice of theme music for Fallout 1. Rights to the first choice, however, were in dispute, so the first choice was wisely avoided. First choice song by the same group was... but if apparently it can be googled, they must have at least figured out what they wanted to be, right? 1 second, I realized we lost the soundtrack at some point. Let's try to get back to the soundtrack there. There we go. There we go. Okay. There. The existence of the Haphazard Junior implies an even scarier Haphazard Wizard Senior. This is true. This is true. Okay, and this time we have an interview instead of just random questions. Going to try and start interviewing some old members of Fallout 1 and 2, and if I'm lucky, Wasteland. Scott Benny is an Interplay veteran who's worked on what seemed like 5 billion computer pen and paper projects. And wouldn't you know it, the crafty bastard did design work on Fallout 1 too. I put the 13 questions to him, and here are his answers. Introduce yourself. Who the hell are you? Scott Benny, veteran, which means rickety and crotchety game designer. Been doing work on the paper RPG since I sold my first piece to Dragon in 1981 and computer games in 1990. I worked on Lord of the Rings, Castles, and everything that had Star Trek on it from Interplay that didn't involve pinball. Along with Dave Andy, I constitute the Canadian contingent of the Fallout design team. When I say Canadian X part of the intro, I snickered and said, yeah, right. Just like every other good patriotic Canadian Fallout fan. Though I harbor secret ambitions to tell the real tale of what happened in Canada and to write the history of dog meat. We need merch of Hat as a junior, soon he will surpass me. As a scientist, I judge nuclear winter theory to be a sloppy piece of work full of gaps and unjustified assumptions. As a human being, I hope fervently that it is right. Here's a real and uncomfortable dilemma. What does a scientist do when science and humanity pull in opposite directions? I see. How did someone like you start working on Fallout? Tim Kane asked me, and I had time after one of the various incarnations of Stonekeep 2 fell through, and I had time between that and Starfleet Academy. So I came on board and did a few areas and helped where I could. Wasn't fairly late in the project, but I did what I could. Wasn't a major player on the team, but I'm proud I was part of it. Me when Hat has a junior gets murked before Jorunna does. I think Jorunna probably is gonna get murked sooner than Hat has a junior. Yeah, but what did you do on Fallout? I worked in parts of the hub, the above ground levels of the cathedral, and wrote some of the "owie, that hurts" messages for weapon damages. I also came up with the Mysterious Stranger perk. Nice idea in theory, though I wish it could have been more useful. You guys all recommended I don't take it, even though it looked really fun. What was your most favorite thing, area, or item that you worked on in Fallout? The blackmail storyline in Iguana Bobs. Chris Taylor had set up the whole Iguana Bob buying a cannibal chunk early in the game, and when I got to Bobs, I thought to myself, what if instead of exposing him, what if you could blackmail him? I'd never seen an RPG that allowed you to do that before, so I worked with the scripters to make it happen. Unfortunately, when I moved to Fallout, the plotline fell off the radar, because the gamers should have been able to report me to the police. But Dave Handy, who did the hub police, was busy with a lot of stuff at the time. You know the saying about draining the sun when you're up to your ass in alligators? Well, the alligators in the swamp are at the end of every computer game product are like Jurassic alligators, so I don't blame Dave if all the quests aren't covered. Would have been nice to have patched in though, yeah. It really does seem like you should be able to report them. Hiya Sogi, welcome in. What was your least favorite thing, area, or item that you worked on in Fallout? I was never happy with Luxie. He was just too cutesy in tone. The whole Wobbenwood thing struck with me as stride, so I think he's probably one of the least memorable major NPCs in either of the games. Honestly, I don't really remember Luxie very well either, so you might be right about that. You might be right. Any secrets or background stuff that you've been keeping in your noggin that you want to share? Valid Fix does patch in the Iguala Bob. So you guys have told me, which just makes sense. It seems like most of the quest is there, because you can literally tell him you're ratting him out. It's all but the ratting them out part that seems to be implemented. There's Doctor Who. Doctor Who? Good morning, Heido. Welcome in, welcome in. Well, as Doctor Who, the incredibly over-the-top and obscene doctor at the cathedral. I had always self-censored myself in the writing before Fallout, but the post-apocalyptic setting struck me as a milieu which required high levels of obscenity for its grittiness and dark humor. So I went for the R rating with gusto and made Who as the embodiment of all that's obscene. Medic tends to be the one character that even dedicated killer PCs don't kill, so I want to see how many people would forgo the healing and shoot Who just because he's such a bastard. The end of the Doctor Who. The Doctor Who? Nah, the Doctor Who. Oh, and congrats on the 100 bones. Tim Kane hated Who. He thought Who went too far. Does this guy have Tourette's? And he asked me to tone him down. I did and hand him a vision of the Leonard. However, somewhere in the process, Who vision fell through the cracks because the one in the game is the original unpurgated, unfeathered Who. Doctor Who? No, Doctor Who! I always regret not doing more Cathedral, but I did my best not to throw in side quests because I thought at the time the player would be pretty much streaking for the end game and any quest at this point would be more annoying than useful. That's fair, Cathedral is very late going. There's a time for speed bumps and there's a time when you have to let them cut loose, so the Cathedral is mostly for color. Tried to come up with a few NPCs there who weren't despicable. Thought I'd be more interested if the cult attracts a few people who weren't stupid and thuggishly evil. That way they contrast better with people like Morpheus, whose dialogue was written before I came on the project, who was an opportunistic scumball. Hi Jillian, welcome in, welcome in. Was there anything you created that didn't make it in? Secret of Falcon Fury? Oops, wrong with you. How come none of those Star Trek bastards never ever want to talk to me? Tim Game asked me to write the game intro, so I wrote this rambling piece where some half-crazed fellow was ranting about his ancestors and cursing what happened to the world. Well, it must have been like to live in a world where Brahman had only one head. What actually went into the game was much better. War. War never changes. But Tim wants to stick some drunken barfly so in the game which spouted the original dialogue. Never happened though, the dialogue's been long lost. Aww. Any personal stories you want to share? Well, there's a cruel memory of Tim Kane tormenting me with chocolate chip cookies. Because I'm diabetic. I ate some anyways. Cookies. Num. I miss the days on the internet when people were still saying num. People don't say num anymore these days. They say nom. We have forgotten about num. Only nom now. Tim Kane is the devil, alright? Tormenting this guy, this poor fella with chocolate chips. Then there's the one where I screwed up the formatting on one big section of dialogue and Tim got really mad at me. I don't think I want to remember that then. We're on the Moku Moku area. Moku Moku. Moku Moku die. Moku Moku yummy. I'm sorry, I like this song. Sorry, but nom is better. But we forgot how to nom. I'm a bit of a method writer. When I wrote the Cathedral Cottage, I frightened some of my co-workers by getting into character and telling people how reasonable the master in his dream was. Now Fallout isn't a heroic story at all. It's a tragedy about the fall of the master who was ruthlessly murdered by people who was just trying to help out, but who are so willing to accept change. No one bought my interpretation, that alone is a tragedy. There's also a story of TOA, the Raiders, the water class at Club 33, where we went for the Fallout WAP party, but Mark Harrison will probably kill me just for mentioning it, so I better shut my trap. If you have a Discord, I'll join just to say war never changes. I mean, you can check the description if you want to. Morning Gideon, welcome in, welcome in. If you have one inventory item from Fallout, what would it be? I don't know about inventory items, maybe a gek, but I'd love a small dog who's brave enough to bite a dead claw in the leg on command and not shoot me in the back. Hi Ian. Hey, that's true, you know, we all love a dog meat in real life. What are you doing now? What are your hopes and dreams for the future? I'm doing a computer game and paper RPG writing. Looks like I have some D20 system supplement out for green roning next spring, and a Champions campaign setting from the Hero games next summer. Please buy them both, make me both rich and happy. As for dreams, I really should get off my butt and at least try to write a novel. Num Bun should be a sticker on the Discord. Hold on. Where do we go? Mogu Nami. I'm sorry. There's your number. Civil war should always changes because we always fight for whatever comes up at hand. This is true. But in a way, civil war never changes either because it's always the fighting. What question do you wish you had been asked about Fallout that wasn't in this list of questions? How good are Tim Kaine and Chris Taylor? I suppose it's obvious, but they're damn good. They made a game and had the balls to try things, story and system-wise, that I didn't think were possible. They made them work. It's a huge achievement. If you had one wish, what would it be? Wouldn't know where to start. Is there anything you've ever wanted to say in an interview that you've never had the chance to say? Interview? People actually want to talk to me? Wow, something for a stream? No, don't be silly. That was not a real bun. That was one of those is it cake buns. It was cake on the inside. Here's some questions and some answers. If I didn't answer yours, it's pending. So enough with the bitching, you fancy ass whiner. Mr. Avalon. It was an angel bun. That was just a bread bun, actually. Hey, like, welcome in. I live in Bakersfield. Well, you live in Necropolis. In that case. It's been a while since I played Fallout, so I hope I get this right. Necropolis is supposed to be Bakersfield. But Bakersfield is northwest from LA. On the Fallout map, it would be a third of a square south from the Brotherhood. The real-life location responding to Necropolis would be a small town named Baker at the Soda Lake. Hey, like, Blaze, welcome in. We've got ghouls in chat. Gillian clearly states that Necropolis is south of Junktown, the hub to the southwest. Obviously, the idea that Necropolis would be on the way to the Boneyard. Either Ian or the singing in Scumpit gives you directions in relation to the coastline. Do not match the map at all. Put the hub far nearer to the coast than it is now. My personal conclusions were that the dialogue was written long before the map was drawn, and later never changed. That the terrain difficulties originally were supposed to have far greater importance in gameplay, hence the stress on traveling along the coast. Well, it seems like I was the only one who ever really noticed it. I think the locations may have been moved at a later date to spread them out better on the map. This was confirmed in the first part of the Fallout Bible. Necropolis is supposed to be Bakersfield, but I'll check if I can see if I can check with Chris Taylor to make sure. Not the only one to notice this, however, the deadly DJ Slamak noticed it too. Possibly from the post you made on the Discords, if your word come. There's a certain discrepancy if you're wondering. This is basically just rewriting what was said before. Also, if you keep playing Fallout 2 after destroying the Enclave, the arm-stealing new Reno will offer you special prizes. Wait, which are actually tenfold or more? And increase each time you address them. And will attack you if you ask him for modifications. Wait, what? Really? It seems like a bit of a weird bug. Is it supposed to be some joke? It's probably a bug, I know, big surprise. Oh, that would be a hilarious joke though. That would be that would be such a good joke. You know, you get special prizes which are tenfold because surely the hero has like big money and you're in the end game, so what are you gonna use it for? That's like really good that you can... Like, I hope that's not a bug because that's so funny. You know, the hero gets to pay a little extra. Okay, we got a couple of Brotherhood of Steel collections. Helpers are proper installations. I think the chosen one is told us while talking to him. They're still centralized around Lost Hill. Paladin is to do with seniorities to the Brotherhood's elite soldiers and are a separate class from the Knights. Followed when you speak to the Brothers, he tells you something along the lines that describes the development technology the Knights build it and the Paladins use it. Becoming an Elder is the rank that's reached automatically as a result of seniority, since there are only 4 Elders and 1 High Elder at any one time. So they must be elected in some way. Your white squares are an invention of the Fallout tactics, by the way. Don't think the Brotherhood really hates mutants just by the virtue of being mutants. After all, they are the most enlightened people in the wasteland. I think it's got something more to do with it. Mutants try to destroy humanity. Fair enough. My takes were... didn't mean to imply those... 1 second, I have to cough. I didn't mean to imply that those were full-on outposts. The installation and bunkers I mentioned are elsewhere. I couldn't find anything definite on it, so I asked Dave Handy, who designed them. Elected or chosen by the elders, don't recall which, but I don't think specifics were mentioned anywhere, so you can do whatever you want. I'm sure running into an inconsistency that players may find. Okay, so they are elected or chosen by the current elders. Makes sense. Makes sense. My take is that the paladins elected to the council, but in the Maxon line they have elected mostly because of seniority. You're right, the limited number of council members who preclude becoming an elder because of seniority only. Goose as an enemy faction would be interesting. I suppose they could be. Like, they are long-lived and they technically have the time, you know, to build up, get technology, get the knowledge, organize themselves. But then again, most of the ghouls have been mostly friendly, but I guess there's also the feral ghouls. They could do something with an enemy faction for ghouls if they wanted to. My take on this is the Brotherhood would want you to... night before you can become paladin. Becoming a paladin is special. He wants you to know everything about maintaining your equipment inside and out before becoming a paladin. It would fit in with their technology worshipping culture. Knights still see combat, however, and even go on patrols. As for the mutants, their dislike of mutants has mostly to do with the Brotherhood's position on the Fallout world map. It is very close to the military base. And the military psychology. If you are cooped up in a bunker for 80 years, you really need an enemy to focus your attention on. You'll start fighting among yourself. Doesn't hurt that the mutants look butt ugly. And are mostly bloodthirsty slavering beasts. Ghouls are a different matter. Brotherhood contact with ghouls around the time of Fallout 2 has been limited but negative. It's difficult for the Brotherhood to respect the stumbling crew of emaciated scavengers that tend to be dismantle or Vtuber old-world technology. Brotherhood's anger grew even further when various salvaging operations began in the glow. Location which the Brotherhood came to regard highly both for the fallen comrades and the pre-war technology. With ghouls at the forefront, most Brotherhood members see ghouls as village scavengers. I see, they fight among themselves, they're just like us. Are you guys saying you're ghouls? Okay. Shampy has some questions. I have some questions regarding the universe which probably have little relevance to the games themselves, but nonetheless spark my curiosity. Feel free to ignore them. Did horses survive the Great War within the area of California? Arguably. Imagine if they did. Horses would begin to replace the cars as the main mode of distance transportation. Nope. Some used it. The poor mule killed by the raiders in Fallout 1, but not for long. Besides, I think the mule has a discrepancy. Yeah, that's right. Horses, dead. Mules, dead. Penguins, super dead. Hippos? Yeah, it's up to you. Lions? You choose. Horses? Ultra dead. I'm the best looking girl on the West Coast. He's such a hater. It's so funny because, like... Well, to be fair, cows are fairly hardy, and horses kind of do drop dead at a stiff breeze. You know, like a horse like stubs its toe and it's like crippled for life and will die within a week. So I guess like horses probably would have had a hard time of it post Fallout. You know, actually, I can believe the horse wipeout more than the penguin one. Mutated horse would scare me because that would be the plot of horse race testing. Horses are rare, but because there's something one would assume would survive just by the future of people going out of their way to save them. I wonder if like just in an initial, you know, initial Fallout, they just wouldn't have enough equipment or time to prioritize saving the horses. Because like I said, horses are technically very fragile. They are technically very fragile, so... You know, I actually find it more likely that the horses die than penguins. Though I think it is true though, like I feel like humans would try to keep the horses alive. Just for travel reasons, especially in the wastelands where, you know, cars are no good. The horses evolved into the dead class. Well, assuming that the horses did not survive, can centaurs be tamed? Do you wanna tame a centaur though? Is my question. Benson agreed. Race and beauty horses? Yes. Work breeds? It's true. Work breeds are less fragile overall. One would think that the surviving human communities would try to use the radiated animals and the increased bulk to help move the cargo. As the lack of vehicles, the vote for vehicles is apparent. Do you wanna domesticate the centaurs? You can still see the humans sticking out of them. Hi, Vaiso. Hi. Yeah, I guess draft horses are a lot more hardy. Drawing fan art and just had a big star of the Pokemon stopping. Remember to save. Remember to save. Sure, there's a witch cowboy somewhere with a horse vault. I guess like you could have like put some horses into a vault, but how are you gonna keep them clean? Horses need a lot of water. It's true. Burn the centaurs. That's the Atlantean attitude I like to see. That's how we deal with centaurs around here. There's parts of the US that are very heavily involved in wearing horses, many areas that aren't worth bombing. So it's not to write them out of the sentence so hard, it's true. Maybe they just got super radiated or something. Or died from a lack of water. The centaurs eat grass. I just assumed they were carnivores for some reason. I think centaurs would be far too vicious today. I mean, they're a mishap of human and dog at least. And I can be very comfortable with how they've been mashed together. Could however create a variety of Day of the Dead style adventure seeds of someone trying to tame the centaur, but with less successful results than Dr. Frankenstein did in Day of the Dead. Yeah, that seems about right. Gotta domesticate every head popping out of the centaur body to make it tame. Yeah, that doesn't seem worth it. There's more of an engine question than a background question. How does the AC determine the hit on the enemy? Right now I'm playing a game trying to build a melee monster. Now I assume that my character, let's call him Little Jesus, runs an Enclave Trooper and initiates combat. He has 51 AC. That's crazy. But the Enclave Trooper has a default count of 160% to hit him with a plasma shot. Would the hit be determined? Rounded down to 95, then further reduced to 51. Maths. One hell of a bet though. It would be one hell of a bet. London actually addresses it by having the descendants be 6-legged, 4-eyed critters called the Sleipnir after Odin's horse. Oh, that's sick. Like how the cattle became called the Brahman. That's actually sick. I love that. That's a good choice from the people who made that mod. The Mystic Aliens would be big. B is the correct answer, as I understand. Bumping your stats above 100 is intended to help offset the distance penalties, lighting penalties, and opponents with really high AC. Okay. If it's the latter, where can I buy a good funeral for the melee lovers of Fallout? Go to wedding. Well, that was the one with the wedding, with the funeral office, wasn't it? Okay, third question. Were there any plans for more melee weapons or melee-specific birds? Well, 1 and 2 are done already, so no. If we have a sequel, I don't know. Probably. About NPC party members, was there any further plans to develop... Divvy up? The character of the... Divvy up! And it kind of sounds like giddy up for the horses. Develop the characters of the party members further. I noticed that the early party, Vic and Sonic members get more development than the later ones, like Cassidy and Marcus. Marcus has a whole quest line. Are you kidding? I completed New Vegas as a melee character. It's doable. I mean, they definitely seemed like they wanted a lot of focus on melee in Fallout 2. Like, there were so many quests about it. Nope, pretty much what was in the game for them is what was planned. I know I didn't want anything more with Cassidy, because, sometimes you ruin a character if you develop them too much. Myron. Sonora mod added a special spear to the arsenal for mid and late game. Nice. Hey Starfire, hi. Finally, is it against the game engine for NPCs to develop perks or special abilities? One thing I always hoped for was that Sonic might get a version of HGH Dodge and Marcus might find the metal armor of the lieutenant in the Maripol military base. Going in naked against the Enclave Derek is still hot for him. I think that would have been cool. It's not really against the game engine, but we just didn't put it in. Fair enough. Melee in New Vegas can be very broken if you build it correctly. I wouldn't be surprised, you know. You're always gonna have munchkins. Hi Starry, hi Cheese. It's weird how there's like steel pole arms for most of the game. That's actually a good point. You only really get your spear. It did use explosive steel. Fair. Here's the concept of the burrows raccoons from time to time. You guys. I want you to look at the raccoon and tell me I was wrong about the fuzzy Deathclaw being a reused version of the raccoon. Tell me I'm wrong. The Deathclaw looks better scaly. That really does feel like an iteration on that. The Potenex is great in New Vegas. Nice. Why did they give him no necks? Raccoons have no necks. This is known. This is well known. 30 minutes until work is done. You got this. Gambatte, gambatte. 30 minutes will fly by before you know it. The trash panda man. There's the Kantai armor, which is kind of cool, I guess. New TMT enemy dropped. Even the deck claws becoming smart and probably white. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you guys. I love the potent axe. It's just the right amount of stupid that it looks around to being cool. Well, I'll look forward to it. I'll look forward to it when I get to New Vegas. And Spawn NER wants to know what's up with all the deserts. One question really pisses me off. Fallout 2 is a GURPS post-nuclear adventure, but after nuclear war there must be a global winter and very cold. And in Fallout there are deserts everywhere. Hey buddy, deserts are pretty cold. Actually, based on feedback I've gotten, I don't think the world of Fallout had a nuclear winter. It's part of the genre. Miles upon miles of scorched earth, inhabited by slathering bloodthirsty mutants. The throwing ones are ridiculous. Nice. Why is the Fallout world all funny looking? Bob had a comment. Firstly, I think that your site is great and I really enjoy playing the Fallout games. The reason for the emo is to find out when the war happened and why the cars in building look weird. I understand that the war was meant to have happened in the future, but if so, why are people dressed in 50s stuff and doing 50s thing? Hey Rob, the basic theme of the Fallout game is the world of 2077 had a retro 50s feel when the nukes dropped. Sort of like what people in the 50s imagined the future and post-Holocaust future would be like. This theme translates into the look and the actual physics of the world, Torque style, if you've ever played Torque. So anyway, you get giant radioactive monsters, pulp signs with lasers, blasters, vacuum tubes, big expensive cars with fins, Art Deco architecture, robots with brains and domes atop their heads, lots of tape wheel computer machines, the whole atomic horror feel. And it explains the artistic style of the interface, so there you go. Why would you even question the theming of the game? Some people only think very linearly, like if future, why look like past? Why art direction? Hey, you never know, you know. Who knows what 2070 will look like? We go through areas of like, you know, revivals of old trends and styles. Maybe it will look like the 50s. Alternatively, there was a nuclear winter, but it ended within a few years of the bombs. Exactly. And it takes place in Southwest, so the US is known for hot weather. Absolutely. Yeah, in this place, everything old is new again. Because what's old is new again. Exactly. You guys are right, you know, things come back around sometimes. So you could even use it as like beyond just because we wanted to. You can even say that as the excuse, you know, trends come back into fashion if you want them to. From 13 to 31 madness. Paul Kwanzaa sent me 31 questions, of which I chose to tackle 8. I love Mr. Avalon. This is after he asked people to send less questions in one go, by the way. Moonbee Spice was 29 spot by the 90s? Absolutely. Just like you, I earned money by working on Fallout. I translated about 70% of the Fallout text for the local distributor in Poland. Ah, this is the Polish translator. You know, a part of Russia, where the local Russians are using Latin alphabet instead of Cyrillic. Feel free to quote me on that whenever you want to pitch up some Polish. Well, I mean, pay to yourself. I am of German origin, so my judgment is impartial. Guys, they told you they were gonna cook you with garlic and mint. Be careful. I know the game pretty well, but nevertheless I have some questions about it. How has he not lost it yet, right? I have 31 questions for you. Can you please answer 8 of them? Sure. I guess it's a rhetorical question, but in creating Fallout, were you guys directly inspired by those kick-ass 1950s educational movies like Duck and Cover? Under Atomic Alert, and of course about Fallout. Is it possible to... let's just do them one at a time, so we don't forget them halfway through. As I understand, the feel of the game was very much inspired by those educational movies. Is it possible to play roulette or craps in 1? I don't believe so, but I didn't do much gambling in 1, so I could be 1. Now Chris Holland, one of the programs in 2, loves craps and roulette, so he scripted the gaming table so he could do it. This is true. On both ends. Hey Kyo, hey. Was Vault 13 located on the Mount Whitney? I don't know, don't think so. I'll ask the creators. If any of the creators of 1 read this and know the answer, feel free to email me. What's the location of Vault 69? That's the one where it was 1000 women and 1 man, right? I'll never tell. To be honest, there probably won't be an answer unless a specific fault is actually placed in the future title. Those hollow somethings, are they actually tapes or discs? They do look like tapes. Well, according to Free, they are high-density laser-readable manufactured crystal storage devices. Each one holds over 4,000 gigabytes of information. I would prefer them to be tapes, but I'm not sure if you can read tapes via lasers. They are alternately called holodiscs and holotapes throughout Fallout 1, and at least once it's called a holodisc tape. And they all share the same graphics, so I'd go with tapes. These are more 1950-ish. Jorunna, wait, yo, tuna! Hey, Pandarius, welcome in. 4 whole gigabytes. 4 whole gigabytes of data. That's quite a lot of gigabytes. Nah, it's 4,000 gigabytes. Is Fallout the same universe timeline as Wasteland, as the presence of Tycho suggests? If so, why are the ruins of the SEO Vault 15, which I assume to be the remnants of Las Vegas, deserted? No. If it shared the same universe and timeline, then we'll probably have leapt at the chance to do Wasteland too. Yeah, I figured that Tycho is just a cameo. It's been too long, I accidentally called you tuna. I'm not even a fish. I am aquatic. 69, it should have been question 69. Why does Doctor Who swear so much, at least for a child at Cathedral? Scott Brenny's interview. It should answer your questions about the nefarious Doctor Who. The truth is because he thought it was cool. Never knew Bible study was this easy. You just have to listen to me talking. I'm close enough to a tuna. I'm not a canned Jorunna. A canned tuna. The Desert Rangers do make a return appearance in the development of New Vegas. Nice. Since the Necropolis is Bakersfield, how come it's to the northeast and not the northwest? Oh, this has been asked earlier. Don't you Yanks know that the spot where you place the Necropolis, there are some hosts called the Baker and the Cursed Cereal, and the real Bakersfield lies near the Lost Hills Brotherhood Citadel? Apparently some don't. See the answer elsewhere in this exciting upgrade. Man, this question started wearing its head all over the place. Well, apparently somebody posted on the forums, so apparently I guess like a lot of people pointed in. Oh, this is the question we've been waiting for. What's up with the cars? A fat ass! Patricia asks why the Fallout 2 car used to have a fat ass. The screenshot above is an old one, when the car, well, had a fat ass. Matt Norton, lead designer for Fallout 2, says the car was originally going to be powered by fusion or fission or something nifty and nuclear, something that would allow us to not have to worry about running out of gas. Those big tanks in the back were representative of this big bulky power source that was bolted on the back of the 57 Chevy. We had a thought that one starry-eyed point that the car would be something that you could upgrade with more speed, armor, weapons, etc. Could be more of an important part of the game. Well, the engine and programmer taskings weren't up to the idea of having a moving vehicle. Madness, I know. In the game, so all that went out of the window. Power source was replaced by a much more mundane 22 cubic feet of cargo space. More than any non-wagon vehicle its class. So basically the Highwayman's power plant was downsized in order to meet the people's state of California's emission standards. It's often the case that the prototype car isn't exactly the same when it goes into production. And thus it had to lose its nuclear glutes. Its nuclear glutes. That's an excellent question. Thank you for asking it, Petrushka. Is that how you say that? Probably not. Then Petrushka had an alternate answer to his own question. Oh, let's go. Thanks for your answers. Just want to clear that rocket booster on the place of the car trunk mystery. Our reader and contributor Jake Kowalski discovered some pictures of the Mad Mask car, etc. with the same text. Few thanks. Now place your bets. Does this website still exist? It does! Oh my! But not this one. So it was probably removed from the Fallout game because of some copyright issues, or maybe because the player will be deprived of the storeroom car trunk. So there you go, or something. Petrushka. Bring back the car ass. Recently looked at the macro for the first time and think they have a neat pattern. So I think I might draw Joe in like a macro hoodie. Oh, that would be cute. That would be very cute. New definition of the term car booty. They had to take the junk out of the trunk to put room in the booty. That is the first surviving links we have found in the entire Bible, by the way. And that's the first time a link has survived. So I'm kind of impressed because I presume that's the official movie site. They don't usually keep images up that long. I guess it wasn't taking up a lot of space. What the hell are these items? Trophy of recognition. To Dave from DC's for being a special person. Dangler's hand, cybernetic manipulator in the shape and form of a hand. Damage due to the sloppy nature of the removal objects and a field switch. A large toggle-like button made for very large hearts. For mutants, maybe. Of course, the cars topic has the only image, right? Everything deck except for one is very Fallout coded. This is true. It's the one clue we get. Would you know or be able to pick up anything else about these items? Thank you. Not featured here is Smith's cool item. No picture of that. Yeah, the junk in the trunk. The guilty piece of arts are Smith's cool item is not listed because it's just a blue box. That sounds like a dev placeholder. If I've ever heard one. That is absolutely a dev placeholder. According to Tim Kane on the Dangler's hand and the field switch, I'm pretty sure that both of those items were part of deleted quests. Dangler's hand was used to prove that you killed someone. Duh, Dangler probably. I think it was an item, which was heavily modified near the end of Fallout's development. I'm even less clear on the field switch, but I remember we had a lot of discussion on how to handle the player bringing down the force fields in the military base. So it was probably going to be used for that, but then got tossed aside when another solution was used. Mr. Taylor may remember some of these better than I am gonna say that this field switch was probably a better solution than the radio. Because the radio is not at all an obvious solution, especially with the way you're supposed to like science it onto the console and stuff. Like that, I think field switch would have probably been, that's the first change where I'm kind of like, the field switch would have been a lot clearer if they had left that in the game for like, you know, shutting down the switches. Because, well, it makes sense that the mutants would carry one and then it would make it obvious, but Tim's right on the money. Those fields bit the tuber. It's finished the fan art, I mean. Pursue at your own leisure. Oh, I will in a second. I'm free at last. Welcome you all. Welcome back. Otsukare. On your hard day at work. As for me, the only one I know off the top of my head is Smith's cool item. During the development of Vault City, Fergus had determined that the result of helping Farmer Smith in VC Courtyard, a player was to get a quote cool item. Now the nature of the item was never locked down, so he made a placeholder. That's what I said. That's a dev placeholder if I've ever seen one. For it to make sure the quests work. Towards the end of the cycle, when requesting more art and more items became a laughably bad idea, we switched cool item for a Desert Eagle, but left the inventory item in the list. No one knows what the trophy recognition was for, although, if I'll make a guess, it was someone's joke at Dave Handy's expense, since we all got points on the whiteboard for each time we were able to make him burst out into tears. Okay, 1 second. Let me just take a quick peek over here. Oh, very cute, the artsy Joel. This is adorable. I'll show it off real quick. Show it off. Hey, Scorpius, welcome in. Small reprieve of the bubble. Here we go. Thank you so much, Blend. Oh, it's very big. Let me resize it a little. Joe, why can't I look at sexy deck claws? Seems unfair to me. You guys have looked at too many sexy deck claws. I have to put an end to it. Hey, Scorpius, hey. This is so cute. Thank you so much. I love the like little sea bunny hair clip edition. Oh wait, that's the art I do on the tablet. Oh, I hadn't noticed that yet. That's my art. That is my art. Oh my god. Oh, and like the little sea bunny. This is so cute with the little beret and everything. That's adorable. Big art. Exactly. It came out so well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, next up, we have a question from Romania. Let me introduce myself. My name is... I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. My name is Butnario Catalin. I'm from Romania. I'm a big fan of Fallout. The reason I'm writing this is I have a fashion about Fallout 2 in Arroyo. There's an area where you go to find the dog. There's a big rock, and if you look at it, it says it's not of natural occurrence. Tried to blow it up with diamond, but it didn't help. Didn't find anything about this in any walkthrough. Does it serve a purpose, or it's just made to make me curious? Where you better not start in Russia. Do you want people to cook you with garlic and mint? The pronunciation is fine. Thank God, I got it. Oh, I was nervous. There's no such thing as too many sexy dead claws. Why? The danger of reusing art from Fallout 1 is that sometimes the item in scenery descriptions will hang around on pieces of art that otherwise seem like they belong. I'm guessing that rockfall was the same piece of art used at the beginning of the Red Scorpion games in Fallout 1. And was with other pieces in Fallout 2 too. Makes sense. It's a cool name. I would rather they cook me with it than without it. I mean, I guess if you're gonna be cooked with garlic and mint is a good way to go, but... And a question from the Czech Republic. Patrushka has allied himself with Force of Darkness to send the following questions. Also, he apologized for his English, and I don't think he realized it, but it tends to be a hell of a lot better than a lot of emails that end up in my inbox. So Patrushka has sent a few emails before. I guess if he's like the editor of one of the big Fallout fan sites, that makes sense. Nice kebab with soup, preferably. It is, the ancient internet, stereotype where, like, the people who are apologizing for their English wind up writing a lot better. To be fair, having seen some of the other questions this man has been asked so far, he's not wrong. I'm an editor of the biggest fan site in the Czech Republic, which means not much if you consider the size of our country, and if you know the Czech Republic anyway. Just a little reminder, I was asking you for the blessing of a translation of the Fallout Bible, which is a hell of a lot of hard work, but enjoyable work a few months ago. One of our readers, Jake Kowalski, was playing around with the Fallout 2 files and discovered a few interesting tidbits. More of the Fallout Bible, that's right, Michael Cannon, that's right. In the data party was a record of 25 cast members, including Maria, or the version of Miria, a guy named McQueen, Cassidy, Doc, Chicken, Carl, the Arduino from Den, and even Cartrunk. What the heck? Oh, Cartrunk seems obvious, because that just means the Cartrunk is a party member that can carry your stuff, right? The question is, are some of these unused party members, or just all the alter egos of the present party? Hey, hello, welcome in. Maria? Not sure. She could have been the older version of Miria, I think. McRae used to be Cassidy. See the answer to the other question elsewhere in this exciting issue. Doc, don't know. The chicken was the NPC that was supposed to hatch out of the Easter egg. Wait, the Easter egg was gonna hatch. You could have had a chicken. Go? I don't know. Trunk? I don't know. Was probably set up as an NPC so I could follow the player around. Have an inventory, but I don't know for sure. Another mystery. What should mean this picture from the data file? Looks like some kind of long-forgotten developer's edited to. Say, couldn't it be possible to release this sweet baby for public use? Okay, this was probably a naive question, but the hope never dies, That does look like some kind of developer 2 kind of situation. That's very neat. That looks really cool. Hatch out of her eggs like a baby hippo. Just like a baby hippo, that's right. That's right. As one of our programmers, Chris Jones, and he says, 2 is the art that Mapper uses for the interface stuff. It was all just stored in one LBM like that, and the coordinates of each parse were hard-coded in the Mapper source code. Chris is the one working on getting the editors, Redditors released. Oh, he was gonna get... Did they ever release the editors to the public then? Did this happen? Interesting. Ready to be released, he's doing it in his own time, so please send him money if you can. A newly hatched hippo, yeah, that's Moodang in the corner over there. That's Moodang over there in the corner, newly hatched, fresh out of his egg. So did they release the editor? Or are people... No, you guys were saying that people are still struggling with making fan games and mods, right? So I'm guessing the editor never got released. Another one. These video names from the naming text file, but not in the master dats. Timeout, including this picture, the end. That's the movie that appears after you've played the game for a crap load of years. 13 years. There need to be some cutoff point for programming reasons. Makes sense. A warrior destroyed by dying Hakkinen. Well, it says nothing remarkable. Starting the car? They want a movie for when you start the car. Vroom vroom. That movie was actually done, but it ended up being so shitty we cut it. Or to quote Scott Everts, as I remember the car MVE was actually done, but it turned out so bad we dumped it. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. The movie for the Vertiport Salvador meeting outside of Reno. Kartuki was Tim Kane's old name for the Salvadors. We decided the event didn't need a movie and a cutscene would work. They were correct, the cutscene is pretty cool on its own. Seen the Declaw leader. This was supposed to be a Declaw boss in Vault 13 in the original design, but was scrapped. Yeah, they're kind of friendly. Enclave, just what I said. We ended up not doing it. Prisoners escaping the tanker. I see. Last one is... Why is the Herbologist based in one of the files called L1ologist based? I wonder why. I don't know. It's maybe some kind of US only joke. But could you please make it clear for the rest of the non-English speaking world? I know about the Herbologist Scientologist thingy. Okay, to be politically correct, it's not, of course not. Oh, where's the free hippie spirit of the USA? So who or what are the L1ologists? You might think that the L1ologists were the original names of the Herbologist, but any relationship between those groups is purely coincidental. Ah, cheeky little answer. Hiya, Dark Worm, welcome in. Very nice. Very cheeky. I found a text file on the master data that says a lying Kartuki family dealing with the Enclave. Any ideas what is the Kartuki family? I think it was supposed to be a movie clip, but was left out of the game. Kartuki or Kartusi? Do Italians use a hard C or a soft C? Kartuki? Kartushi. Tushi? Was the old name for the Salvatores in New Reno. There was supposed to be a movie of them dealing with the Enclave, mentioned above in the question about the Czech Republic. They are known for being extremely litigious. Yeah, they have to be very careful in the Bible each time. Maybe like a sh. But a CH can be pronounced hard or soft as well, right? But I suppose you mean like the sh. Like Kartushi? Kartushi? I don't know Italian. Mariano writes, I don't know if it's a bug of my comp, I don't think so, but in the Sheep Palace when I go to the Northern Lab and use a comp, they tell me I'm fucking lucky. And then I got only one dialogue option. Or when I click on it, simply takes me back to the upper view. What does it normally do? What can be done with the comps of Shield? If I recall correctly, if you have high luck, you have a chance of guessing the password. Depends on the computer you're using. Sounds like cappuccino. Cappuccino. Tuccini. Tuccini. Cappuccino. Tuccini. Cappuccino. Tuccini. I'm probably never gonna get it right. The guy with the comp on Sierra did not turn on the force fruit, is right? The stable's the stock place. Yes. Wait, you can disable the shock plates? Wait, really? Really? I didn't know you could turn them off. Got a horrible bug with Lynette. She will never give me the Weston holder. All of this, even if I transform an item into the disc using the trainer. Weston doesn't take it. What can I do? We want to finish the quest. Well, if I recall, you might give her the quest too soon because I couldn't get her to think it earlier. You need to like do it in the right order if I recall, which seems to be what he is listing out as well. Yeah, it checks the states. The sh can also be a s. Sh. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. Depends on the words. Like Fisher, which is I think a name, like Fisher Price. Instead of Fisker Price, it's Fisher Price. Are the very difficult perks to find in the VC inoculations? Was really well hidden. Got really lucky when the Red Scorp hit me. Vault City inoculations is one. Wait, there's a Vault City inoculation? Oh! You can... Wait, what does it do? Do you get inoculated against Red Scorpions? There's a shit softener perk in Broken Hills. There's Gecko skinning perk in Clamette. Oh, that one was easy to find, don't know. And I believe the Vault City medical training in VC. Hey, doctors needed something good in the game. If you want, you can post a question on Black Isle and I guarantee someone will give you a full rundown within an hour. Gives you poison and radiation resistance? That's so cool. I did not find that. One extra perk. If I recall correctly, once you're captain of the guard in Fox City, you should be able to get markers into the auto-dock at Vault City. When you do. My, your mutant friend has a great deal of bullets and shrapnel lodged in his body. I was wondering he doesn't have lead poisoning. I finally managed to get it all out. Here it is, and he'll give you a shitload of ammo. Wait, that's a really cool little Easter egg. Huh. I mean, I was not able to become the captain of the dark, guard, so I would not have been able to find that, but that's a neat little Easter egg. The bullets still have their cases and can be used. Maybe they were thrown. Maybe he ate them. I guess it's just for gameplay convenience. Maybe they recased them or something. Let me take a sip of my drink. That's a good point, that's a good point. I'm trying an evil character. Is it possible to alliate with the Raiders? No, although it's possible to ally with Bishop. Why is there no Coke Woke in the game? They are the most powerful survivalists in the world since the dawn of time. We didn't do cockroaches, I don't know why, probably time. Where is the Coke Woke? Where did you hide the Coke Woke? More personally, what are your favorite perks? I'm deeply in love with the empathy perk, even if it's not used consistently. Wish there'd be more perks like that, but empathy was kind of a pain in the ass to implement. That is fair. That is fair. Fev is the answer. Are you a mutant, sir? Are you the master? Where is the Coke Woke? Where is the Coke Woke? It's a way cute name than cockroach. We should keep, but I like Coke Woke. For a second I thought they meant like cloakroom. Mutie detected. I don't know, Fev is the answer. No mutants allowed. That's a joke, I actually like mutants. I was reading the version 5 of the Bible, found a complete with current knowledge. In one of the answers, it was said at random whether the Fev increased in intelligence or not. However, as far as I know, Fev increased the growth and integrity of all cells consistently by doubling the amount of genetic material in the cells. In this case, an increase in brain cells, assuming a healthy brain to begin with, and intelligence to be regular. But no, bigger brain does not mean bigger intelligence though. Another theory could be that as the mutant brain grows, the mass of the mutant body increases exponentially and the brain would not be big enough to control the whole body, possible, and sustain the thought process of a human body. Also, it's possible that while the intelligence does increase initially, the brain does not gain the resistance to radiation that the body does, and the mutant develops brain damage and shows reduced intelligence. I like to think that the brain grows too quickly, and because the skull is in the way, the brain gets dented and get brain damage. Are any of the above true? There's also a very good report documenting the effects of Fev and how it was developed on No Mutants Allowed message boards. I don't know about any so-called purists, but I'm hugely interested in the Fallout world and would love the background in the Bible. Oh, for Fallout Tactics. So far, I think like all the Fallout Tactics parts have been cut for the most part. I want some cookies, get yourself some cookies. About Fev, that might be why some of the super mutants, such as the Lieutenant, are smart or remain smart, but generally, for some reason, don't know from the top of my head, nor do I know if it's spelled out anywhere, they're about 30% dumber than a normal human being. If Free's research takes in the Brotherhood of skill is accurate, I wouldn't be surprised if the dipping process caused brain damage in the dip subjects. It's a hell of a shock to the system. Checks out. Yeah, brain gets squished, much like a bum being used as a stretch ball. Exactly. Exactly. Skills are bad and should be donated so you can get big brains. Yeah, leave your brain some room to grow. Without the skull in the way. This is right. When inoculated into an individual with significant genetic damage, such as true radiation, Fev will cause body system to suffer massive overhauling, leading to organ failure and death. In genetically viable individual, it rewrites portions of the DNA, causing accelerated mutation, usually leading to a recursive growth to the Fev's own patterns. The recursive growth leads to an increase in muscle and brain mass, but is often accompanied by disfigurement and damage to existing neural patterns, causing loss of memories. All checks out. Some other possible factors might be causing the super mutant stupidness. Most mutants have some degree of radiation poisoning, which may cause problems and brain damage, as mentioned above. The process is unsafe. The mortality rate on dippies is pretty high. This is likely due to radiation poisoning. Memory functions are sometimes impaired by the dipping, and intelligence loss may occur as well. Howard's memory wasn't the best of shape after exposure. From the pre-war experiment tapes, it looks like some animals did display consistent increased intelligence, like raccoons, while others didn't, the dogs, or even suffered brain damage, the chimps and the seizures. However, in Scott Combo Dog, there's a note that later subjects injected with Fev hit their enhanced intelligence from their captors. In the case of the raccoon, they made a break for it. Or I guess the deck class in the second game, which keeps seeming a lot like they took some of the raccoon inspiration. Time to grill some lamb chops. I'll be lurking. Get yourself some lamb chops. That sounds good. Furthermore, the Fev tests at Westex were done through injection, not dipping. So it's possible the dipping process itself that causes the brain damage. Possible. Possibly with the increased brain mass in the skull, the brain is squeezed. Oh, I was saying it. I was right. The brain is squeezed and all the tasty juice once out of the year. Good evening, finally home from work. It's getting hot here. Otsukare. Welcome home, welcome home. It's getting really hot over here too. It was over was about 34 degrees today, which I think is the hottest we've had so far this year. I think the first time we went plus 30. At least the dead guys weren't as fuzzy this time, yeah? Still, on the other hand, a lot of the animals Gray talks about in his experiment tapes that were running around the military base were getting smarter from the VEV, and he himself became super intelligent. 34 degrees? Yeah, awful. Awful. I didn't see the temperature beforehand, so I put my sweatpants on. And I was walking out, and on the way back I was like, it feels quite a bit hotter than yesterday, when it was 18 degrees. Should I not have worn my sweats? And then I came back and I was like, wait, it was 34 degrees? No wonder I was hot. And then the details about injections across the games, application methods seem to matter a lot. Ah, so they canonized that a bit. Were the two ladies white and black and white down in the left corner? That's a good question. She is the Hippo girl from Kimono Friends. Why she is here? We were talking about hippos a lot earlier. Hippos and eggs. The other lady is actually one of my OCs, because I had mentioned that I have a otter girl OC that I actually was gonna do stuff with, but I never wound up doing stuff with. And because you guys asked to see it, I showed her off. I'm glad you guys think she's cute though. I'm glad you guys think she's cute. Yeah, the build-up of stream jokes in the restaurant. Exactly. Exactly. So that's the two we've got there. So it's my OC and also the Hippo girl from Kimono Friends. She does have ties. She does have hella ties. Hi, Yuski. Welcome in. Welcome in. We only had a day that hit 32 here, but I remember it's only spring still, so we're more down at the same 6. 6 is too cold though. Specifically, dipping mostly makes really dumb but compliant ones. Aerosol makes them really violent, but consistently viable. And injection tends to make more consistently viable semi-smart mutants. Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, I guess like if they're really dumb, it's also easier to make them compliant, right? Checks out. Checks out. Whoa, Nelly! 6 degrees is normal spring temperatures? Ooh, too cold, too cold. Spring should be like 15 degrees plus. Probably missing something obvious, but I still haven't figured out what happened to the Enclave base at Navarro. Is it still there with a few vertebrates? And if you didn't kill them, a bunch of Enclave proofs who are figuring out a new plan on how to feed the world from mutants. No one knows what happens after Fallout 2. With the destruction of the Enclave, the base may not have been able to maintain itself more than a few months before needing to move on and change the operation. Excuse me, Mr. Avalon. In the last Bible part, you said that the Enclave would move back to Navarro and like we set up shop there. Excuse me. Actually, Mr. Avalon, in your previous Bible part. Well, I guess it's true that might actually still mean they had to potentially move on or change their operations. That is fair. I have a few questions about Fallout tactics. Oh, should I skip these? Like, are these spoilers for Fallout tactics? Poor Sergeant Jordan is out of a job now. He used to work for a living. Now you have to send an email. You can be the next spy in the face section. I'll just skim them. Okay, these seem to be... Okay, 1 and 2 seem to be specifically Fallout tactics, so I'll skip those for now. Are you really aren't produced Fallout 3? In net, all fans of Fallout are talking that in Fallout 3 will be 3D engine zooming rotating. Or you just don't want to say about it. If it's true, I can do only one. I'm begging. All Interplay Black Isle start working on next part of this magnificent game. Good question. That would see Fallout Bible 6 for the answer to this question. I have idea why history in Fallout 3 will have connection for all Fallout game. 1, 2, tactics. I mean, place all cities from all Fallouts. I know that is very much work, but all cities plus some new will be this what all fans expected from Fallout 3. I know you now think, next sucker for collection. I'm just Ritter, what I fell. And don't think that I'm only played tactics. I have played all of Fallout parts and I finished more than 5 times now. I have requests. Can you answer on my email? That would make a very big game. I don't know if that's possible. But that's the slope. That's what Fallout 3 wound up being, but I think the hottest game I've had so far was like 20 degrees. Oh, I'm jealous. 20 degrees is nice. Once, this was, remember how Avalon said that, like, compared to some of the emails he's getting, the English from the other guy was pretty good? This is the kind of English he was talking about. Yeah, rubbing the bridge of his nose furiously, reaching for an aspirin as he's reading through this. Prompts. All these were prompted by the installment number 6, the latest one. If I'd known from the start that you put my questions in the update, I'd have made them smarter. To everyone, if anyone ever doesn't want your question in, let me know. Chances are I'll publish it anyway. Thank you, Mr. Avo. In the Pie in the Face section, a timeline entry mentions Lydia, the head of the Return to the Surface faction, and her supporters, Therese and Lau. In 1, Teresa is the head of the faction, Lau is not identified as a rebel, and there's no one named Lydia. I suppose she could have orchestrated the whole thing from inside a locker or something. Thanks for the feedback, I stand corrected, and thanks for the head up. I think I referenced an old walkthrough to get their names right, or I'm just getting C now. I had to thank Vault 13 refugees for Vault 13. The fact that you never found out where Ed got the Vault 13 flask is something I've been wondering about, and then I mean in game design sense as opposed to the game world sense. The whole Vic thread starts in Arroyo, but in Vault City, it just dies. Although you do get a lot of other times on your mode mapped in the process that you can continue exploring. Was it never an intention of having uninterrupted thread of clues and connections leading through the entire game for those who want to follow it? Basically, the gist of clue was, water flask from Vic and Clement, go to Clement, find out Vic is in Den, go to Den, rescue Vit, find out he got the flag from Ask, go to Vault City, find Ask, find what you think is the vault, from there you realize, maybe it's 13. Not 13, might have clues to 13. Go to Gecko to find the vault, VC vault, go back to Vault City, go to the computer room, identify 15, go to 15. Put you close to the NCR, go to NCR and 15, bunch of ways to get back. I mean, I just figured that, like, the flask was probably, because it does say 13 on it. I just figured that because we know Vault 13 at least for a while. Still did the trade with Outside World, so those Daggerfall levels go, can you imagine? They should have just put the whole United States in it, why not? Guess it may not seem very obvious, but yeah, that was a plan. Also, you're right, you're not forced to do this. I mean, we actually followed this path more or less directly. You know, the game leaves us clues. You can choose never to bring the gag back to Arroyo for the whole game, and that was intentional. It's not very Fallout to force players to do things in a certain order. Torment was just a different experience, and it was very much more story exploration focused than world exploration focused. For some reason, I liked your mention of the steam trucks from Fallout 1. They've puzzled me a bit, since that was the only mention of vehicle technology anywhere in Fallout 1 as far as I know. And was thought that the bigger deal wasn't made out of the fact that the super mutant army actually had them. You'd only ever hear about them if you found the ghoul refugee behind the bookcase. Machiko, thank you for the follow. It may have been embarrassing for them to mention it. It may have been a very ugly looking vehicle. They probably didn't make a big deal about it for art reasons and gameplay reasons. Where's the steam truck? I wanna drive it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Not possible pie in the face. He was supposed to be in the Abbey, right? Or was he momentarily moved to the Den after the Abbey was scrapped? He was actually slated for the Abbey and the Den that I know of. But something that also, I think, pointed out, he was actually in Vault City before he was cut from the game. Man, that old fuck Ian sure gets around when he's not blowing holes in you with his SMG. Thanks to also for old Joe. I like how, you know, Ian blowing you up with an SMG is just the universal Fallout experience. Old Joe, you see an old man with a crazy gleam in his eye? You see old Joe, the local idiot savant. Hello, haven't seen you in a while. Do I know you? Ah, yeah, it's been a while. What have you been doing? This and that. Why do you know me from? Look, old man, don't know who the hell you are. So is he like C now and thinking you are the Vault Dweller? So I actually recreated those steam trucks as a mod for Fallout 4. Ah, was reused by Fallout London for various Tinker trucks. Nice, nice. Sure has. Well, I've been around. Finally ended up in this godforsaken place. Not like the good old days, no sir. Yeah, the good old days. Remember that time? It's been the same lately, that's for sure. Now, what did we do together? Don't remember me, do you? Well, you do seem to be a bit long. And what are you telling me? You look so familiar, though. Oh, must be my old eyes. Well, good day to you. Oh, poor old Cino Ian. Think it's intended with how he talks about Ian. Yeah, no love lost there. Love when games are directed with directing the player towards a goal. Yeah, exactly. It's like good. I feel it's like nice game design. Like, I feel like in neither Fallout games did I ever feel lost, but I also didn't feel like they were holding my hand specifically. You know, but you always get enough clues to get, you know, a next place that you're supposed to be going to. Or could be going to, it's your choice. Yeah, we sure gave the master hell, didn't we? Shit fell apart after you left though. Had to move around and change my name. Where'd you end up? You're living in a small village. Well, you better be careful around here. Things ain't as clear as they once were. You better watch your back. Ah, thanks. Yeah, I looked for your vault for a while, never found it. So you got any good stories for your old friend Ian? Ian? Yeah, Ian. Don't you remember me? It's been a bunch of years. You think someone would forget his best buddy? Well, except for the shooting in the back thing. Sorry about that again. I'm sorry, but you must think I'm the Vault Dweller. My village was founded by the one who came for the vault. Well, that makes a bit more sense. Well, it's good to hear my friend did well. Well, Ian's got some advice for you. You be careful out there. This place ain't as peachy as it seems. What's going on here? Well, the Vault citizens think very highly of their bloodline and don't care much for people like me and you. You take this gun, and I'll protect you if things get a little out of control. You probably shouldn't be seen talking with this crazy old man. Best get on your way. Thanks for your help. Now an old man west. So familiar. Leave me be now. You better get going. I'll get suspicious if we talk anymore. Go on, get. Make my old friend proud. I like how Ian's cut, you know, appearance in Vault City is like, here, take this gun. Go on now. Do a crime. Take a gun just in case. About the cow tipping, that effect was actually in Fallout 1 as well. But there you had to use booze or a bear on the Brahmin for it to tip over. I assume most players wouldn't have tried that. I would not have thought about intoxicating the cows, to be fair. I would not have thought of that. And Fallout 2, the cows are actually pushable, only they tip over about 50% of the time. What me Ian is so kind? Yeah, good old man. And not even that senile, I guess he just, was hallucinating at first. Here's an addition to the Fallout library I thought of. In the 70s, 80s, some French guy named Claire wrote a post-apocalyptic comic in 5 parts called Simon the Floof, or Simon of the River. It's being translated into several languages, including Swedish, Dutch, and Norwegian, but not, it appears, English. It includes, among other things, a nomadic tribe which is attacked and brought into slavery by a militaristic government, remnant forces packing tanks and high-tech flyers. Race of ghoulish dwarf mutants living in an old atomic power plant, which eventually blows up. Bunch of shaved, bespectacled scientists who look exactly like the Doc Morbid character model. Thanks, another book to add to the collection. Take my old spine penetrator SMG. I won't be blasting any holes in my allies anymore, but you can. Nina's your mom. This question explains itself. Hey Quiz, thanks for answering my question. I'm glad you were able to find some time in your integrated timetable to answer it. You know what? I was a bit at a loss when I saw your letter addressed to my mom. As you may have already understood, I'm using my mom's email. So that's why it was subscribed by her name. So my name is Dmitry Pliotin, and Nina Pastokova is my mom. Hoping to see my name in the next update. Thanks in advance. Now on to business. Did someone say deck class? We've been talking about deck class a lot. Hey Mira, come in. We are always talking about deck class. Just a word of warning, when I get an email for someone, I'm always gonna assume it's from the name in the email. If it's not you, then be sure to put it in caps at the front so my old withered eyes can tell the difference. Signing a fixed version of my question with a fixed spelling. But, with a patch installed, just kidding. I hope you insert the fixed spelling because I don't want to look like an illiterate asshole. Dimitri's fixed question because he's not an illiterate asshole. I really appreciate the Fallout Bible project and I think it's a marvelous idea. I've read all the updates and I'm curious about one thing. Why the Shara Army Depot is not mentioned at all? I think the Shara Army Depot is not an insignificant part of the game's plot, just on the contrary. I believe it's something to do with the FEV experiments. Wait, didn't we already see the question? Or this is very similar to a question we had before. Because this is basically exactly what we had. I guess it's just a question update because he wants to be less illiterate. Just want to be aware of one more thing. Don't think I'm too insistent. Everybody's mentioning the EPA, the Abbey, and the Primitive Tribe. Is there any tiny possibility of these additional locations ever being released or a crack to unpack them? As far as I'm concerned, the date of this location is included in the master data, if I'm not mistaken. So there must be a way to reveal them and make them playable, right? We'll do several days of complete enjoyment. I guess you know how it is available for the fans. Nope. No data in the dat file either, except for slots for them. Well, then the documentation I presented in the last update, nothing exists but a paragraph description of each one. No dialogues, no maps, nothing. Much sadness. Drunk monks! A view from the drunk monk who needs to lay off the snake squeezings. Sorry that there's so much stuff. I'm obsessed with Fallout. I just discovered the Bible. Fallout Bible questions in addition. I know of the Bosuar, Quan, and NCR. And the one in Tanker. Are there any more secret guns? No. Not that I know of. I also found the Fallout 2 strategy guide in New Reno. Are there anything more like it? There's a few. Talk to Lynette. Just about everyone in Reno. There's a computer at the bottom of the vault. Talk to Father Tully in Reno. And Miss Kitty. Everyone should say what a great guy / girl you are. Don't know any others though. Snake squeezings are from the wasteland. That's when they put the snake in the whiskey. And they pour it out over your booze. Notice that you changed the dialogue for the New Reno people. You sure kicked ass on the Enclave after you beat the game, but not for other towns and cities. Why? Did you run out of time? I was the only one who did it, and we didn't talk about it as a group because we were all too busy serving for porn. There was some debate about letting the player keep playing, so no one knew if it was worth it. I think Matt and Fudge were thinking about cutting the Reno after stuff since it was inconsistent, but I begged and pleaded, so we were left with the inconsistency. Well, that explains that, and also why most of the NPCs you can go talking to about it are in New Reno, with you know, the exception of the one that's in Vault City. When you're in Golgotha, you can dig up a grave that reveals a living ghoul who has been buried by racist New Renoers. Who is that guy? Lenny's dead. It's true. We actually do know that if you have Lenny with you. Very important death timing news. I mean, it is what they say the internet is for. And then you can pay to see the money. What is that thing? Just a poor ghoul? Yep. You can get a quest to find him in Gecko, I believe. Why are there so many damn random encounters? Want to know what the chances of hitting something are? Because when I'm traveling, I can't go through one scare without having at least 3 encounters. Do I just have bad luck? Wasteland just loves you. I have noticed some encounters are a lot more common in certain areas. When I was like doing a bit of traveling off stream, I noticed like especially around like Navarro, like encounters go crazy. Oh, I mean the game from Wasteland. Oh, snake casings are an item. Made from fermented costas. Oh, not from snakes. I should play Wasteland at some point. In the Temple of Trials, you use plastic explosives to blow the door. How the tribe was out of contact with civilization have military-grade explosives? Don't even ask. They probably had it sitting around, along with the handgun in the other stand in the opening movie. The entire Temple of Trials thing is one big mystery and it's pretty implausible. The sliding mechanical doors are what really confused me. I think it came down to an art decision. Anyway, the story I'm sticking to is, in the official universe, the Temple of Trials is actually built on an existing abandoned church or museum. In Clement, what's up with the vertebrate crash? Pilot failure? Foreshadowing? Robot something says, I can't let you do that, Matt. Not a programming joke. No, that's I can't let you do that, Jave. Yeah, from 2001. Maplan put it in Clement to foreshadow the presence of the Enclave. A good call, I thought. I agree. More 2 AM development wackiness. On the desktop, the icon for Fallout 2 is the Fallout warning icon. And look in the folder of the program, the icon is just some guy. No, it's not the Pip-Boy. Another programming joke, and if so, who is it? It is Tim Kane, who worked on 1 and 2. Chris Jones, one of the programmers, put it in because past his stone-faced exterior, he likes to laugh as much as the rest of us. Just some dude. Is there a way to do Bishop's wife and daughter without him getting angry? Isaac sorta, in the endgame speaks, it says that Mrs. Bishop had a baby, the father was never known, and you ruled the Bishop family well, if you do it. Lack of extra doors and plastic explosions is the true reason they could not afford to send anyone after the chosen one. Yeah, they can't do it without a tutorial. What kind of question is that? A great question. The most important question here. Get on the Moore's good side in Vault City, then deliver Moore's briefcase, the good wanted Bishop, and you'll be allowed to wander around the top floor of the Shark Club without Bishop getting mad. And you can sleep with whoever you want without him freaking out. Of course, if you have killed the raiders, then any conversation with Bishop has a chance of him snidely bringing up the fact that he heard you were responsible. And then guns start getting pulled out, and there's bloodshed and women and children crying. Here's some hints you would like to pass on to the community. I mean, technically, if you haven't had the conversations yet, you could get out of it, as we learned on my playthrough. You can get out of it twice. And stuff that people probably know, but I'm adding it for those who don't. Just want to pick the good ones and copy them into the Bible. That would be awesome. If there's no good ones, that's okay. Fun little quest. Remember Joshua in Vault City? You had to rescue him for his wife. Now think of his son Curtis, the one who talks about Mr. Nixon. Explains his little quest. Look near the bar where Cassidy is on the ground. You find the Nixon goal. We did actually do that quest. Gives you a free wench for your troubles. And then you can give it to Vic's daughter. Don't have to go all the way to New Reno. I did actually find the wench. Easy goal, that doesn't help much, but it's a start. Look in the pot in Aunt Mortis' tent, get $100. Did I find that? I can't remember. In Clement, look in the Golden Gecko. There's a closet with a locked door, and if you pick it, you get an Elvis picture worth 300. Again, good money in the beginning of the game. Vault City in the Vault City Vault. We've got some fuel cells. Night. The Bazaar. Weird name, huh? It's an awesome weapon found in the NCR Bazaar. Search steal from the guys in the combat armor guarding the midget's shop Kent. You should see a big metal machine gun. Do however many saves and reloads it takes, this gun is the best machine gun in the game. I did actually remember getting a Bazaar, but I didn't use it. Maybe the best weapon in the whole game, even if it does run through the 2-3 FMJ. You can also get this from New Reno Arms late in the game, it's just not free. Another gun, this one is not very good, but it's fun to have. Search to go with the black hair on the tanker. One of them should have it. Follow strategy guides. After and only after you have beaten the game, that's what we know, we got that one. It's quite powerful. I guess I think I didn't really use any of the big guns that have burst damage, because Fallout 1 put the fear of burst damage into me. Though it does look pretty cool. You know, because I can't wield the big guns, but I can't trust Marcus with it. Algernon in the basement. Yep, that's what we know. After you beat the game, some New Reno junkies have actually up and to and over 30 packs of jet. And since they're stoned, it's a breeze to steal. At 25 a pack, that adds up. I don't know if it was meant to happen or if it's just from the junkies with the respawning inventories. It was just something stupid I forgot to check. They would have killed both friends and enemies with the Bazaar. Makes a return as a mega expensive gun in New Vegas, where it makes for surprisingly good fats. Oh, ain't shots. I see. Despite being clunky. Oh, hold on. Oh. This is not DMCA free. The music has left the Fallout soundtrack and gone into something that is not the Fallout 2 soundtrack. Hold on. I have to put a stop to that before things start getting DMCA'd. Betrayed by the playlist. I have it on loop, but yet it is not looping. Hi, Lens. Hey, we've entered the other dimension. Yeah, it's a weird cats going on there. That music is a subtle hint of my next game. And maybe a very broad sense. In that sense, there may be more Greek myth games coming up eventually, but not quite yet. After you beat the game, you can go back and do Miss Kitty. Nice. There's so much stuff, but I'm a huge fan. I just learned from the Bible last night, so hope I didn't reveal too much. No worry, let's give it up to him, people. It saves Mr. Avalon some writing. Hello again, some questions. Super Mutants in 2. Where they come from? No master created them. I'm asking because Vtuber destroys the main base and the master hideout. I mean, don't they just say that some of them survived? My character addict of Tragic. I played it once, and now they have an addiction. What a deal. I don't see anything happen to my graduate. Wait, you can actually get addicted to Tragic. I thought they dropped that. Oh, Zach, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. 28 months, let's go. Please enjoy the emotes. Please enjoy. Thank you. Wait, I thought the addiction could... I thought you couldn't get addicted. So you can still get addicted. Ghouls are the product to theft or radiation, and only radiation. Why they live so long? The Super Mutants are the remnants of the Master's army that fled after his destruction. He made a lot of them, and not all of them were in the cathedral or the military base. Makes sense. A lot of them could pop up in random encounters. Makes sense. Addiction doesn't do anything, it's harmless. Aww. Radiation according to Tim Game, theft plus radiation according to Chris Taylor. Based on points bought on multiple fans, honestly, we've had a lot of these questions about the ghouls. No one knows why they live so long. They just do. Well, as long as they stay hydrated. Hey, you are. Hey. Does it mean we could have played it, but we never did? No, we did actually play Tragic the Garnering a few times, but my character didn't get addicted. So I'm not sure if it's misinformation. This sort of thing just doesn't happen anymore. A developer not only answering nerdy fan questions, but working alongside the fans to flesh out the lore, right? It's such a nice little blast into the past, because like, not only is Avalon a very entertaining writer to read, it's like, I love this kind of old internet stuff where, these days you can't put yourself into the public as a developer because you're gonna be, publicly executed. So it couldn't be done anymore, but like, this is such a nice little thing. And like, even just like, the fact that like, it's so off the cuff, like how he just like, accepts corrections, how he asks for fan feedback, how he asks for interpretations on like the Cold War, how he like allows corrections to when he makes like mistakes. It's so casual and it's so nice, and it's so nice to read, and it's absolutely something you can't do it anymore. Because like these days it would have to be business like, yeah, and like fact checked by like, 5 different editorial departments. You couldn't just say like, oh, I don't know. Reminds me of Warhammer miniature catalogs with that the sculptures and designers credited. It's so pleasant, it's so nice. Like it's really good to see, it's really good to say. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Or the old magazines that had the photos of the Rules Rider, right? Like, I kind of miss these days of the old internet where you could just quite reasonably sometimes just send an email. I back when I was younger sometimes would try emailing some of my favorite fantasy authors. And sometimes they would even reply, because that's just the way things were back then. It was fantastic, and you kind of see it over here too. Chris Avalon had a question for the old producers of the Wasteland Engine sequel. Meanwhile, Biz Dugan was expecting a little Dugan girl in the future. The question was asked on behalf of Auster and Jason Mikkel, and both down to tell me about Meantime. Oh, so the sequel to Wasteland. Okay. Took me a second to parse all that. Spamming Joy's email to get their chance. Joe lore. If you guys want answers to Joe lore, I'm happy to just answer them. I worked on Meantime. Alan Pavlich was the lead on it while we worked on the Apple II. Marco Green and Liz Danford were the designers on it. I worked on the DOS version for a while. It was based on the Wasteland codes. The great new thing was that Alan created a map editor. And the script's designers could actually create maps in it instead of having to know assembly language and use graph paper like on Wasteland. Oh, that is such a pleasant change. That saves you a lot of time. The plot was that you would have to go through time and pick up exciting personages throughout history. Oh, that's very different. But I guess that's what they meantime. When is Joe 3 being released? I won't answer questions about Joe 3. About the release of Joe 3. Clearly its inspiration was Bill and Ted's Big Adventure. Most of them ended up with questionable fate. You got to rescue a mini aircraft from the Japanese. There are plenty of characters who are just cool. Serrano the Berkowik had maxed out fencing skill. There was a group of bad guys trying to screw up time by slightly influencing various events. You had to leap in and fix things. In one scene, Werner von Braun was about to be captured by the Soviets at the end of World War II. You had to get him into your party and help him escape. So it's like a whole like time travel adventure. Sounds neat. It reminds me of GURPS Time Travel. There was a great piece of box art that was created that I remember. Had Albert Einstein on it. You got to recruit him into the party at some point, I think. Oh, he also voice acted dialogue for Fallout 1. Can I say enough? No, because I love the voiceover dialogues for Fallout. The whole thing was built for Apple II. If I remember correctly, 75% of the maps were done. Then Liz Danford quit, and then the Apple II and C64 markets fell through for Brian to cancel it. And we had to bring it over to the IBM. We hired a contractor named Bill Bessenesny to port it from the Apple II to DOS, and had an in-house artist to do the EGA graphics for it. And pretty slowly, and the Ultima 7 came out with its 3D characters and large graphics. I recommend we cancel Meantime with its top-down non-animated graphics. Wouldn't really have had a chance. You can always hear Buggle singing Video Killed the Radio Star. That is a shame, but, it's a sad reality. We wind up seeing even these days, so, sometimes the indie scene is like bringing back 2D and isometric again here and there, but it's a sad state of fact that like 3D does just sell better. Even as appreciation like starts growing for it again, 3D does unfortunately just sell better, and that's a choice a lot of developers had to, start making at some point. And time the air of the Apple II and the C64 markets were dying. Why is PMV Valdez using fuels instead of fusion cells? It's relatively new. And it fits perfectly into the Enclave's dock. I think the tanker should have been modified by Poseidon oil to use fusion power instead of burnable, valuable oil or other flammable fuel. Maybe missing some statements, but my opinions are, despite the fact that it's carrying a vault door and is automated doesn't mean it's new. Maybe old, very old, and not incorporate any fusion technology into the design. And it may be too difficult to retrofit the tanker to run on fusion. Makes sense. And it's not known whether there were any tankers incorporating fusion power sources in the 2070s, although many military vehicles would be a different story. Poseidon Oil, during the pre-war years, would not want its tanker using fusion cells because that would run contrary to the image of the company, despite its practicality. Plus, the idea of something so big running on something so small hurts its self-confidence. Aww. Fusion cells are very easy to get in the game and this would undercut the adventure seeds. Absolutely. Of connecting the fuel and the necessity of dealing with the Shi and the Hubologist. On thematic level, the fact that the anchor runs on fuel helps drive home. The fact that the player is going to Norway brings up images of the real-world Valdez, suggests the dinosaur-era technology of the tanker and provokes some images of the desperation of the research wars, if you're a Fallout history buff. The fact that there is a vault door above the tanker does not mean the tanker itself is new. This is a very important for Avalon because he repeats it twice. What is Poseidon Oil Company? It owns nuclear stations, marine vessels, fusion energy stations, print maps like the map of LA in 1. It even has its own network, which connects to Nord stations, Iron Mountain Bunker, and even the Enclave is some kind of state corporation. I wish more games had their Bibles easily accessible. They're interesting reads, right? Like, you guys have probably noticed, but I love this kind of stuff. Like, when I was younger, I would often, like, you know, search out any kind of documentations on, like, both games, manga, anime series I liked and just spent hours reading them. Like, I eat it up. I love hearing the thought process and, like, being able to, like, you know, get this kind of one-on-one interview with the developers. It's fascinating. You know, I guess you need to have the right kind of guy to, like, start writing this kind of stuff and be interested in putting it all together, you know? But I love background dev stuff. It's why I'm always really disappointed when they add, like, when games and special editions promise, like, you know, an art book with special interviews and then it's super bare bones. You know, they promise, like, a full book and then it's just, like, you know, the clip art they use in advertising and then, like, 1 or 2 comments about the games. It's like, oh, the amount of disappointment I have for every special editions I've ever bought, and it's like 20 pages of clip art. And that's practically nothing else. I'm like, and a lot of games cheap out like that these days, but I won't go into it. Yeah, it's like 16 pages on the PDF file. Like, you know, if you're gonna give me the background, do something like this, you know. Well, I understand not everybody can go and write 205 pages, but this is the kind of stuff I want to read. This is way more interesting. And 3 of those are there legally. They're legal information, exactly. 6-hour Bonaventure design interview stream. I think, unfortunately, if I were to do the Bonaventure design interview, you guys are gonna get a lot of, like, I wanted to do this, and then I was told it was impossible. Or I wanted to change this, and then I was told it was too much work. So I think the design interview would be, like, maybe a little bit of a... little bit of, like, you know, a sad, what, you know, things that had to all be cut for what I wanted to do with Bonaventure. But, you know, that's on me for, you know, I don't blame the girl who's programming it. She's just a hobbyist, and also, you know, Game Boy Studio has its limitations. So my ambitions can unfortunately not all be fulfilled. Sometimes it just looks like a portfolio. Many game studios have gradually become the work of so many people, it gets difficult to point combined work on one individual. That's also true. Game studios have gotten so big, it's hard to, like, just have one or a couple of guys in charge anymore. Take care, everyone. I hope the guest of the week goes well. You too. Thank you for coming by, Silent. Hope your rest of the week goes well too. Been loving the SBS as I reread One Piece again. Like, it's really nice. I love reading the author's insights, you know, just for anything. I used to, like, follow, like, a lot of blogs of, like, various artists back in the day. You saw your playlist, you read the manuals of 1 and 2. As you can see there, filed by This Was Their Baby, which explains why Bethesda winning the bid war for the French was so tragic. It really does. Like, and you know, if you read the Vault manuals of 1 and 2, which I did do on stream, so I think a lot of you guys have seen it, there's so much effort. You can absolutely see that this was their baby. Like, there's so much love and passion and like background detail that goes into everything. Like, you know, the first manual has like 15 pages on the effects of nuclear war, which is just, you know, considering the manual, which I really love. I love, you know, what do you call it? Like diegetic pieces of like media that have been put into, you know, physical form that like match with the thing you're looking at. Sorry, I'm getting a bit passionate, but that's the kind of thing I really love. And putting the manual in the form as a Vault manual, it makes a lot of sense to have this section on like nuclear survivability and stuff. And it's like an extra little thing that they didn't have to do at all. Because it's honestly, frankly, has very little effect on the game, except for maybe like when you can recognize the signs of radiation poisoning. But it's really cool. And it just shows the amount of passion that goes into it. To make a little manual that's like in universe. You know? It's really cool. It's right to refreshing when you have games like Getting Over It, when one person can really put a name on it. Oh, absolutely. It's nice to have like, you know, somebody to point to. I understand that like with modern games, like, you know, honestly I kind of hope that like the bubble on AAA gaming is gonna burst a little bit. Because I heard that GTA 6 has like cost like $1 billion or something. That is not the standard. I hope that gets followed from here on, because that's just unsustainable and also kind of stupid. So, you know, I hope that's $1 billion for a lot of nonsense. So I hope, you know, that maybe one day we can revert to like slightly smaller scale kind of things again. You know? You can tell they love the setting and why it's hard to believe anyone else could care as much. Like I'm a little bit nervous about like playing the Bethesda games, just because I'm so, you know, it's, you know, passion is addictive, and seeing people be passionate about the things they're passionate about, seeing people be passionate about their products and like, you know, the work they put into it, it's like, you know, it's contagious. So it gets me excited too. So I will say I'm a little bit concerned about what I've heard about Bethesda when I get to it. The joke's on them. My backlog is so fast I don't have to buy any of the games for a decade. Absolutely. People were writing artists, video games cannot afford to cost this mod over a decade ago, and yet it keeps ballooning. I mean, I'm sure GTA 6 will earn it back, but that's not sustainable for all AAA games, frankly. Hi, Assassin. Hi. Force the one I'd say where it goes too far away from the quality. Ooh, I'll brace myself. But back to the Poseidon all. It was supposed to have the feel of a larger-than-life pre-war conglomerate. Kind of like the business-centered evil empire in cahoots with some darker or more selfish sections of the federal government. Ooh, scary. That's a good name. I like it. The captain, the head of the punks, tells the player that he was attacking Navarro. How did he run away from there? And where is the fob located before he is reclaimed by the Enclave? I'll say the Bethesda version seems to point more to the leads at the time being much more fond of the first game than the second, just based on how they present things. Did I scrap a lot of the second game? I mean, seems that even Avalon was planning to scrap a bunch of the second game. But, I see. Navarro Place has had plenty of deserters, including Dr. Henry, once exposed to the mainland, even in all its trashiness and monster-ridden waste. Some people prefer a life there to the steel bunkers, walls of Navarro and lifelessness, sterility and closed-in oil and still smells of the Enclave. Reminding you of the Amtech Wars yet? And we do know that those suits smell. Because the cook can recognize them. And that electric mace at the bottom, which was used extensively for hazing purposes. Oh god, can you? Now I'm imagining, you know, the joining the Enclave hazing rituals. They just put you in the maze till you get out or die. Well, maybe they shut it off like right before you pass out. But I can imagine that. Enclave does seem like that kind of place. Didn't scrap per se, but I mean more in terms of how everything feels. You'll see what I mean down the line. Gotcha. And why Nefcom can be found in 13? What about poor Ed, who was dead? Nefcom in Vault 13. Don't know. I think someone told John to put it there so the players would be forced to go to Vault 13. Wasn't the Vault Dweller the first man who has ever left the Vault 13? Or was that from the other vault? Ed, according to Chris Taylor, was the Vault Dweller who went out before the PC. And maybe before Thaddeus, I guess. So you might be the third person out. As for Ed, he's covered in Bible 6, I think. Just search for Ed. What chemicals did Metzger store in the church? I remember they were from VC and were to be delivered to NR. What was for? Metzger was just a generic unknown chemical required for jet distillation. Since all the Brahmin shit needs some processing, it's MacGuffin. Oh, so he was processing his own jet, huh? I see. So the secret was known, even outside of New Reno. Hey Bonnie, hey Necromancer, good help to you. Hey. And just put a pin in how comparatively bleak the environment felt in 1 compared to 2. 2 is a lot more optimistic about the future. A lot of places start rebuilding themselves, which I kind of liked as a progression, because in 80 years you would assume that people start rebuilding civilization a little bit. And how did Metzger get to know about the radio transmissions between Salvatore and Naval? Beats me. Dave Handy knows for sure. He may have had a working radio before he busted it and needed Vic to build him a new one. Metzger mentioned it to help foreshadow the Enclave Salvatore ties, like a crashed vertebrate. Honestly, it's been so long since we dealt with Metzger, I kind of forgot that he had like the whole radio thing going on with Vic. And finally, which part of Vault City was in Moore's briefcase? It was 2 separate things. 2 super stimpaks should appear in Bishop inventory after you deliver the case. Super stimpaks are valuable no matter where you are, and Bishop's always in danger of suffering head trauma for snipers or his family. And some downloads from the VC main database, which Bishop requested for Moore, although Moore didn't realize that Bishop wants the current roster of all VC cards, so he could see if he could get to one of them with drugs or other convincing. To the line, Horgan! Master Chef has a question about the mutated toe. You said something about the mutated toad doing nothing to Horgan, but actually made his HP turn from 999 to 996. Well, yeah, that's true. It will do some poison damage to Horgan like it will do anyone else. So again, just nothing special. It does do something. Again, please ignore any rumors telling you to use the toe on Horgan at the end battle Fallout 2. It's just a bad joke. Just like I can't bring a knife to a gunfight. They are eager and comment to prove their worthiness by the clan engaging in hand-to-hand banquets with fists or clubs. The clans carry very few firearms, since they are for cowards. As far as I remember, the clans were mean gun thugs in Fallout 1. Why were they changed? This is true. Though, you know, if you can't challenge the leader of the clan to like a one-on-one fist fight, so I guess like some of the code of honor does remain. The answer is I don't know. They may not have been tough enough with just melee weapons. Likely. And as far as I know, the designer who initially wrote the concept of the clans wasn't the one who implemented them. It's mostly game logic reasons. Christie may have wanted to have them to have guns, or maybe they were too weak with just melee. Checks out. Because we had midnight, let me see how much is left of this Bible part. A good deal. A good deal. Like another 10 pages or so. Okay. Hey Nicole. Oh, thank you for the care pack as well. Thank you. Let's see what's a good place to wrap it up for the night then. So it's sort of gotta give up on chapters, yeah. Gun seems to have a decent mix of spears and spell arms. You can be tough and still have enough sense to know that you made the guys into cover fire. True that. Let's read up to Mods Carson's deal. We'll finish up this page. I've been browsing mods and there's a total conversion into 12th century China. That's kind of badass. I mean, I'm sure it might not be apocalyptic anymore, but that actually sounds pretty sweet as a setting. Is it in Chinese or is it like playable in English too? Sounds like a cool setting. There's some non-irradiant water and uncool yourself. Thank you. I was wondering about the Vault 15 generated in Fallout still. You can't do much with it apart from repairing it. Was it originally a part of some quest that doesn't exist now? Are the force fields installed just for fun? Maybe the player repaired the generator, the squatters could move in and use the force field to protect themselves. Check the designer and he said, don't remember much about this. I think if you repaired it, the lights came on. However, it also turned on all the defense for the vault and you then had to overcome them. Anyway, that's all I remember. I'm not sure about that. If you find out more, I'll post in the future update. Oh, and nothing will protect the squatters from the outside world. Their lives are harsh, victimized ones. Howdy, Quish Avalon. I was wondering if you could find someone to verify this to me. You see, I have a little theory that Cassidy is the son of a character of McWay. Evidence? Same spite, both good at unarmed combat. About the wide age difference. When you try to sell Cavity as a slave, his name comes up as none other than McWay. That seems like a glitch because they have the same spite. Can you please find the guy who made Cassidy and find out if he really was meant to be McWay's son, please? And if not, why did he bother showing Cassidy's second name when you sell him? That sounds like a glitch. Being worked on by a Chinese guy that's fluent in English. Ah, sounds pretty cool, sounds pretty cool. The answer is no, he's not McWay's son. Cassidy is a standalone man of the Waste. Of all of the regions you list above are good examples of why you could make a case for it. Most of the confusion lies in the model. The McWay name, basically McWay is an inside joke since it's Fergus, so his middle name. Oh, okay. He designed a lot of the Boneyard, put McWay in, and he also did a second pass on Vault City in Fallout 2. And he put McWay as the name of the bartender. When I took over the area, I liked the name Cassidy better, so I gave Cassidy that name and decided his character to be a gunfighter who likes to drink too much. The reason I show Cassidy's second name when you sell him is a bug. I knew it. Sorry for the confusion, Dave. Okay, so next time we'll figure out what Carson's deal is. I'm pretty sure we should be okay to finish next time. We're now on page 166 out of 205 and on a pretty regular 82 pages per stream pace. So considering there's about 40 left, I think we should be good to finish it next time. I think we should be able to. We had some good progress today. And it's all very fascinating. I'm very excited to see what the last parts are. It's so cool. It's a good 80% done. Classic Fallout fans were indeed passionate when Fallout 3 first released. They were incredibly bitter at it, as they followed the behind the scenes of Van Buren and its cancellation. They are very resentful of Bethesda. I'm not surprised, especially if you already got like a peek at something else that seems like much more in line with what you were expecting. It must have been all the more disappointing when Bethesda put out a Fallout 3 that did not live up to it at all. Great progress, have a nice rest for your voice, thank you. May the Bible ends with him finally snapping. Just barely not finishing today's Fallout in time. I'll see you at next team, don't you worry. I'm curious, like once I get to... I think I'll play Tactics first. But once I get to like the Van Buren stuff, I'm very curious into like about diving into that documentation as well, because what I saw on the wiki, there's like a decent amount of behind the scenes for Van Buren in terms of like scripting and that kind of stuff, which I think would be very interesting to take a peek at. So, remember Fallout 3 being called Oblivion with guns? Several people have basically said the same thing. So that seems to be a common sentiment, huh? Resentful is putting it mildly. Oh man. Well, next time we'll probably be able to wrap up the Fallout Bible. If we finish early, maybe I'll take another look at between games. Last time I took a look at the Fallout 1 website. If we finish early on the Bible, we can maybe take a look at Fallout 2's website as well, on like the Internet Archive. Because I'm sure it will be, well, as interesting as Fallout 1's website was, so it might be worth taking a little peek at. Thanks for the fun stream as well. Thank you. If I was an Elvis Films fan, then maybe. Well, either way, thank you all so much for coming. To all the lurkers, thank you for lurking. And if you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching. I'll be back again tomorrow with, I believe I put Trombone on the schedule. So we're gonna be meggering some mans again. What's a carré? Work went by in an instant because of it. Good night. Thank you. Fallout 3 was called Oblivion with guns, then Skyrim got called Fallout with swords. Thanks for the stream, take care, have a good night. Everybody have a good night. I'll see you next time. Bye. Bye.